A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Yes, it's the Goldbergs. You know, ladies, when I tell you that new Does is one soap for everything in your wash, I mean all three kinds of wash, from heavy work shirts and towels to your pretty rayon slips.
Now, look here, young man. I want to talk to you about that.
Oh, about Does doing everything?
Yes. I'm just starting my spring house cleaning, and I have some heavy wash rugs that are just full of dirt.
Well, do them with Does. They'll come out wonderfully clean, and so easily, too. Why, no soap made gets dirt out easier than Does.
Well, I also have some special white bedspreads and linens to wash. Will Does get them really white?
You bet. Why, Does will get them gleaming white. In fact, you've never seen more snowy white washes than new Does gives you.
But look, I have lots of fussy colored washables, like my nice rayon net curtains and bright slip covers. Now, you aren't going to tell me I can use Does for them, too.
I certainly am. That's what's so wonderful about Does. It's far safer for those pretty colors than any other leading granulated wash day soap. That's why Does is one soap you can use for all the washing you have at house cleaning time. From the dirtiest rugs to those nice net curtains.
Well, I declare, this Does is the most amazing soap I ever heard of.
Yes, you bet. Does is amazing. Just you try it, and you'll see Does is a brand new kind of granulated soap. So new, you've never before been able to buy a soap quite like it.
Oh?
Why, you can tell the difference just by the suds. Notice, Does makes far more suds in your machine than any of the 4 other popular granulated laundry soaps.
Well.
And Does gives you suds that build up faster and last longer.
Say, the more I hear about this Does, the better it sounds.
Well, just you give Does a chance to prove what wonders it does for everything in your wash during house cleaning time. And all the time. Just ask for DUZ Does in that big red and white box. And now, the Goldbergs. Sammy Goldberg took the bull by the horns last night. He invited the Jeromes over to his home for dinner. This was against Molly's wishes, for Molly wants to stay as far away from Walter and his mother as she can. After all, Rosie's in Florida now because of Walter, and Molly's supposed to be going there, too. All because Rosie fell in love with Walter, who happens to be engaged to someone else. And now, Sammy, who knows that Walter's unhappy about that engagement, has thrown the house into a dither by inviting the cause of all the trouble.
All right.
Oh, why are you making
so
such a
Sammy
fuss? It's
invited
nothing.
That's enough. Your mother said she didn't want company, especially unwelcome company. Then it should have been like Mama said.
Why shouldn't Walter and Norma and his mother be welcome?
Because I don't break bread and shake salt with everybody.
All right, Jake, please, please. It's not a question of everybody, please. So go out of the kitchen, please, so I can know what I'm doing already, please.
Oh, excuse me. You changed your attitude. You're satisfied already that they're coming.
Jake, dear, please. Please, I haven't got the heads for the backwards and the forwards conversations. Now, please, I didn't say I was satisfied. They're coming, and Sammy asked them already, so let them come.
Oh, I don't know why you're making such a fuss.
Will you tell you some why before I lose myself? Are you a child? Are you a stripling? Don't you know why?
No, I don't know why.
Molly, enlighten your son, please.
Why, please, please. You see, I'm trying to prepare the dinner. They're coming for dinner. Sammy invited them for dinner. I'm trying to prepare for the dinner. Please. Please, I'm also trying to prepare myself to go to Florida. Please. Enough is enough. Please. I have too much on my mind.
That's not the reason.
Yeah, I know the reason. It's not a very good one.
Why?
Oh, please, but my leg is burning. Oh, please. See, my leg is burning already. See, with the nonsense of the talk.
Take the towel.
Give me the dish towel already,
Here.
please. Please,
Here.
give me. Go away from my nose, Sammy, please.
Be careful, Molly.
See that?
Now,
See that? Right, please already. Give me the fork over there, please.
here it is.
See it's burning? You see that it's burning? You see? You see that? Oh, look at that. Let me turn over my leg.
Now you have to bother with legs.
All right, please. Now, what else would I be going to give them? If somebody's coming for supper, so I have to prepare something, no? If it's a leg, if it's something else. All right. So, that's nearly burnt. And that? Gravy, I wouldn't have it ready. Gravy already is past already and forgotten already. Oh, and now, will you please remove yourself both together in ensemble and go inside and let me finish?
If I'm talking, let me talk. Are you satisfied that Walter and his mother and his financier are coming?
I'm not satisfied.
Then why don't you express your opinion?
I expressed myself already.
Then call them up and tell them not to come.
That's your answer?
Well, what do you want me to say, Pa? I told Mama why I think they should come.
Why?
I told Mama.
Then tell Papa. I'm also a member of the family of Goldbergs.
For the reason that...
I'm asking Sammy.
Walter asked to be invited.
Why?
That's just it. Why?
I'm asking you, why?
Well, maybe he likes Rosie more than we think he does.
All the more reason to keep him at his distance. He's engaged. Engaged to be married.
He's not married yet.
That's beside the point.
What point?
A very important point.
Jake, please.
Don't shake me. I said a very important point. Rosie, your mother, me, or you will never have it said that we were responsible for a broken heart or a broken engagement.
All right, Pa. Have it your way. Do you want me to call them up and tell them not to come?
It's not necessary.
I
please.
said it is necessary. And I said I don't want them here. I'm not a hypocrite. I can't break bread and shake soul with people that
Unless you love them.
Yes, unless I love them.
Meanwhile, at the hotel in Mrs. Jerome's suite, Walter discovers that his desire to be at the Goldbergs isn't quite matched by his mother's feelings.
I can't see the point of it, Walter. Who are the Goldbergs?
Sammy Goldberg is a friend of mine.
That's very nice, and I'm glad you found a friend up here. But why do I have to go and have dinner with his mother?
Why not?
What possible advantage could it be to me?
Does it have to be of advantage? They're nice people. I like them. And we'll have dinner and sit around and talk.
I didn't come up here to talk about the weather with strangers, Walter. I came up here to talk with you. I haven't had any satisfaction from it yet.
The satisfaction you want can't be solved by conversation.
What's wrong with you, Walter? You're engaged to Norma. You like her. I know you do. Why do you keep postponing all the important things about living from month to month?
We don't have the same ideas of importance.
Oh, no. You think having dinner with some ordinary, uninteresting, and dull people in a small town is important.
Well, what's wrong with ordinary people? Do you think everything that's important comes with success and money and position?
No, I don't want to quarrel with you.
If you don't want to go, I'll call up the Goldbergs and tell them that you don't want to go.
I didn't say I don't want to go. I just want to know why you think it's so important.
It's not important. If you don't want to go, you don't have to.
Did you ask Norma if it would amuse her to go?
I didn't. I told her we were going, and I didn't say it would be amusing. The Goldbergs aren't entertainers, Mother. They're the family of a friend of mine. And if my family can't enjoy my friends, well, then I'm afraid I'm in the wrong family.
Perhaps you have the wrong friends.
That's what you've always thought. And you can think so if you like. I'm perfectly willing to forget all the advantages you're offering me, including a successful married life with a girl you think I ought to marry.
Walter.
Well, that's what do you want me to say? Yes, Mother? You're right? Anything you say, Mother? Just say it?
You speak as if I wanted to hurt you or harm you, as if I disliked you. And all I want to do is give you anything you want.
I know you want me to be happy and famous and important and rich.
I want you to have everything the world can give.
It's too late to be talking about those things today, Mother. That world of success went up in smoke years ago. You've been living on borrowed time.
And all because I don't want to have dinner with the Goldbergs.
It's a symbol of everything about you.
What do you mean?
Nothing.
Tell me. I want to know.
You know it as well as I do.
What? What is it? Walter, why are you so hostile to everything I like and want?
Because it's full of false values. You worship success. You don't care about people.
I don't care about people who are failures.
What you consider failures. If you want a concrete example, think of Father.
What about him? What's wrong with your father?
Nothing's wrong with him except what you made wrong.
Walter.
He was a man who wanted to use his education and abilities for his profession. And because that wouldn't have brought the kind of success you think is necessary for a full life, you weren't satisfied. You started this business of yours and you made a success of it. And you made yourself into a success. And now you're the success, and Father wears expensive suits and sits behind a desk and mechanically goes through the process of being an executive.
He isn't living. He isn't doing what he can do, what he should do. You ruined his life, even if you made it a successful ruin. That's what you did, and that's what you think.
And the Goldbergs, I suppose, are the opposite. They're those extraordinary people who just get along with enough to eat and drink. Leading gray, dull, monotonous lives, 2 jumps ahead of poverty. I know what that life is. You don't. I helped you escape from it. Very well, then. I'll go to the Goldbergs. I'll have dinner with them. I'll visit them in the splendor of their humble virtues.
Not that you don't have to.
I want to. I want to see what's pulling you out of the kind of life you belong to. I want to see what's making you think upside down. I'm coming.
All right.
That's settled then. I want to see what the great attraction is. I'll visit Mr. and Mrs. Goldberg, and your friend Sammy Goldberg, and, Walter. Don't they also have a daughter?
Well, doesn't seem as if the dinner will have much chance of success, with Molly feeling as she does and Mrs. Jerome having her opinions of the Goldbergs. You know, I think it's time you showed your dishpan who's boss. So just throw out those old-fashioned halfway soaps. I mean bar soaps, because they cheat you on speed. And those tough granulated soaps, because they're short on gentleness to your hands. Bet your life, such halfway soaps don't belong in your dishpan. Now that new Does is here. That brand new kind of granulated soap for everything in your wash. And Does has everything for dishes, too. From whirlwind speed to extra gentleness for your hands. Yes, your hands will really come out of your dishpan feeling beautifully soft and smooth. In fact, Does is far kinder to your hands than any other leading granulated wash day soap. Yet, no soap made can beat Does for speedy dishwashing. It cuts even tough grease without any hard scouring. Why, you can tell the difference in Does right in the sun. Yes, ma'am. Ask for Does today. It has everything for dishes. And be sure to listen to the next episode of The Goldbergs. Next time, Molly meets Walter's mother and has a talk with Walter about Rosie. This is James Fleming wishing you good day for Procter & Gamble, makers of Does, the new kind of granulated soap for all 3 kinds of wash.
The Anchor Hawking Glass Corporation brings you Crime Photographer.
Here comes Casey. Hiya, fellas.
Gee, I'm glad I got you 2 guys together. Look, I've got something very important to tell you.
Well, go ahead.
I know, but I just can't seem to remember it.
Well, think, Tony.
I know. I still can't remember it.
Well, go back to what you were doing when you last thought of it. That sometimes helps.
Well, I just had this glass in my hand. Glass! That's it, glass. Look, I just want you 2 guys never to forget this.
Well, what? Go on.
Never forget that Anchor Hawking is the most famous name in glass. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tony Marvin. Every week at this time, the Anchor Hawking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, and its more than 10,000 employees bring you another adventure of Casey, crime photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Our adventure for tonight, Blind Justice. Late afternoon, police headquarters, the private office of Captain Logan, Homicide Bureau. On opposite sides of a huge battered desk sit Logan and Casey. Their eyes are hard, their jaws set and tense. Before them is a problem.
It's up to you, Casey.
Let me think, Logan. Let me think.
Well,
Got to work this out. It isn't easy.
look, you're the wonder boy with a hair-trigger brain. Let's have some action.
Okay, I'm taking that king you discarded and throwing down this juice.
That's it. Yippee! Gin rum
house. I had a hunch you were saving deuces.
Hey, let's see your hand. Ha, ain't that too bad? Kings, jacks, and 10 spots.
I make it 80 points and nuts to you.
80 plus 20 for gin makes me another game.
All right. Figure up what I owe you, Canfield, and we'll call it a day.
Oh, quitting. I can't take it when you lose.
I guess that's right, pal. It's nearly 5 o'clock, though. I'm taking Ann Williams to the theater tonight for dinner before that.
What show are you going to see?
Oh, we're going to see that new one opening at the Tivoli. Press agent gave me ducats.
Don't you ever pay your way?
How can I afford to when you win all my dough?
I got you good this time. Excuse me.
That's your phone.
Captain Logan, homicide bureau. Who? Oh, hello. Yeah, I'll be here. What do you want to talk to me about? Okay, come on over. I'm about to receive a visit from a stinker.
Oh? Any stinker I know?
Bill Havens.
Oh, the criminal lawyer, huh?
Lawyer criminal describes him better.
Yeah, stinker's best, though. That rat smells of fixed juries and intimidated witnesses and every variety of dirty double-cross known in the book. He was on the phone just now, huh?
Yeah, said he had to see me. He'll be here in a few minutes.
Did you ever meet Milt Havens' wife?
Yeah. Swell woman.
You bet she is. Super swell. I've often wondered if she knows what kind of a skunk she's married to.
She must.
Well, not necessarily, Logan. Havens is a smooth guy. He probably puts on a good front at home. Besides, a woman who spends most of her time helping people and looking for the best in them, as Doris Havens does, well, she might not be able to really see the kind of a guy her husband really is.
She does most of that good Samaritan stuff of hers because she is wise to Milt. It's to ease her conscience and to clean up the blood money he brings in.
I see you don't know very much about Doris Havens, Logan.
What do you mean?
Well, for one thing, the dough she spends on that 3rd Street settlement house of hers is her own dough. She was worth over $1 million when she married Milt Havens.
I didn't know that.
Well, of course not. You're just a cop, not a newspaper snooper like me. Why, that money was safely tied up in a trust fund. Or Milt would have gotten it away from her long ago to spend on other women.
There he goes for the gals, all right.
Well, I'm going to get out of here before he shows up. I always feel better when I don't see Milt Havens. So long, pal.
So long. Wait a minute. You owe me gin rummy dough.
Almost forgot. How much?
Here's the score sheet. Read it and weep.
Really took me to the cleaners today, Logan. Look, I'm a little short. How about an IOU?
Nuts. I want cash.
Well, I got to eat, fella.
Well, pawn your watch or your overcoat.
My pal. Why did I ever come in here in the first place? Oh, 2,560 points.
Which comes to exactly $2.56.
Oh, all right. Here. I hope Ann's got some money.
Come in.
Oh, thanks, Captain.
Hello, Havens.
Well, this is a pleasant surprise, my old friend Casey.
Hi, Milt. I'll see you later, Logan.
Oh, you going?
Yes, I got a date.
Casey, as a newspaper man, you may be interested in my business with the captain.
Oh, yeah?
What is your business, Havens?
Captain, I want you to look at a note that was delivered to my office this afternoon. First I'll read it to you and Casey. It says, this is your death warrant, Havens. There's a slug in my gap with your name on it, and you're going to get it, special delivery, very soon. From a guy you did dirt to. That's all.
Let me see that note.
Yeah, sure, here.
Any idea who sent it?
No, not the slightest. We attorneys who specialize in criminal defense practice make many enemies, Captain.
You think this note's from some former client who's just gotten out of jail?
Well, it's a possibility. My thought in coming to see you, Captain, was that you might find fingerprints on this note.
I'll have it gone over. While we're investigating, you'll want a police bodyguard, of course.
No, thanks. I have a permit to carry a gun, and I'm better than a fast shot, and, frankly, I'm not worried.
Okay.
Oh, Casey, would you like to take a picture of me to run with the story of this death threat? It'll make good newspaper copy for you and good publicity for me.
If the threatener really killed you, it'll be a good newspaper story, Havens, not otherwise. I got to run along, Logan.
Give Miss Williams my best, Casey.
I'll do that.
Hope you enjoy that new show at the Tivoli tonight.
Yeah, thanks, pal. So long.
Oh, Casey.
What?
You're going to the Tivoli tonight.
That's right, yeah.
Well, so am I with Mrs. Havens. How about joining us afterwards for supper and a few drinks?
No, thanks, but... You'll be with Mrs. Havens?
Yes. My wife has always liked you, Casey. She'd enjoy having you with us.
Your wife is aces with me.
Well, thank you.
It'll be a privilege to talk to her again.
Oh, then it's a date?
All right, yeah. We'll meet you in the lobby after the last act. Partly for business reasons.
Business reasons?
Well, we could be lucky and get a story. The guy who wrote that note might be waiting outside of the theater for you with his gun. There's Miss Havens and his wife, Annie.
Oh, that tall, gray-haired woman is Mr.
right.
Havens?
Well, hello, Miss Williams. Casey, we've been waiting for you.
Hello, Mr. Havens.
Oh, Mr. Casey, it's so good to see you again.
Well, it's good to see you, Mrs. Havens.
Doris, you haven't met Casey's friend. This very pretty young lady is Miss Williams. My wife, Miss Williams.
This is a pleasure, my dear.
It's one for me, Mrs. Havens. I know about the wonderful work you've done through your settlement house.
Let's
and
get out of the theater, eh? My chauffeur will have the car waiting.
We're taking you and Miss Williams to our home for a bite, Mr. Casey.
Oh, that's swell. Thank you.
Milton, dear.
Oh, yes, Doris.
When we get to the door, let me go out first and look around. The man who wrote you that note may be waiting outside.
Oh, I shouldn't have told you about that silly note, Doris. No, I'm in no danger. That's right, isn't it, Casey?
I don't know.
Well, you'd agree if you knew Bull, my chauffeur. He's an ex-heavyweight wrestler who also knows how to handle a gun. Oh, there he is with the car. Everything all right, Bull?
All okay, Mr. Havens.
Take my arm, Milton, before we go out the door. Someone might be waiting. Someone Bull hasn't noticed. And if I'm very close to
Oh, all right.
you... Now, you get into the car first.
Very well. A man must humor these women, Casey.
Yeah.
Well, I'm safely inside. Come on, the rest of you.
Let me help you, Mrs. Havens.
Well, thank you, Mr. Casey.
Annie?
Oh, okay.
Drive us on, Bull.
Yes, sir.
You weren't lucky, Casey. No news story. My threatening friend didn't come to the theater.
I'm glad to be almost home, Milton. I've been so afraid every minute.
Now stop worrying, Doris, please.
Here we are, boss.
Bull, look around before you open the car doors.
I'll do that, Mrs. Havens.
You won't do anything of the kind. We can see for ourselves that the street is deserted. Now, Doris, I'm getting tired of this scary stuff. Come on.
Let me go out with you, Milton. I'll be close beside you.
All right, Doris, but you're making me feel like a fool.
Come on, Annie.
Mm-hmm. There are a lot of dark places here. I wish...
Casey!
The guy with the gun. Havens, look out.
Don't shoot my husband,
Get
don't!
away from me, Doris.
Oh, Mrs. Havens.
I got him, Bull. I shot him. I pumped some lead at them, too, boss. He's finished.
He got in 2 shots before you fellas got your guns out. The slugs caught your wife, Havens. Doris, shot.
Mrs. Havens?
I'm afraid she's dead.
Oh, she stepped in front of me.
That's how it looked. Let's have a look at the guy who killed her.
Okay.
He's done for, Mr. Casey. The boss and I got him.
Wait a minute, let me see. Wait. His lips are moving. He's trying to talk.
Yeah, let me at him. I'll finish him.
Drop that gun, Havens. Drop it.
Go.
They killed my wife. I have the right to...
Hold him, Bull. Hold him.
No, Bull. No.
We can't let you do something foolish, boss.
The man's murmuring something, Casey.
Yes, I know. I'll
can't
lift his
make
head
out
and
what it
maybe
is.
then
Okay.
What is it, guy? What is it?
Now, let me go.
Let me go, Bull. I'm going to finish him.
Oh.
He's finished now, Havens. The guy who shot your wife is dead. Dead.
Did he say anything, Casey?
No. But his lips seem to form 2 words. 2 words. Double cross.
I recognize this rat. I defended him several years ago and lost, and he went to prison. He probably thought I'd crossed him up.
Maybe he was trying to talk about the past. I wonder.
Why, what do you mean?
I've got a hunch, Havens. A nasty hunch.
Friends, instead of delivering a regular commercial at this time, allow me to read you this telegram that I just received. Lancaster, Ohio. Quote, Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation scientists announce perfection, amazing new method of manufacturing oven glass in beautiful, rich, warm, opaque ivory. Development, result of years of research, is first of its kind in history. Makes possible introduction of completely new and far more beautiful line of oven glass called Ivory Fire King. Designed on simple classic lines, new Ivory Fire King oven glass resembles finest table china in appearance. New Ivory Fire King oven glass guaranteed 2 years against oven breakage. Not yet available everywhere, sensational ivory Fire King oven glass on display and sale soon throughout the United States. Tell audience to watch for it. Not miss it. It's the world's finest oven glass. William V. Fisher, President. Unquote. Mark up another first, another triumph. Ivory Fire King oven glass. A product of Anchor Hocking. The most famous name in glass.
Okay, Grace, I'll look for it. Don't worry, I won't. Goodbye. These women. Now, Casey, you and Miss Williams was about to tell me who the guy was who shot poor Mrs. Havens.
Yeah. It was a rod-hot, Ethelbert. His name was Barker.
He just finished a stretch for armed robbery, and Havens had been his lawyer when he was convicted.
So he tried to kill Havens for letting him be convicted, huh?
Apparently.
Well, it's open and shut, Casey. His fingerprints were on that threatening note that Havens received.
Well, that makes all the parts fit perfect.
Not quite. Mrs. Havens was killed instead of her husband.
Well, that was accidental. You say she jumped in front of him.
No, Miss Williams says that.
Well, she did jump in front of Havens.
Well,
I saw her do it, so did the chauffeur. And her husband was closest to her. So
I'm not believing anything that Havens guy says. Everything happened so fast, Annie, you can't be sure of what you saw. Neither can Bull, the chauffeur, and I'm not sure of what I saw.
Oh.
I couldn't swear of what I think I saw. But I do think that Havens pushed his wife away when she tried to step in front of him. And I think I saw the gunman aim directly at her and not at her husband. I think Havens was behind the murder of his wife. That's what I think.
Casey, you despise that man so much you can't be reasonable.
Well, he tried to put another bullet in the killer, didn't he? He learned he was still alive and trying to talk.
Well, he was half mad because of his wife's death.
No,
Anne.
He was afraid that guy would tell us that he'd been hired to kill Doris Havens. So Havens double-crossed him, shot him. So he'd never be able to give away the deal.
Well, that's only your stubborn theory.
Well, there's a good basis for it.
No.
The way Havens set the stage in Logan's office with that threatening note. The way he got you and me for witnesses when he learned that we were going to the Tivoli. I'd have to swear that ex-con Barker shot Mrs. Havens. That Havens shot him in self-defense.
But, Casey, since that Barker's fingerprints were found on that threatening note...
Well, that only builds my theory, Ethelbert.
Oh.
Sure, Barker was an experienced crook. He wouldn't have left incriminating prints on that note if he sent such a note. But if he was working for Havens... Havens could easily have gotten his prints on a blank sheet of paper and then have printed the note himself.
Ah, that is an angle.
Well, that's all it is. How about motive, Casey? Havens had nothing to gain by his wife's death. Her money is in a trust fund that he won't inherit. If he just lost his taste for her, well, divorce was simpler than murder and a lot less dangerous.
He wouldn't have dared to try divorcing her.
Why wouldn't he have dared?
Some of the toughest crooks in this town have a soft spot for Doris Havens because she'd helped so many of them. Helped them and their families. If it'd gotten around that Havens was giving her the double cross, he'd have had orders to lay off or else.
Well, we still haven't a motive.
I know. I can't figure why he'd want to get rid of her. I just feel that he did, that's all. Oh, nuts.
You know who Claudia Stafford is?
Well, who doesn't?
Claudia Stafford is the heiress who has over $10 million in her own name. Poor girl. What about her?
I was thinking her chauffeur comes in here occasional, and when he gets tight, he gets confidential with us bartenders. Well, the last time that happened, he told me that Claudia Stafford and Milt Haven was carrying a torch for one another.
Huh? What?
Yeah, he said they was meeting regular, Casey.
Why, Annie. Hmm? With Havens free to become that dame's husband.
Well, she has full control of her estate.
Well, there's his motive. The Stafford dough.
The same thought occurred to me while you was talking, Casey.
Well, so what? There's still no evidence that Haven was behind his wife's murder.
Got to get evidence, Anne. If he hired Barker for the job...
Captain Logan can check up on Barker. He may have said or done something.
The Consul have a tough time on that kind of checkup, and they may get nowhere. Barker was a crook and associated with crooks. They're the only people he'd spill anything to, and they won't help the cops.
No.
Wait a minute, though. A few of them might help me.
Fact Everett likes you, Casey. And you've done him some favors.
Yes, I was thinking of Fats Everett, Ann.
He's the gang boss of the west side where Mrs. Havens had her settlement house.
Yeah. I'm going over and have a talk with Fats Everett.
You've got quite an interesting theory about Mrs. Havens killing Casey.
Yeah, I thought you'd find it worth listening to, Fats. You knew Mrs. Havens, and you know her husband.
She was a swell woman.
Yes.
You spoken to the cops about your suspicions?
To keep the record straight, Fats, I've told Captain Logan what I've told you.
And?
He said there was only one chance in a million of proving up on my idea.
Mm-hmm. You didn't tell Logan or any other cop that you were going to talk to me?
No.
Okay. Now forget you've talked to me. I'll speak to some of the guys about this Barker Rod Hut. You'll hear from me later.
Thanks, Fats.
Think nothing of it, Casey.
Photography department, Casey speaking.
This is Everett.
Fats! It's been 2 weeks since I talked to you. You found out anything?
Some things take time, chum. Down to my joint. Want you to meet a guy. So long. Where's the next room, Casey? I want you to meet you in there.
You got it locked up, Fats?
Mm-hmm. That's him. Get up, Dopey.
You gonna let me out of here now, Mr. Everett, huh? You gonna...
Close your trap till you get told over.
Yeah, I will, Mr. Everett. Don't hit me again.
Now tell this guy what you told me.
Yeah, okay, Mr. Everett, okay. It's about Barker. We was in Sturdica, and we got sprung at the same time. And he was never saw at that mark.
Wait a minute. Barker told you that?
Yeah. I was his pal. And he told me how Havens was going to pay him $1,000 to knock off his wife. Barker got $100 of it in advance.
Which was all he got, except some slugs from Havens' gat.
And Barker bought Hooch with 100, and him and me, we got pie-eyed together. And that's when he told me about Havens and the job that he'd been hired to do. He wouldn't even tell a pal like me that unless we was full of red-eye like that.
Your theory was 100%, Casey.
How will you let me out of here, Mr. Everett? And will you give me a bottle of red-eye?
Sit down. Shut up.
Guy's an alcoholic, Fats.
He's everything that's crummy. He's even been in the bug house. But he was Barker's pal. I've checked.
Yeah. His testimony'd be worth a plug nickel in court. He's an ex-con. He's a rummy and a nut. He says Barker was drunk when he told him about Havens. Well, DA wouldn't even try for an indictment on the strength of his story.
He's the best I could do for you, Casey.
Yeah.
And I believe his story. I've checked.
Well, there's still no evidence against Havens. He's going to get away with what he's done.
He killed a swell woman.
Yeah, she was tops. She's dead, and he'll go on living better than he ever has before on Claudia Stafford's dole. Guess that old gal Justice is blind.
I try to think she is, Casey, for my own sake. But all guys like me are just a little bit afraid of her. Blind or not, she seems to get around. And to catch up with the fastest runners. We don't get away.
Well, Havens is getting away.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess you're right. You want to take this jerk to the cops, or shall I turn him loose?
Well, won't do any good, but I'll take him to the cops.
Now get him out of here, then.
All right, come on,
no,
you.
Don't take
come
me
on.
to the cops.
Shut up. So long, Casey. Be seeing you one of these days.
So the cops and the DA wouldn't do nothing about that ex-con story, huh, Casey?
There's nothing they could do, Ethelbert. Guy's worthless as a witness. It looks like Havens committed the perfect crime when he can't be punished for it.
Oh, I can't believe that.
Well, I'm watching it happen, Ann.
Hello, Casey.
What?
Evening, Miss Williams.
Oh,
Fats.
Everett.
Well, how are you, Ethelbert?
Fine. I don't see you in here very often, Mr. Everett.
Well, this isn't my part of town. Just happened to be up here on business when I remembered this Blue Note Cafe was your hangout, Casey, so I thought I'd drop in.
Anything on your mind, Fats?
Oh, nothing but a good time. There's a new night spot just opened in my district, and got a part interest in it. Thought you and Miss Williams might like to pay it a visit tonight as my guests.
Well, thanks, fellow. We just put the paper to bed, though, and I'm dead tired.
Oh, so am I. Another time, Mr. Everett.
A guy both of you know has reserved a table at my new club tonight. You two might pick up a story with pictures.
Who's the guy?
I'd rather save him for a surprise. Join me?
You, tipping us to something, Fats?
Maybe.
Aha, that's enough, Casey. Let's go.
My car's outside. You'll ride with me. There's my new nightclub, Miss Williams. We'll park here.
Now, wait a minute. Your joint's almost directly across the street from the 3rd Street Settlement House, Fats.
Yeah, Mrs. Havens' place.
Yeah. She did a lot of good in this neighborhood.
Well, come on, let's get out of this bus.
Wait a second now. Till I light a fresh cigar.
Oh, sure.
What time you got, Casey?
12:30. 12:29 to be exact.
Mm-hmm. That checks with my watch, so we both must be right. Just the shank of the evening. Let's go. Got your camera, Casey?
Yeah, sure, I got it.
I think you two will get a kick out of my new club. We're drawing some of the most important people in town, Casey.
Yeah, well, look, suppose you break down now and tell us who the guy is you spoke of.
Guy?
Yeah, the one we know who's reserved a table might be good for a story.
Oh. It's the mayor.
The mayor?
Oh. We're joining his party. You know his honor, Miss Williams. He's always good for a story.
And it won't hurt your new club if we run something about him being there.
That's right. We can use some free publicity.
Huh? Milt Havens just came out of that club.
Hey, oh, it's getting away.
I'm getting a picture of this. Fats, what's the guy?
I'm sorry I bumped your arm, Casey.
I would have gotten a picture of that murder car, Fats, if you hadn't
the
bumped my
car's
arm.
gone now. It's around the corner.
Never mind the car. Let's have a look at Havens.
Hurry. Dead, Casey. Bullet's almost cutting him, too.
Here's the picture you really wanted, Casey. The dead body of a rat.
I'll take it, Fats. Huh. You brought me down here to take pictures of the mayor.
We'll join the crowd at the Blue Note in just a moment. No deposit, no return. Get it, friends? Those 4 words, no deposit, no return, are sweeping the United States like wildfire. They mean that you can now buy your favorite brand of beer and ale in a new kind of glass bottle. A lightweight, compact glass bottle that requires no deposit and never has to be returned to the store. So say goodbye to beer bottle bookkeeping, to empties piling up on the corner waiting to be hauled back to the store. Yes, indeed. The new Anchor Glass one-way, no-deposit bottles can be discarded just as any other food container after you've used the contents. And they're light to carry home, take up less space in your refrigerator. Now, you, of course, prefer your beer and ale in clean, sanitary glass. Americans have for more than 100 years. So demand your favorite brand of beer or ale in the sparkling new Anchor Glass one-way, no-deposit bottle. Product of Anchor Hocking. The most famous name in glass.
You think Fats Everett arranged for Havens' execution, Casey?
I don't know, Ethelbert. I don't know. It's possible that he'd fix things so Havens would be called out of that joint on some pretext at 12:30 exactly. Fats gorillas were in that car waiting for him.
Well, we can't prove that, Casey.
No, Annie, there's no evidence. We can't prove it. I've told the cops everything I know, but Fats covered every angle just like Havens did. He didn't even lie to us about the mayor. His honor was in that club.
Fats Everett thought Mrs. Havens was a fine woman.
Yeah, but even so, Fats was entirely wrong if he took the law into his own hands.
I guess that old gal Justice will get him, too, in the end.
That's right. She never fails. That bandage on her eye is just a gag.
You didn't think that a few days ago.
No, well, I've had good reason to change my mind.
You never can tell about women.
What? Women?
Justice is supposed to be, ain't she? A woman?
Oh.
Well, it's getting harder to tell about 'em all the time. Especially with this here new look. It ain't justice, Casey. Why, if them skirts get much longer, us men might as well be blind.
Annie, I think we're approaching a change of subject.
I can see that. Enjoy yourselves, gentlemen. Good night.
Crime Photographer, starring Stotts Cotsworth as Casey, is written by Alonzo Dean Cole. It is brought to you each Thursday by the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, makers of Fire King Oven Glass. Anchor glass containers, Anchor caps and closures. All products of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass. Photographer is directed by John Dietz and is based on the fictional character of Flash Gun Casey, created by George Harmon Cox. Original music is by Archie Blyer, and the program features Miss Jan Miner as Anne and John Gibson as Ethelbert. Herman Tittison is the Blue Note pianist. Crime Photographer, under a new sponsorship, will be brought to you next week, same time, same station. Be sure to listen in. And friends, this completes the current series of Crime Photographer programs under the sponsorship of the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation. Our thanks to you listeners for your local support and to all those who have had a part in making these programs so interesting and exciting. This is Tony Marvin saying good night for the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, with offices in all principal cities of the United States and Canada. This is KIBM Columbia Broadcasting System.
So I've got some friends, but they're screwed all over.
Well, see, that's the situation. We have no facilities to care for you here, so you have to go back over there.
This is police headquarters.
And she told me if you don't stay home, I'll kill you, and that's what I don't want to hear. But I tell you this.
And this is Don Reed, a police recorder.
I don't know what
Right now, you're in the interrogation room. Sitting here, an elderly woman that's lost. Doesn't want to go home.
Down here to the station.
You're going to follow the activities of Sergeant Perkins and his partner, Officer Paul Good, in Detective Unit 5-6 tonight. And while you're with us, remember, the people you meet are not actors. This is it. This is real. This is Night Watch.
My daughter's there now. She's scared to death of her. And when I go to bed at night, I sit up, that's what I do. She says, why don't you go to bed and stop sitting up? Oh, I says, I'm just getting rested.
How old is your sister? How old is your sister?
She's 2 years younger than I am, and I'll be 80 pretty soon, but I guess it's 79. 78, but I don't know exactly. I'll have to figure it up someday. But I don't feel old. I can do a lot of work. But she's always so kind of tired.
Well, we certainly hope you can patch up your differences.
What?
We certainly hope you can patch up your differences.
Well, but I don't want to go there alone. I want one of you to come in and stay.
We'll go there with you. We'll make sure that you get there.
You want to go now?
Well, it seems she isn't lost after all. So, let's take her home and get this thing squared away.
Night Watch. The actual on-the-scene report of your police force in action. There are no actors,
There is no script. Every voice, every sound is authentic. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. Night Watch, presented with the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, W.N. Hildebrand, Chief. And now we switch you to Detective Unit 5-6, already on assignment in the field, and to Police Recorder Don Reed.
You want to handle this, Paul? I'm going to see if I can contact Sergeant Ward and see if he wants to assist on a robbery suspect.
Arriving now at the elderly woman's home. Apparently her sister waiting on the porch for us.
You want to wait in the car, man, while the officers talk to your sister? 601. You contact Sergeant Ward and see if he wants to assist.
Up the walk, informing the sister that we have the lost young lady in the car.
Hello. Say, do you have a sister?
We've been riding around here.
She contacted the beat officer over here in the center. And seems she was having some trouble, or you two had a misunderstanding, is that it?
I tell you, she lives here with me. We've been here 3 years, and she just went haywire, her mind, the last 10 days.
I see.
So I've watched her pretty close all day, and she didn't get away from me, but she has got away from me before, and I've found her.
I see. She doesn't want to come back. That's the whole trouble.
That's it. She's been trying to get away from here.
Yes.
See? And we've had her to the doctor the middle of the week, and we had a doctor call. So we're just waiting for the doctor's report and plans, my daughters and I, to see what we're going to do with her.
Mm-hmm.
Whether we take her to a home or have someone come here and look after her, because I can't.
I understand.
What does she say if the reason she was away? Did she tell you? She's not here, you know that.
Oh, she blamed you and told her to get out and all kinds of...
Oh, my Lord. Here, I'm just breaking my neck. She tells me that she's going to kill her. Chauffeur, and I don't know what all. Yeah. You know, they do that, have hallucinations. She tells that to everybody she meets.
The sooner she'd put in a...
Well, we're to the doctor Wednesday. And
Officer Paul Good motioning out to the car to bring the young lady in. Let's go ahead and give her a hand.
Watch your step, man.
There we go.
We had her in jail. No.
Bad girl. How come? Well, how come? You run away, that's why. Well, I have to get out of the car. Well, here's all these policemen. They're going down here.
Okay. There. Okay?
Yes, it's all right.
Fine.
You can sit down if you want.
Well, that's all. We can't stay there all.
Did you decide to come home to sleep? Sleep? Uh-huh. Well, I didn't know whether I would sleep or not. Why? Well, the case is closed for the time being. It'll probably reopen again.
Well, we certainly hope things straighten themselves out here because...
And she thinks you're the end for policeman. That leather.
Yeah, that's good leather.
He's a nice policeman, don't you think he looks nice?
Yes.
And I said, no, you're
Don't give him any more trouble. They got other things to do, you know, something more important.
Oh, that's all right. She gets lost. We'll come and find her again. You'll be good now. We'll see you.
Yes.
We'll stay here.
When you come again.
Oh, we'll try and get by in the next couple of days.
Back to our radio unit.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
651 on traffic accident in Washington. 5-6, come in.
5-6, go ahead.
Control 1 to 5-6. We have just contacted Sergeant Ward. They have the robbery suspect in custody and are en route to the station. If you are clear, will you meet them there?
5-6, Roger. We're clear. And into the station.
1 to 5-6, 10-4.
Well, we got our young lady home again. What's the deal on this robbery suspect, Perk?
Do you remember the 2 liquor stores that were held up last Friday night on Washington Boulevard?
Yeah.
Ward got a tip earlier today, and he and Walter have been staking out. Finally picked up the suspect and taken him into the station now for questioning.
That's funny. You know, last week we took the report from the 2 victims. You know, how he stuck a gun in their ribs and all that. Sure be interesting to see how tough he is now that he hasn't got that gun.
Chair there. My partner Waller. First time radio.
All right, let's see.
What kind of car?
The suspect.
38.
Charged. Armed robbery. Tall. Sallow complexion.
Didn't make any noise or anything like that.
Dressed in Levi's.
Had a witness over there that heard a car in the alley with a bad muffler, and we thought that was you rascals.
No.
You guys have been busier than Bird Dog.
Yeah, I'm too busy.
When did you get out of the deal in Texas?
June 28th.
You haven't been out very long, have you?
No, it's not 90 days yet.
Well, I tell you what, we wanted to get the deal in Culver City straightened out, or the two deals in Culver City. Or maybe three deals. You don't know that.
Well, boy pulled me up in the alley. I got out of the car, and I walked down the alley. First, I didn't walk up the alley. Behind the place, right behind it, directly across the alley, was a light on a window. And I didn't know for sure if someone was up. Or where someone was just left their light on or not. I didn't see a car parked there, so I figured, well, I'll check that window first to make sure. So I walked to the window, the curtain was down, and it looked all right. See, I couldn't see anyone looking out the window. Mm-hmm. So I looked up and down that back alley, and I didn't see anyone in the alley. So I walked to this little alleyway there, the little thing that goes up to the storeroom door. I think it was a storeroom. I'm pretty sure it was, because there was all kinds of different assortments of whiskey and stuff stacked in there. And I had to step lightly, to keep me stumbling over some of the stuff. I didn't want to disturb the man in there, because I figured if you did hear me, well, I think I'd never get there. And he was sitting with his back to me. I think maybe he was reading. And I told him that when he turned around, not to move. I wasn't going to hurt him. All I wanted to do was open the cash register. He opened the cash register, and he started handing the money out. And I told him to go lay down, and he did. And I put the rest of the money in my pocket and come back out the same way. I told him to lay down until I got out of the store. That's all there was to it.
How much money did you get out of that job?
Well, I couldn't tell you the exact figures, but I figure, just an estimate right now, about around 160, 165, something like that.
Well, that must have been just about one of your top jobs, then.
That was about it, I imagine.
Now, this other job in Culver City is down on Washington Boulevard, where both you and your buddy went in.
Oh, yeah.
And the fellow in the store was...
Two people in there.
Two people
in
there. Yeah, you remember that deal?
I remember that.
Now, what happened on that deal?
Well, sitting on the corner, isn't it? Right on the corner. I believe there's a stop, not a stop light, but a stop sign on the cross street going across this main boulevard. Mm-hmm. We pulled on the main street that the liquor store is on. We come down it and made a left on the side street right by the liquor store and pulled around to the left and stopped. And, we both got out of the car, left the car running. Went in the liquor store. The oldest fellow was in the front. The younger fellow was in the back in the storeroom. And I told the older fellow to stand behind the counter, and not move.
Did you see the younger fellow in the storeroom?
Yes, I just kept walking after I told the older fellow, stand behind the counter and not move. Then I walked straight on through, because the other boy was right behind me, see. He walked right over with the old fellow and told him to open the cash register. And I just kept walking right straight on through behind the counter, back to the younger fellow and told him to lay down. And he did. He laid down back there by the, the boxes that were stacked up. And as soon as the other boy told me that he had the money, why, I told the older fellow to come back there too. And he came back, come right by me, and I told him to lay down by the box. And that was all there was. No bad words used, no threats, nothing. They laid down without any trouble.
Did your buddy have a gun on that deal?
No, sir. We never had but one, sir.
Just one gun?
Yes, sir. We went in there because there was two of them, and,
You knew there was two?
Yes, so we saw them, see. We saw one working from the back and the one standing in front, the older fellow.
Well, did you case that job at all?
No. Just for maybe
First time you've ever been in a
2 or 3 minutes that we sat there, and figured out where they were in there, As far as looking the place over the vicinity, no, sir. In fact, if I'd ever been there before, I didn't know it.
How do you feel about the fact that you had spent time in prison for robbery? How does it happen that you would go back into that particular line of work, shall we say?
Well, not having any money, for one thing, and not being able to get a job, you could say that. Of course, that's not enough excuse for a man to do something like that, and I realize that, too. I know that there's always a way if you try hard enough, I guess, but I was a little disgusted, and I was having a few other difficulties, too, at the time. Maybe I'm a little nutty to go with it. I don't know. A man must be to do those kind of things, so I'm reason I can go for it.
You're married.
Yes, sir.
Was that gun loaded on all the jobs that you pulled? How many jobs do you figure you and your partner pulled altogether?
Well, best we can remember, about 10, I think. 8 or 10, something like that. We could have missed one. I'm not sure, But anything I've done, I won't straighten it now. I don't have to straighten it up some other time.
How's your wife feel about it?
She's hurt, naturally. And there's nothing you can say to a person when it's like that. Not right. What could you say, Anything you say is phony. 27 years old, and I've been locked up since I was 17. Something like that. Exceptions are too much.
How many terms did you do in the state pen in Texas?
2, really.
See here, they just go by your adult priors. And that would just be 1. See, in Texas, they send them to the state pen pretty young.
That's 17. Well, you hear this every day, probably, from everybody that you pick up, I know you do. I've heard it in jail houses all my life. I've learned my lesson. This is it, and I don't ever intend to do this no more and all that. But I've got a feeling I have had. I wouldn't say this or that for sure, but I really believe that, there's something about this place I like, I'd really like to be free here. And I believe if I get out and if I get a break and get the right thing, and people have been nice to me as I have already, I don't see I can keep them there, right? I really believe that. Of course, I'll just talk. Now, a man has to prove himself, and I know that. I know you pay always to a certain extent for something like this, and I realize that, too. I know you've got to try to get help. If you don't want help, then no one will give you.
That's right.
Well, if you show that you're willing to accept help and try to do what's right, chances are you'll get a very good break.
Well, we hope you come out of it all right every week, Phil.
Thanks so much. Let's cooperate.
I was right, Bert.
What's that?
This guy isn't very tough without a gun.
Sergeant Perkins? Yeah.
Sergeant Dirk has a trouble call with 2319 Benton. He said you've handled the case down there 2 or 3 times before, and he wants to know if you'll meet him.
Okay, I'll radio him. We'll be there in a few minutes.
What's up?
Got a trouble call. Let's go.
Okay.
You are listening to Night Watch and following the activities of Detective Unit 5-6 on its tour of duty. Remember, the people and sounds you are hearing are real, and the investigations are recorded in the field as they actually occur. We'll bring you the final results of tonight's action at the conclusion of Night Watch. It's not very likely that you'd choose a crowded subway or bus as the place to figure out your income tax. All the elements needed for thoughtful concentration are lacking. It's quite possible, however, that your child is trying to learn arithmetic under conditions just as adverse, in an overcrowded classroom with an overworked teacher. To make sure he doesn't battle such impossible odds in the vital business of learning the 3 R's, Join with other parents in your community to see to it that your school is well equipped, well staffed, and big enough for its big job. And now we switch you back to Detective Unit 5-6, somewhere in the field, and police recorder Don Reed.
Arriving on the scene at this trouble call is a uniformed car parked out in front. Sergeant Dirks talking to a woman on the porch. His partner, Arch Cameron, coming over to talk to us.
What's up, Arch? Sergeant Dirks and I got a call down here. This man and his wife got in an argument. He hit her in the eye. Sergeant Dirks suggested we call you down here because you've handled this case before.
Yeah, I remember last time I was down here, she hit him over the head with a frying pan, and one hit the other with a beer bottle.
They've both been drinking.
They won't sign a complaint, though. They haven't before. Let's go and see what we can do on this one.
Okay.
Wife standing on the porch, leaning on railing to keep from falling over. Just a kimono on, hair up in curlers, one eye swollen shut, gripping a frying pan.
Look what he did to me. Well, what am I supposed to do now?
Where is he?
He's in there, and I'm afraid to go in. Where am I going to go?
He's going to go. He has a habit of jumping on windows.
This means a separation, you know.
Sergeant Dirks is helping her into the house.
Just take him for the night. I don't care what you do with him, but don't let him take the car keys. It's my car now.
Has been stretched out on the divan, smoking a big black cigar. A little puppy crowding under the chair.
What you did? You want to look pretty? Look at this. I suppose you didn't do that. I did it to myself.
What happened?
Husband flicking cigar ashes on the rug.
Well, what'd you do tonight? Just about that. Nothing. Well, go on, tell me. Well, we came home. Nothing happened.
Because I wouldn't come out and cook him dinner. I went to bed, see, on the bed, and he did this to me. Take him in, please.
In the light,
And give me a chance.
it's beginning to change color.
Go with you. I mean, this time, you're
wait a
going.
minute, Em.
Yes, you're going. You are not going to break my face up anymore. Yeah. He put on a pretty act. I saw that. I ran in and got this.
That frying pan. Not a
You
little
struck your wife?
heavy iron.
What happened? How did you get that bruise? Nothing.
You're a dirty, rotten liar. You did it with your fist. I don't do this to myself.
The officer asked a question, and I said no.
You're lying, though.
I'm not left-handed.
Not left-handed. That's what you said before when you blacked my eye. Please take him. Take him someplace.
Did you,
He did it. You know he did it. You know he did it. He did it. I wouldn't do this to myself. None of you.
In your condition, you could fall and do that yourself anytime. You've been drinking as much as he did.
This is the third time around with this couple. Both are too intoxicated to sign a
You
complaint.
know that he hit me with...
Did you see that happen?
She got mad at me, and there was nothing happened, and I was sitting in the chair, and when she took off out the door and said she was going to call the officers, and me put in...
What do you mean call the officers? I didn't have anything on but a torn pair of pajamas when you hit me and I ran out. I finally came back and I peeked through the window and I saw you sitting here and went in and got the robe and this.
Well, I'll talk to the officers when you...
And I called the next door neighbor. Ask her if you don't believe it. You're lying.
If the officers have any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
He's lying.
Yeah, how did she get that bruise on her cheek?
That I wouldn't... No.
Did you have a scuffle?
No.
You had an argument?
No scuffle,
Nothing.
no argument.
He just came in on the bed and
I don't want
me
any
in the eye
argument.
just like he did. Like,
I could overdose.
tell the truth. And you came in and hit me with your fist because I wouldn't get up and cook. I told you I wasn't going to. And you hit me with your fist.
Sorry, I'm not left-handed.
Oh, don't pull that stuff again. My face is hurting. You hit me. I don't care if you are married to me. Get out. He just got out of jail now. 2 weeks ago. He's been in there a month and a half. 45 days. He just got out. But he doesn't have to beat me up, because he's honoring the world. I'm just afraid to stay here with him. That's all. I'm awfully afraid. Make him feel someplace.
Do you have anybody you can stay with tonight? By going away on a bus or a taxi?
I've got a little puppy dog in here that he kicked.
Get your coat down. Well, I advise you, too, that I don't see you back here tonight.
No, that's perfectly all right with me.
I'll tell you something.
He'll come back and beat me up. You watch.
You're in no position to file a complaint against anybody. You're not sober enough to know what's right and what's wrong. You've been drinking too much to stand around and argue with your wife. And I'll tell you something else. If we get many more complaints and
come back to the other side.
But you're mistreating your wife, we're going to file on you for felony wife beating.
Just take him out for tonight, that's all. I've got a little puppy dog that he kicked tonight with his feet.
You can't go along, you better get separated.
Fuji, come on.
And tonight I would advise you to go ahead and put on
maybe he killed him.
a place to spend the night.
But he kicked him with his shoe. His big shoe,
Kicked the dog?
Kicked the dog.
Don't forget, I've gone to court with you too a couple of times. He comes back.
Wait a minute, before he goes, make him leave me some money here. Let me a dime. What'd you leave me? $2? You give me some money. He's got $40. Your bill full. That's right. Leave me the 10. You only need 3 to get a room.
You want the bill full too?
He'll come back and try to beat me up.
You just lock all the doors and windows.
For what?
Officers assisting husband to the uniform car.
If it's okay with Sergeant Dirks, why don't you drop him off at a motel?
Okay, Burke, will do. History repeats itself.
Yeah. Remember the last time we took him to a motel?
Yeah. She didn't remember they had an argument and accused him of staying out all night.
What you have just heard is real. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. For their disposition, we return you to Police Headquarters and Chief W.N. Hildebrand.
The first case of the elderly woman that was lost, other than returning her home, no other police action was necessary. The second investigation, in which the suspect was arrested and questioned regarding his part in a holdup, resulted in his confession in court, where he was found guilty. The penalty for armed robbery is 5 years to life in the state prison. The final case of the husband and wife involved in a fight left the officers with no choice than to separate the pair. The case was entered into the records as advised. Earlier this week, a mother brought her teenage son into our juvenile bureau, where he volunteered the information that certain boys at his school had purchased several marijuana cigarettes from a suspect that drove up each afternoon. Now, this young teenager told the officers he had little knowledge of this narcotic, but he had followed 2 narcotics investigations while listening to Night Watch. From that information, he had learned briefly what the 2 narcotics looked like, how it is usually obtained from a pusher, and he learned the danger of using this drug. Armed with this information, our officers immediately moved in for the arrest. If we can reach just a few, especially teenagers, then we have a reason for Night Watch.
Thank you, Chief Hildebrand. You have been following the on-the-scene reports of your police force in action. Every voice, every sound has been real. Night Watch, brought to you through the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, is produced by Sterling Tracy and Jim Hedlock, with technical advice by Sergeant Ron Perkins, and described in the field by Police Recorder Don Reed.
Blonde mink, Daddy. It's got to be blonde.
Or you don't want it?
Well, now, Ricky, let's not go to extremes. But you did promise it to me, didn't you, Daddy?
Yeah, sure. And if everything works out, you'll get it. Blonde, to match your hair.
In that case, my hair stays the color it is. How'd you like me a redhead, Daddy?
Who knows? I want to know where Harry is. Sent him out an hour ago.
Should think you'd want to be alone with me. There are lots of men
Look, baby, go run away someplace and hide till I look for you. I got a big deal cooking, the biggest thing I ever tried to do. I don't think too good with a dame on my mind or on my lap. Get off.
Well, I like that.
You got me smelling like a beauty parlor.
Boss, I got to talk to you.
I've been waiting for you, Harry. Come on in. Goodbye, baby.
Far be it from me to interrupt an important business conference.
Goodbye, baby.
Okay, Ricky, I'm going. That mink, Daddy. Just make sure it's blonde, will you?
Well, Harry, what is it? What goes on?
Boss, that extortion we got with Peter White is off. He's hot as a two-bit pistol.
I'm listening.
I just trailed the guy White like you told me to. You wanted to know everything he did today. Okay, so there I am trailing him, and where do you think he goes?
How would I know?
He goes right to the office of Philo Vance, that's where.
Philo Vance, the private investigator?
Well, there couldn't be two guys with that name. And Vance is one guy I don't want to mess with. He's too smart, boss. You know that.
Sure, he's smart, Harry. But I've had this racket planned for too long to let any one guy spoil it. We're going through with it, Vance or no Vance.
Well, if this guy White has hired Vance, you still think you can put the heat on him?
That's right. That's what I think.
Oh, but, boss, we're putting our head in a sling. We can't grab Peter White with Vance around.
That's just the point, Harry. You and I will see that Vance isn't around.
Now, look, Ricky, I work for you, but hiding in back of these bushes with no idea of why ain't my idea of fun. Tell me what this is all about.
Just as soon you saw, Harry. You sure this is Vance's house?
This is Vance's house. He ain't home. He's due back here any minute. What goes on, Ricky?
We don't want him around when we get that dough from Peter White, do we?
No.
We're going to do that later tonight, but we're just going to make sure Vance won't interfere. We're going to kidnap him first.
Oh, boy.
It guarantees our operating without interference, Harry. We got to do it.
Well, is it all right with you if I say I don't like it?
Say whatever you... Hey, there's a car pulling up.
Yeah, and that's Vance in it.
Well, that's Vance getting out of it. You ready, Harry?
My gun is, if that's what you mean.
That's what I mean, all right. Okay, this is it. Hold it, Vance.
There's the... Well, good evening. Aren't you two a little out of your territory? Guns and handkerchiefs over faces belong exclusively in Western movies, don't they?
Maybe. Maybe we're looking for a screen test. Okay, Harry, the blindfold.
Right.
Perhaps I'm only a disinterested party in this endeavor, but I might like to know what's going on regardless.
Yeah, I got the blindfold on, boss.
It's a gag, Harry.
Really? Now, let's stop this melodramatic...
That's enough.
Now, Vance, you're entitled to know this much.
Hmm?
We're going to stuff cotton in your ears so you can't see anything, you can't hear anything, and you can't do any talking. Then we're driving you somewhere. Only you won't have any idea where. And we're holding you overnight.
And in the morning we let you go with no harm done.
Nod your head if you follow us.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine. Let's walk back to your car, Vance. You'll never know where you're being taken, so you'll never be able to track us down. But you won't be hurt, so if you're as smart as people say, you won't try to find out who we are. Harry, you drive. Only don't go over 30.
All right.
Let's not get any speed cop on your trail. You know where to go.
Yeah, sure, boss. Let me squeeze in there first.
Now, you, Vance. Go on in. That's being smart. Now, me. And now let's go, Harry.
Sure.
You see, Harry? No trouble. No trouble at all. Pull it up to the curb right here, eh?
Yeah.
I'll get the cotton out of Vance's ears.
Okay. Yeah.
Good. Now, Vance, listen. We're leaving the blindfold on, but I'm jamming your hand over your eyes like this. Now I'll remove the gag.
I imagine we might be seen by people, and that's the reason you're doing this.
You've got a good imagination.
Thank you. What happens after we get wherever it is you're taking me?
We're there now. You stay here overnight, and in the morning we'll let you go. But first we'll bandage your eyes, and in fact your whole head, and take you out of here in a private ambulance. After we dump you, you'll have no idea of where you've been. Believe me, you won't.
Very well, if you say so. Under the conditions you've outlined, I can't see how I could very well know where I've been. Now, could I?
Boss, I don't like the way he said that. This Vance is too smart. I told you he was.
I guess he thinks so, too. Well, you'll have all night to figure out how smart he really is.
Hello, Philo Vance's office.
Hello, Vance come in yet? This is Markham.
Oh, hello, Mr. Markham. No, we haven't heard from him. His secretary, Miss Deering, has gone up to his apartment to see what she might find out there.
It's quite urgent. I talked to him. You know, this isn't like Vance.
Oh, no, sir, it's not. I'll have him phone you the minute... Oh, he's here now, Mr. Markham. Just a minute.
Markham on the phone for me. I'll take it in my private office.
Just a minute, please, Mr. Markham. Mr. Vance will pick up the call.
I've got it, Miss Anderson.
All right, Mr. Vance.
Hello, Markham.
Vance, where have you been? This is the third time I've tried to reach you this morning.
Well, I had a rather unusual experience last night, Markham. I was kidnapped, but I don't know why or by whom.
Kidnapped?
Don't let it concern you. I've been released, and I'm completely unharmed, except for the fact that I haven't slept. I'll tell you all about it when I see you. Why have you been trying to get me?
Well, there's been another murder, Vance. Peter White was killed. Do you know him?
No, he was in my office yesterday, but I was out. I spoke to him on the telephone, though. He told me that he'd been threatened by extortionists. I advised him to go to the police.
Well, he never did. And it's too bad he didn't, because there was a terrible struggle at his house sometime after midnight, and he's dead.
Any clues, Markham?
None of any importance. We know he drew $100,000 in cash from the bank yesterday, and that's gone. And we picked up his brother, who claims not to have seen the dead man in years. But that's all.
That might be enough.
You've had a tough night, Vance, but are you too tired to meet me at Mr. White's house?
There's been a murder, hasn't there, Markham? Believe me, I'm not a bit tired now. But I've another stop to make first.
Let me understand something, Mr. White. You and your brother hadn't been speaking for a number of years.
That's right, Mr. Markham. He made money, and I didn't. 10 years ago, we had a bust-up. That's it.
I see. When were you last here in your brother's house?
I've never been here until this morning. Wouldn't be here now, except the police found where I live and got me here. Who gets my brother's money? He had a lot, you know.
We don't know yet. His secretary's gone to his lawyers for the will. You'll know soon enough.
He probably left her everything. He was always silly for a skirt ever since he was a kid. Bet you that Miss Collins gets plenty from him.
Perhaps. But I'd like to know who got him.
Well, Daddy, I'm here. You said to come early today and you'd surprise me.
I'll surprise you, all right.
Blonde mink surprise, Ricky?
Maybe later on, baby, but not now. I'm waiting for Harry to show up, and he's late now.
When he comes, do I get the mink?
Could be.
Oh, Daddy, you're wonderful.
What you mean is I'll be wonderful when Harry gets here. If he gets here. I may be getting double-crossed.
What happens then?
You know what mink coats are made of? Little pieces.
Sure.
That's the way they're going to find Harry if he crosses me.
Hello, Philo Philo Vance's office.
This is Mr. Vance, Miss Henderson.
Oh, yes, sir.
Miss Henderson, do you know where to reach Mr. Markham?
I could try his office, sir.
Well, I just tried, and he's not there. He's not at the home of the late Mr. White, either. In the event that he calls in, ask him to do me a favor, will you?
Oh, of course, Mr. Vance. What is it?
Ask him to find out what business the dead man was in. I've been checking all over town, and nobody has any idea how he accumulated all his money.
You were a little late, Harry, but you brought the dough, so it doesn't matter.
Well, I overslept. Tough night last night, Ricky. But I brought $50,000 worth of doesn't matter, huh?
That you did. Did a good job of cooping Vance up all night, didn't we?
Oh, sure did. And when I dumped him this morning, he didn't have no idea of where he was or where he'd been. We kept him out of the way good, all right.
I kept him out of the way all night while you went to collect from old man White. Well, let's split up this dough.
Yeah.
Here you are. 20,000 for you, 30,000 for me.
What?
There we are.
Hey, wait a minute. What's the matter with 50-50? That's what we were supposed to split.
You weren't supposed to kill Peter White, but you did. You do something you're not supposed to do, I do something I'm not supposed to do.
Oh, but, boss,
Well, apparently I'm here just in time.
Boss, it's Vance. Only it can't be. He never could have...
Shut up, Harry. Vance, this is ridiculous. We had your eyes taped up. You couldn't possibly have known where we took you last night.
Which is the reason you thought nothing of renting the room under your own name. That's how I traced you here.
Hey, boss, you were so sure he wouldn't know where we were hiding out.
How did you find us, Vance? What do you want?
Never mind how I got up here, my friend. But you are entitled to know what I want. I want to break even on this case. You two held a gun on me last night and took me where you wanted me to go. I'm doing the same with you.
You don't have to, you know, Vance. There's an awful lot of money here on the table. Part of it's yours, if you walk out of here right now.
Sorry, I like it here. How much is there?
$50,000.
Was that all? Where's the other $50,000?
What other 50?
Well, I know for a fact that Peter White drew $100,000 out of the bank yesterday.
What?
I imagine it was to pay you two, wasn't it?
$100,000, Harry.
Now, don't believe him, boss. He's trying to make us battle. I didn't get no 100 G's. All I got is on the table.
All you have to do is call the bank and find out how much White withdrew, you know.
I know, and you'd be a sap to come up here with that kind of story if it wasn't true. The other $50,000, Harry?
There wasn't any, boss. Honest, there wasn't. This was all he gave me.
You little
no.
Holding out $50,000 on me, was he? Thanks for letting me take that poker then, Vance. He raided it. Holding out on me and knocking off the old guy. That wasn't part of this. You got to know that, Vance.
Do I?
Yes.
Apparently there are a lot of things I have to know. And I'm not satisfied I know them all yet.
Look, Vance, I'm no chump. You've got us both. So how you found out where we took you last night, so you could trace us here, I don't know. But that guy White was MG. You know where he got his dough?
No, but the district attorney will be delighted to find out.
I'll save him trouble. White was a racket king, Vance. He backed tough guys who wanted to set up gambling joints. The talk I hear is that he crossed the last guy and was on the spot.
Now you're trying to tell me that a racketeer killed White.
I'm not telling you anything. Chances are this punk Harry killed him. I don't know. I'm giving you information, and I'm trying to make a deal.
You're wasting your time. Pick up your friend Harry, and we'll get going to police headquarters.
Okay, Vance, but... Well, this is different.
What is?
Well, there happens to be a very good friend of mine in back of you right now, Vance. A friend with a gun.
It's quite possible. I thought I heard a door open a minute ago.
That really earns me my mink coat, Ricky.
You were a lifesaver, baby. You sure let Vance have it.
Did I kill him?
No, he'll be asleep, though, for a long time. Come on, let's blow this place.
Suits me. But how about that mink coat, Ricky?
I'll buy you 2 of them, baby, after this. 2 of them, so you can keep real warm.
Okay. The second one isn't to keep me warm. It's to keep me quiet.
This is District Attorney Markham. The White murder case opened when Peter White was found dead. His murder undoubtedly the work of extortionists whom he feared. While White was being killed, Philo Vance was kidnapped but released in time to start on a mission which resulted in a telephone call to me a few minutes ago. Apparently, Vance was hit on the head while tracking down his own kidnappers, and when he recovered, it was to find that one of them, named Harry, was unconscious on the floor beside him. He has brought Harry to headquarters, telephoned me, and I am about to meet Vance in the prison corridor right now. As soon as I get through this door,
Vance. Hello, Markham. Glad to see you.
I'm delighted to see you. I've got so much to ask you and to tell you.
Ask first, if you like, and then we'll go see this Harry I brought here.
What I want to know is how you ever found the men who kidnapped you. You were blindfolded and shoved in a car, and yet you knew where you'd been taken.
Yes, I did. Fortunately for me, the car went straight south. I knew it was going 30 miles an hour, and I knew it stopped exactly 5 times for traffic lights. I drove my car at 30 miles per hour, and after I'd stopped for 5 traffic lights, I knew I was in the general vicinity of the place where I was held.
Did you see anything familiar that might have helped you?
Yes, I saw a hotel, and I was brought up in an elevator the night I was kidnapped. During that elevator ride, I counted the seconds from the ground floor to where we stopped. I duplicated that procedure at this hotel and came to the 9th floor.
But the room, Vance, how did you find the room they held you in?
My sense of direction after I got off the elevator. I found the right room, Markham. I knew I was right because I'd scratched the woodwork while I was being held there. I found the scratch, found who rented the room, and arrived at the office of a man named Ricky.
Vance, you continue to amaze me. Honestly, you do. The rest you told me on the telephone, so I know how you got here. Now, let me tell you what I know.
Please do.
The dead man's brother doesn't expect to get a dime from the murder victim. He thinks all the money and property will go to White's secretary, a girl he called Miss Collins.
That's all?
Yes, I guess so.
What does this Collins girl look like?
I don't know. I've never seen her. Sergeant Heath questioned her before I got to White's house this morning, before they brought in White's brother, too, as a matter of fact.
I see. Well, let's go talk to this Harry individual, Markham. He's in the second cell right over here.
I'm with you, Vance. This cell, eh?
This cell, and that is Harry. Harry, do you feel like answering some questions?
What kind of questions?
You and Ricky were trying to extort money from Mr. White, correct?
What do you mean, trying? We did it.
And killed Mr. White in so doing.
Now, look, once and for all, let's stop that killing talk. I didn't kill nobody. I got the dough from the old guy, and I scrammed. He was alive when I left him.
Oh, of course.
Now, look, you, whoever you are, I said I left him alive. Remember that. Ricky didn't believe me either. That's why he poked me one. It's still sore.
Ricky ran out on you, you know, Harry.
Yeah.
Left you on the floor unconscious so I could bring you here.
Don't I know it? And ain't I sore about that, too?
Angry enough to tell me where I might pick him up?
That I wouldn't know. All I do know is that he promised to buy his gal a mink coat. And Baby ain't the kind of gal you say you'll do things for and then don't do it.
Baby?
That's right. She's the dame that tipped us off to old man White. She worked with us on account of she was sweet on Ricky, and he promised to buy her a fur coat at Bixby's.
We don't have very much there to go on, do we, Vance?
No, but it may be enough. Markham, would you let me borrow Sergeant Heath for a while, please?
I'm sure he'll be anxious to cooperate, Vance. What do you want him to do?
I want you to go back to Mr. White's house while Heath and I go on a shopping tour.
Well, come on, Ricky, darling. I'm all ready.
It's about time you got here. We've got to move fast. The longer I stay in this town, the hotter it is for me.
And the colder it might be for me. A mink coat, remember?
Baby, I've been thinking.
What about, Daddy?
Well, Harry was awful sure he only collected $50,000 from old man White. We know he drew $100,000 from the bank. What happened to the other 50 G's?
Why ask me, Daddy? Oh, come on, let's go buy that coat you promised.
Baby, maybe Harry was telling the truth. Maybe he didn't kill old man White. Maybe you did. And grabbed the other $50,000 for yourself.
Rick.
Don't Ricky me. You could have done it. You planned this White thing with us. You knew the score every step of the way. Talk, baby. Did you kill White?
Now, Daddy, you know better than to
Story.
think that
Did you do it? Did you?
Daddy, please, you know I wouldn't do anything like that to you.
You knocked out the guy and kept the other $50,000, didn't you? Didn't you?
Oh, Daddy, Ricky, please. How could I cross you? You know I wouldn't. Ricky, darling, hit me again if you want to, but you gotta believe me.
Okay. Now we gotta blow out of here. Everything looks all right, but I've got a feeling. Come on, let's go.
Sure, Ricky, like you say, let's go. But let's get that mink coat first, okay?
Baby, you've been looking at mink coats for an hour. Make up your mind. I want to get out of this store and out of town fast.
Daddy, darling, you just don't walk in and buy a fur coat just like that. You gotta look at it and blow on the fur like this. make sure it's a good meat.
I don't care if it's a good or a bad meat. Get what you want and let's get out of here.
Daddy, you're so silly. Now, step away from the mirror a minute.
Okay.
That's better. I kind of like the way this one looks, don't you?
Sure, I like it. Take it, have it wrapped, wear it out, do anything you want, but let's do it fast.
Oh, you're so impetuous, Ricky. Okay. Oh, I think I'll take
Hello.
this.
I don't think either of you will take anything except a walk with me.
Vance. Not you again. This is getting to be a habit.
Yes, isn't it? Look around you, Ricky. You'll see Police Sergeant Heath and a dozen men, so don't do anything foolish.
We're surrounded, Ricky.
Yeah. You and your mink coats.
Hello, Mr. White.
Hi, Markham. Come on in. Don't be bashful. This was my brother's house, but you and the police have been practically living in it anyhow.
I don't imagine I'll be here long. Philo Vance just telephoned me that he's brought a couple of suspects down to headquarters and is on the way here. By the way, we've found your brother's will.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Where do I fit in it?
You don't. You get exactly $1 after the estate is sold. The rest of the money goes to charity.
That's just like my brother. Strangers get his money. Me, I don't get a buck.
Well, you were wrong about his secretary. The Miss Collins you mentioned got nothing.
Well, in that case, I feel a little better about the whole thing now.
Hello, Markham.
Hi, Vance. Oh, this is Mr. White, the dead man's brother.
How do you do?
Hiya.
Well, Vance, I guess our case is about closed, isn't it? You picked up the head man, Ricky, and his girlfriend, I understand.
Just as I told you on the phone, Markham. Surprising thing happened. Sergeant Heath recognized the girl.
That's not so surprising. Heath knows practically every criminal in the city, male and female.
He didn't recognize her as a criminal, Markham. The girl with Ricky was Miss Collins, secretary to the late Mr. White.
Well, so this whole thing was a frame-up, eh, Vance? She was on the inside tipping off Ricky and Harry.
So it would seem. Seem like that to you, Mr. White?
Yeah, sure does. Only goes to prove no blonde is any good. There's something in their blood, I guess.
I've never heard that opinion expressed before. Mr. White, I've been meaning to ask you this when you and I met. Where were you when your brother was murdered?
I sleep in my room in the other part of town. Why?
When had you seen him last?
10 years or so ago, he told me, Vance.
Yeah, that's about right.
And when you got here the morning of the murder, whom did you see and talk to?
Me? Why, nobody. They brought me in a room and held me there practically all morning. Only person I saw was Sergeant Heath and a couple of cops until Markham got here.
Are you sure?
Look, I don't know what you're trying to do to me, but of course I'm sure.
Markham, who identified the body of the victim as Peter White?
This man here and the secretary, Miss Collins, as I understand it. But not at the same time, of course.
You're sure Peter White had a brother?
Positive. We checked on this man's story. Why do you ask, Vance?
Well, all I can tell you is that he is not Peter White's brother.
Now, wait a minute, Vance.
Vance, if he's not Peter White's brother, who is he?
He's Peter White. What? You can arrest him for murder, Markham. Further notes on the White murder case, please, Miss Henderson.
I'm ready, Mr. Vance.
Right. When Peter White was first threatened by extortionists, he formed a plan. In order to understand this plan, it must be known that White knew he was going to be put on the spot by a racket leader he had double-crossed. Our friend Ricky informed me of that just before his blonde girlfriend hit me with a gun.
I've got that, Mr. Vance.
Good. To continue. The extortion threat Mr. White received proved a wonderful out for him. He decided to send for his brother, whom he hadn't seen in years, murder the brother, and leave the body to be identified by his secretary as his own.
Mr. Vance, excuse me for interrupting, but didn't I understand that the secretary was working with Ricky and Harry?
White allowed her to do that. He wanted to make sure they would extort money from him, you see. Actually, she was double-crossing Ricky all the time.
Oh.
Mr. White drew $100,000 from his bank in cash. We knew that. $50,000 of it he paid to Harry, the extortionist sent by Ricky. The other $50,000 he hid so that when the case was over and he was declared legally dead, he could have enough money to make a new start in another city.
I'm sorry to keep interrupting, Mr. Vance, but with all that property and everything Mr. White had, why would he give that up just like that?
He'd rather have his life than his property, Miss Henderson. And his plan guaranteed the underworld would think him dead. Now to continue.
Oh.
He paid Harry the $50,000, killed his brother whom he had sent for, and then went to the brother's room and waited for the police to call.
I guess I'm learning fast, Mr. Vance. In other words, he figured the police would find out about the extortion and believe that the extortionists killed him after he paid them the money they wanted.
He took no chance on the police not knowing. He came to me with his case, remember?
I sure do. There's one thing I don't know, though. What made you so sure that Peter White was posing as his own brother?
Well, Miss Henderson, that was rather simple. He knew Peter White's secretary's name, yet, according to his own story, he had never met her, seen her, or heard her discussed. He knew also that she was a blonde. Peter White's brother wouldn't have known those things, but Peter White would.
No doubt about it.
When I learned that Peter White worked from his home, was rarely seen out anywhere, that he was in trouble with a gang leader, and that $50,000 was missing from the money we know he took out of the bank, I needed only the mistake he made in naming and describing his secretary to round out my theory.
Awful good theory it was, too, Mr. Vance, now that the secretary confessed and everything you imagined was actually the truth. Not a bad day's work for you, Mr. Vance. Not bad at all.
Thank you, Miss Anderson. Thank you very much. Now we've come to the end of our notes, the end of the day, and the end of the White murder case.
Calling all detectives. The vice president of a great railroad was so proud of his line that he wouldn't admit that anybody could commit suicide on one of his trains. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. When a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, works on a retainer basis, the best he can hope for is to keep his job. Wilbur Norris, first vice president of the Great Valley Railroad, and I were sitting in the observation car of a Great Valley train at Northbridge, Minnesota. We'd been up there a week on a case involving right-of-way and were finally heading home. About half an hour after we'd started...
All tickets, please. I am Wilbur Norris, conductor. Mr. Browning and I are riding on passes. Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Norris. I recognize you.
Encouraged by Norris's smile, the conductor added,
We've got a celebrity with us this trip, Mr. Norris. He's Dane Colby, the movie star. Just finished doing some location shots around Northbridge. Colby, eh? What space has he got? I'd like to meet him.
The conductor hesitated.
I don't think it's better, sir. Mr. Colby's traveling incognito.
Norris shrugged, looked disappointed. The train and Pullman conductors passed us and a man seated alongside of me. The man spoke up. I'm not with these gentlemen, conductor. Don't you want my ticket?
Oh, excuse me, sir. I thought we already collected yours further back.
The man smiled, shook his head, and produced his ticket. That's all there was to it. At 6 o'clock, Norris and I had dinner, then retired to our double bedroom. About 10 o'clock...
Hey, Mr. Norris, that movie star, Dane Colby, just jumped off the train into the Tuscaloosa River.
While riding on one of the Great Valley Railroad's cracked trains, a movie star committed suicide.
Absolutely, utterly preposterous. I do not permit suicides on my trains. Browning, find Colby. I am going to sleep.
I shrugged. Yes, sir, Mr. Norris. There was no use holding up the train. If Colby did jump into the river, nothing could be done about it in that blackness. I set up investigating headquarters in the dining car. Who's Colby's car porter?
Me, sir. Jose Gualdo.
Jose, did you notice whether Mr. Colby was agitated or behaved unusually in any way?
No, sir. He didn't say anything much.
The only other people who'd had any contact with Colby were the conductors and a dining car waiter who served Colby's dinner in his compartment.
He ordered a good dinner, sir, and ate it, too. Gave me a fine tip, $5.
I turned to the conductor. Did Colby actually identify himself as such to any of you? Developed that far from identifying himself, Colby had tried to keep his identity secret. Wore heavily smoked glasses constantly. And how can you be sure he was Dane Colby? The conductor shrugged.
Couldn't mistake him, Mr. Browning. Everybody knew he was on location at Northbridge. Besides, with that yellow hair and those freak sport shirts he wears, you couldn't mistake him.
A man doesn't want his presence known, yet wears freak sport shirts. He eats a big dinner a couple of hours before committing suicide. I'm beginning to agree with Mr. Norris. I think Dane Colby, or somebody who wanted us to think he's Dane Colby, is still on the train. Conductor, I want the ticket of every passenger checked again. Colby or somebody impersonating him may be hiding on the train. The conductor led the way back to the observation car, then started to work his way forward. When you were collecting tickets, you started from the head end of the train back. How come you're working the other way this time?
We generally work from the observation car forward. This afternoon I had business at the baggage car, so we worked the other way for a change.
What with having to wake people up, it took well over an hour to work through only half the train. We passed the car where Colby's space had been, found nobody who couldn't account for himself. Then, 2 cars ahead of Colby's.
Sorry to disturb you, sir. We'll have to check your ticket again.
The passenger was the man whose ticket the conductor had almost failed to pick up in the observation car. Conductor, this afternoon in the observation car, what made you think you'd already picked up this gentleman's ticket? Now, see here, I've been bothered enough. Here's my ticket and get out of here. Answer my question, conductor. The conductor wrinkled his brow.
Well, Mr. Browning, when we're working our way through the cars, anybody who passes from a section we've already covered in the direction we're working isn't stopped because we've already seen his ticket. But somebody going the other way has to show his ticket right then and there before he can get by us. I thought I remembered seeing this gentleman pass from the collected ticket area toward the observation car, but it seems I was wrong.
I can figure out a way which would make you right. I turned to the passenger. What's your name and business? Leonard Turner. I'm a director for Peacock Pictures. Mr. Turner, that means you knew Dane Colby, who disappeared off the train a little while ago. I'm sorry, but you'll have to let me inspect your baggage. Turner protested, politely at first, then violently, and finally tried to pull a gun on me, but I've been expecting that. Yeah, I found the yellow wig and the freak sports shirt in his valise. Colby never had been on the train. Turner admitted that he'd killed the star and buried his body near Northbridge, because Colby, a fading star, had blamed Turner for his poor work and had the director fired. So Turner killed him, buried his body, and then tried to establish Colby's presence on the train as a build-up for a phony suicide. Later, I tried to explain to Norris the reasoning that trapped Turner. You see, Mr. Norris, Turner had a room in his own name up ahead of the space occupied by Colby. He knew the conductor worked from the head end of the train backward and figured that he'd surrender his ticket as Colby, then walk past the conductor and discard his disguise before the conductor got to Turner's space. It was Turner's tough luck that for once the conductor reversed his usual procedure. The only thing Turner could then do was remove the Colby disguise and go on back to the observation car. But the conductor noticed him passing and assumed that he'd already collected Turner's ticket.
Browning, I haven't the slightest idea what you're talking about. However, I said nobody commits suicide on a Great Valley train, and I was right. Why did it take you so long to solve such a simple matter?
Well, that's all. Northbridge police recovered Colby's body, and Turner drew a life sentence. As for me, well, like I said, when you're working for a big-time executive, he has the right to second-guess on everything, including murder. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
Get this and get it straight.
Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gutter, the prison, or the grave. There's no other end. But they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Final Payment.
Yes, sir.
I'm Philip Marlowe. Warden Riker said he'd see me at noon.
Oh, yes, Mr. Marlowe. The warden will be with you in just a minute. Excuse me, please.
Sure.
Warden's office, Sergeant Kennedy speaking. Who? Oh, the L.A. Tribune. Yeah. Sonero's execution? Okay, hold on. I got the dope here on my desk someplace. Excuse me, Mr. Marlowe. It'll be just a minute.
It's all right.
Press get hungry for the gory details about now. This is the third call this morning. Have a seat there.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, here it is. Office of the Warden, State Penitentiary, 10 a.m., September 8, 1950. Subject, press release, paragraph 1. William Arthur Sonero, 24, tried and convicted of the robbery murder of Emil Negrato, Bakers Beach, California, last August 5, is scheduled to be executed in a manner prescribed by law at 11 o'clock post-meridian this date. At this time, no stay of execution is anticipated. Signed, Stanley M. Riker, Warden. That's it. Huh? No, you can't talk to the warden. That's why we go through all this press release junk. Yeah, well, we got our problems, too, you know. Goodbye. Sorry, Mr. Marlowe. Now, your appointment with the warden, what was it about again?
William Arthur Sonero, 24. I'm a friend of his.
Oh, yes, of course. I forgot, sir. Well, I hope I haven't offended Mr. Marlowe. That is, I'll tell the warden you're here, sir.
I knew I didn't have too much right to be mad at one Sergeant Kennedy. But today it didn't matter. Because I was mad at the whole world, and in particular what it had done to a used-to-be nice kid named Billy Sonero. And when I stood in Warden Riker's far from drab prison office and waited while a dapper man in gleaming Hickok cufflinks and soft gray gabardine got through talking to his wife in syrup, sticky tones, I began to get mad at him, too. But that drained out of me fast because when he hung up, he scraped the goo off his voice quickly, shook hands like he meant it, and told Kennedy we weren't to be disturbed. When he spoke of Sonero, a lot of sympathy crawled in between the words, even when he came to the point.
It's a breach of regulations for a condemned man to have any visitor other than the prison chaplain on the day of his execution, Mr. Marlowe. So, first of all, just how well do you know Sonero?
Well, he sold papers on the corner near my office as a kid. We swapped gags twice a day.
And when his father died and he quit selling papers?
I never saw him again until a year ago when he got over-involved with some tin-horn gamblers. I managed to set him free.
As a private detective?
As a big brother. Went to work at a San Pedro boatyard after that. I haven't seen him since.
And then you have no idea why he's asked to talk to you today?
No, I don't. Do you, Warden?
Mr. Marlowe, do you recall the details in this case?
Well, yeah, more or less. Let's see, an old man named Emil Negrato and his wife were robbed of $100,000 worth of uninsured jewels at their summer place at
Baker's Beach.
Yeah, that's it, yeah. And Emil Negrato was killed when he tried to interfere. Sonero was tied back to it by a single fingerprint and later identified by Mrs. Negrato. I believe she thought there were two more, huh?
Yes, but Sonero denied this. Also, Mr. Marlowe, you may recall that the jewels were never recovered. Sonero said they were lost at sea when the boat he fled in hit rough water on the way back to San Pedro. Now, Mr. Marlowe, do I begin to answer the question I just ignored? The jewels, I mean? Sonero may want to tell you that they weren't lost after all. He may want to tell you where they are. He may want you to do something about them.
Sort of last will and testament, is that it?
From his point of view, yes.
And from mine?
A very lucrative offer. Perhaps 50%, Mr. Marlowe.
Why not 100%, Mr. Warden? Don't be a piker. I could always cross him up, you know. Anything else? Or were you just letting me know why the state is allowing this visit?
I was just letting you know what the state knows, Mr. Marlowe.
Uh-huh.
I know a little more. I know that Billy Cenero is through as a criminal. In his heart. Not just because he's behind bars with worse to come. He's ready to die, Mr. Marlowe. Almost anxious.
Well, then why the session? Why all the statistics? Why the invitation for me to play informer?
For two reasons. First, I may be wrong about the boy completely. Thus, his repentance is a fake.
Which you don't believe.
No.
What's the other reason?
Look, Marlowe, if anything goes wrong, you came in here as an informer. That's official.
And unofficially?
I want to give the boy a break. Cenero asked to get you because he wanted to talk to the only person in the world he thought he could trust. And right now, I think he has every right to just such a talk, whatever it's about. I only wanted to be sure he talked to the correct party, that's all. Sergeant Kennedy to show you the way, Mr. Marlowe, to Cenero's cell.
I was a bit confused. Riker seemed anxious to help Cenero over some rough hours, and yet at the same time he was shrewd. In no time he'd work me around to where I'd be the fastest, most courteous informer on record if Cenero was a fake. I thought. But I thought otherwise when I was alone with Cenero. I knew that the Negrado jewels did still exist.
Mr. Marlowe, why are you looking at me that way? Do you understand what I'm asking? Don't you see?
Now, wait a minute. Take it easy, Billy. A step at a time. Now, you say that the jewels never went overboard.
No, I never even saw them. That was a cock and bull story.
And yet you want me to get the jewels, and return them to Mrs. Emil Negrado. Is that right?
Right. To Mrs. Negrado, the woman who identified me. The widow of the man I killed. Look, Mr. Marlowe, sit down here on the cot and listen.
Okay. Now, where's the beginning, Billy?
Last August 5th. It was me and the other two, a big red-headed louse named Jessie Tapp and a girl named Gloria Konkowski, a blonde with a little scar on the bridge of her nose.
Mm-hmm.
Jessie's girl, strictly flashy. We took my boat. It's a fishing smack, the Love Lady. We sailed from San Pedro over to Baker's Beach. I was the one who shot him, Mr. Marlowe.
And the jewels?
They were in a leather bag. Jessie had them. But after the shot, we split up fast and ran. I hid until the next morning, then shoved off in the Love Lady. I don't know about the others. I was picked up that afternoon. The rest you know.
I'm not so sure. At your trial, you swore that...
That I was alone and the jewels went overboard. Well, at first I thought that I might get off, so I had to clam up, but then everything changed.
The verdict, huh?
No. An old woman whose husband I killed.
See what you mean. But you still didn't tell the authorities who the others were.
No, and I won't today. Both Jessie Tapp and that blonde can smell a cop a mile away. They'd only run and take the jewels with them. The law would louse it up. I want the jewels back to the little old lady.
I always liked you, Billy.
I know how you work, Mr. Marlowe. Got enough for you to start on. It only came yesterday. That's why this last-minute rush, you might say. Mr. Marlowe, I know where Jessie Tapp is. That also means Gloria isn't far away.
From where?
San Pedro, down near the docks. Now, look. There's a tough old guy who runs a dry dock and repair lash up for small boats, name of Jomo. I worked for him a year ago. I also left him the Love Lady. He spotted Tapp. Had his eyes open for months for me, no questions asked. He was here to see me yesterday. He's out to find where Tapp hangs out now. He's the one you see.
Yeah, but wait a minute. What makes you think Jessie Tapp still has the jewels?
Because I saw him take him and run, and he's still hanging around San Pedro. Maybe he hit him where he can't get to him. Maybe he doesn't want to get to him until he's contacted the right fence. Anyway, Mr. Marlowe, it's a chance I'd like you to take for me. Of course, I can't talk about your fee.
Look, kid, don't you think we ought to talk to the warden?
Mr. Marlowe, I've done nothing but think. This is the only way it can possibly work. The only way it can help me and Mrs. Negrado both. Well, will you try it?
Yeah. I guess so, Billy.
One last thing, Mr. Marlowe. If you make it before 11 tonight, get the word to me, will you? And if you don't make it, or it looks like you're not going to, don't lie. Okay?
Okay.
Time's up, Mr. Marlowe. Sorry, Cenero.
It's all right, Kennedy. Don't mention it. So long, Mr. Marlowe.
Goodbye, Billy. It took 5 minutes for me to walk back to the warden's office and 5 more to lie to him about what Scenaro had wanted of me. And another 10 to get outside and head toward my parked car. I was thinking about what the condemned man had told me when I suddenly realized I was in the middle of a busy street and right smack in the path of a speeding car.
Hey, what's the matter with you? What is that? Mister, you all right?
Holy
you okay? Huh?
Yeah, I'm okay. Much obliged. I'll try to remember to look where I'm going next time.
Yeah, these jerks figure every street's an Indianapolis speedway.
Yeah.
And another thing, that geezer didn't stop either.
I know.
But if you're interested, I got a squint on him before. I was in that corner drugstore after a Coke, and while I was waiting, I happened to see this guy stand outside his car, and all of a sudden he got in and took off.
You mean he got all that speed up just from the end of the street? Tell me, friend, what did he look like?
He's tiny. Tiny like your pinky finger. Had elevating shoes on. Plus the fact he needed a shave. Say, you don't think it was purposeful, do you? Not an accident, I mean.
I don't know. But either way, I'm much obliged to you, friend. Bye-bye. I made a mental note about the small man with big heels and a beard and let it go at that. And I took one last look at the prison. It made me want to drive the 300 miles to San Pedro fast. It was some hazy place between late twilight and early evening fog when I located Jomo in his Water's Edge dry dock and repair shop and told him who I was.
I was fond of that Scenaro lad, Marlowe. I'm glad I can help him some way. That boat here was his, you know, the love lady.
Mm-hmm.
Putting her back in the water tonight. Love lady. It might be what he needed to keep him out of trouble at that.
It's hard to say, Jomo. But look, I don't have much time. Do you know where I can get next to this Jesse Tapp?
I followed him just this morning from a bar on 3rd Street. He's hiding out in a warehouse on Lookout Hill Road. It's shut down now. It won't open up again until...
Hold it, Jomo. That noise, it came from out here.
There's someone there, Mr. Marlowe?
No, not anymore, there isn't.
And there probably wasn't. I got me a clumsy little cat, Marlowe, always falling over.
Jomo, you said Lookout Hill Road, right?
Aye. Yeah, this is only a block long, the highest point in town. You just head straight up King Street to the top. You can't miss the warehouse.
Thanks. Jomo. You have no idea what this is all about, huh?
Well, I wouldn't say that, Marlowe. But you see, I don't let myself think of some things too much. I keep my mind on boats more than people. Easier to understand. Easier to repair, too. Good luck, Marlowe.
I was less than 10 minutes finding the deserted warehouse, which ran true to form. Rust and every other window broken. When I was out of my car and moving around toward a side entrance, I saw something else. It was a girl, tall and blonde, standing in the deep shadow of a Fit Shampoo billboard. When I started for her, she threw one scared look my way, then scrambled into her pocket for a key. I made it just as she got it out and into the door lock.
Let's not be hasty, honey.
Get the dirty mitts off.
When you stop kicking, I will. Not before, sweetheart.
Not before, Gloria.
How do you know the name, Bright Eye?
That cute little scar on the bridge of your nose. You should have ducked, kid. Not that it doesn't add character.
I'll go soak your head. I don't know you.
You should. Jesse does.
Who are you, anyway?
Name's Marlowe. Here to see your boyfriend tap her schedule. It's a business appointment, Gloria.
Business? Oh, yeah, sure. Fence, huh?
Yeah, fence, huh? Now, do we go up or throw pebbles at the window until Jesse comes out? Which?
We go up, now that I know who you are. You know, Jesse didn't mention you're coming.
That's what I like about working with Jesse. Which way?
Up these stairs.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of nice setup we got here, huh?
Yeah. Sweet of the owners to let you have a key.
Well, it wasn't exactly that way. Jesse had...
Changed the lock, yeah, I know. Is that the door? One marked president?
Uh-huh. Mr. Tapp's very own. Imagine Jesse as an executive.
Funny, huh?
Hey, Mr. Head of the firm, you got callers. Jesse! That jerk's probably asleep. That's the way I figured, asleep in a swivel chair. Hey, Mr. President, you got company. Hey, Jesse, come on, wake up. The guy here who Jesse. What is it, Marlowe? What's wrong with him?
So much to fix, honey. Head of the firm, Jesse's been shot to death. No business as usual today.
Dead. How do you like that?
Not much. Now, maybe it's you I do business with, huh?
What are you talking about?
Now, look, I never like to get into money matters with dames, but now I'm stuck. So let's get to work, you and me. Where are they, Gloria?
Where or what?
Come on, you throwaway little jerk. The stones, the grotto stones. I want to see them.
I don't know where they are. He would never tell me.
Ah, don't lie. You were his girl.
Listen, mister. Ever since I met that guy, I've been living on double talk and slaps in the mouth. I spent my nights dodging my own shadow. I'm glad it's over.
Why'd you stick?
Because of them stones. I knew I had him hid someplace. I figured maybe they'd get us away from here after all. He kept saying he had to wait till the time was right. That's all he'd ever say. Even to me, his girl.
You know, with that talent, you ought to be in pictures, kid.
Yeah? Believe me, mister. I learned the hard way not to try to pin Jesse Tapp down. You do whatever you want. I'm getting out of here. Before the action.
Just a minute.
What?
Somebody did this, baby.
I can name 20 who'd been tickled pink.
Yeah, but I took a lot of chances setting up this deal to move those Negrotto jewels. I wouldn't want to be edged out now by cheap competition like a squirt and build up heels.
What's that?
Nothing, a swing in the dark. Excuse me.
Sure. Now you excuse me. It's strictly your problem, sucker.
I stood and watched her as she walked away. I didn't know just what my next move should be, but then it hit me. Whoever had killed Jessie Tapp would go for her next. So when she hailed a cab at the foot of the hill, I ran to my car and I started after her. But by the time I got turned around, a switch engine playing shuffleboard with a string of boxcars cut in between us. When that was over, Gloria was gone. I spent the next hour and a half raking the neon-lighted muck along the docks looking for her with no success. Until finally, in a rancid backwash called the Reef, I got a break, but from another direction. The same unshaven little man with high heels who tried earlier to run me down was at the bar, blinking back the sting of a straight shot. I watched while he picked up a handful of small change from the bartender, and when he pranced toward a phone in the hallway at the rear, I followed him. It was too good to be a coincidence.
Yeah.
He had
That's
to
right,
tie in.
operator. San Diego. Yeah, Christine Fuller, right. How much? Okay. Hello? Hello, Christine? Hiya, baby. This is Fritz. Hey, listen, honey, I got it all set up. Yeah, I'm going right now, right away, yeah. It's dark now and everything's ready. I said everything, didn't I? I'll have them in an hour and be out of here. Hmm? But just be a good girl till I get there, understand? Yeah, I'll see you before morning. Oh, your little Fritz wouldn't let you down, you know that. Goodbye, baby.
Hello, little Fritz.
Hey, come on, you
Come back here.
Hey, what is this? Who are you?
Guy you tried to run over this afternoon?
Hey, now listen, Slim, there must be some mistake.
There isn't. You just made it when you knocked off Jessie Tapp. And now that I got you, little Fritz, I'm going to shake you up and down until a lot of answers or a lot of teeth start dropping out of you.
No.
Make up your mind. What's it going to be? Come on.
No, leave me alone. Stop.
What's going on here?
Run along, Buster. It's private.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Great big lug like you picking on a little guy like him, you ought to be ashamed.
Hey, don't you believe in the brotherhood of man?
Yeah, but this weasel don't qualify.
He
Now
told
blow.
me, fellas, he was going to rob me.
Oh, he was he? Put him down, you.
Come on. Turn loose, some big bully. Why don't you...
Jerk! Come on, get up. Get him, Joe! Come on, fool!
Hey, hit him on the head!
Beat him up, fight.
Hit
him again, Joe! Come on, get up!
Oh, nuts, he's all cold. Let's throw him out in the alley. Come on.
Good idea. Hey, where'd the little guy go?
Hey, he baited. Oh, you'd think he'd stick around long enough to buy us a drink, wouldn't you?
Judging from the way my face felt, the two longshoremen must have, had barnacles on their fists. In the 5 minutes it took me to climb back on my feet, I thought some very unpleasant things about the brotherhood of man, both fore and aft. But I dropped them when I remembered the time was running out fast for my client, and I still hadn't got beyond the loose ends I'd started with. Tapp's girlfriend, Gloria, and little Fritz. It was a hunch that took me up the hill to the old retired warehouse again. I parked a block away and started toward it on foot when the glow from a lonely cigarette said that it wasn't quite as deserted as it should have been. The cigarette belonged to a woman who was someplace under a lot of makeup.
Oh. Interesting evening.
You asking me or telling me?
Well, either it is, it has been, or it could be. Take your pick. You look like a black boy. Hey, you look like you fell into a meat grinder.
No, just a philosophical discussion.
Oh? Nice view from here.
Not too bad.
Girl like me needs a view once in a while. Keeps the past from crowding the future. Can see the whole waterfront from here without smelling it.
Yeah. That's great, huh? Now, look, you haven't seen anybody hanging around here in the last few minutes, have you?
You kidding? Nobody hangs around this old dump. First time I've been up here in a month. Nobody's hung around here since old Tom died. Used to be the night watchman. And there was a lot of laughs, poor you, old Tom. He had that upstairs room. I went up there.
Mm-hmm.
And he's a Tom I've... Hey, that's queer. That's real queer. Look.
What?
Hey.
Oh, a telescope. Mounted on the windowsill.
Yeah, old Tom never had a thing like that up there. Who do you suppose put it there?
I know who, honey. My question is why? A telescope.
Well, it seems to be pointed down there toward the small boat anchorage.
Yeah. Where a certain boat was in for paint and repairs. Tap could watch every step from here when the job was done. Holy smoke, it could be. Thanks, baby. You've been a big help.
Sure. All things to all men. Have fun, Sonny.
My client's boat was a long shot, but it was the only bet I had. And it stayed a long shot all the way down to Jomo's dock. There the odds began to drop fast to even money when I heard the motor running and found the door to Jomo's boathouse half open. It became odds on when I eased inside and stumbled over Jomo himself, stretched out unconscious on greasy planks like a beached bull whale. I stepped over him, got my .38 in hand, and edged out along the catwalk to the open dock where the boat scraped restlessly against the fenders. There were no lights except for a tiny spot no bigger than the hole in a candy lifesaver that probed frantically along the seams inside the cabin. It was little Fritz with a shielded flashlight, intent on finding something fast. I stepped into the boat, deliberately kicked over an oil can and crouched. The light went out.
Who's there? Somebody out there? Well, speak up.
Throw your gun over the side and stand real still. Do it now, little man, or I'll blow you in two.
Hold on, wait. Yeah. Who are you?
It's me, Fritzy Marlowe. So Tap hid the stones right here on Bill Sonero's boat, huh?
Yeah, that's right. They're still here. Fortune. Hey, look, we played smart this
Shut
time
up.
for both.
I want a few things straight first. Correct me if I'm wrong. Tap hid the jewels aboard here after the robbery without Sonero's knowledge. But after Sonero was caught, he gave the boat to Jomo, who kept it locked up inside there. Which meant that Tap had to wait until Jomo had finished his repairs before he could get back the stones again, huh?
Yeah, that's right. They were too hard to handle anyway. They had to be hid someplace. They were safe here, so I stirred up another fuss. What else you want to know?
Are you going to explain to your little sugar in San Diego that Christine Fuller you cooed to tonight when you don't show up for a few years?
No, we can do business.
And another thing. How'd you get into this act in the first place?
I got ways, like a couple of friends on the inside.
Oh, that figures. One of them must be on the inside of the state pen. That's how come you hooked onto me so fast with that car. Who is it?
A guard named Kennedy. He's a pig, a cut-rate chump.
And the other friend?
He's behind you with a gun. Don't move.
Fine.
Oh, that's my baby. I'll take your gun now, Mr. Marlowe. Oh!
Stop it. Put it away, Fritz. Did you find the stones?
Not yet, but it won't be long now, sugar.
Marlowe, get in that cabin and run this boat. We're going out. Go on, move.
Oh, no, wait a minute, baby. We don't know anything about boats.
We're not taking any more chances here. Untie that rope at the back, Fritz.
That's called cast off the stern line.
Shut up! Get inside, Marlowe. Go on.
Sure. Well, Skipper, where to?
Just head for that open part out there.
Hey, it's going to be rough. Well, that won't matter to us, baby. We've been through plenty together, huh?
Yeah, like putting Jesse Tapp out of the way for a starter.
Sure, what he asked for it. He was a pushover for Gloria here.
Why, you...
So it was little Gloria who killed him, eh?
All right, so it was me. Fritz called me up and warned me you were coming here to Pedro, and I overheard you when you talked to Jomo. I knew you'd get to Jesse and make him spill, so I killed him. It's going to have to be done sooner or later anyway.
The old double cross.
Yeah, the old double cross.
So what? That's a game the smart ones always play with the suckers. Always win.
Not always, Fritz.
Oh, often enough to make a... What? Hey, Gloria. Gloria, what? No, don't, Gloria, no!
Keep your hands on that wheel, Marlowe. I heard Marlowe's crack about that Christine Fuller, Fritz. You louse. Straight ahead, Marlowe.
Now what, baby? Still got me to worry about.
That's too bad. You're a nice guy. Where are we?
Well, the channel's way over there, where that buoy is. And that means that a big rock pile called the Breakwater is right off our starboard bow. If I don't turn, we'll hit it, and I'm not turning.
Marlowe!
Feeling better now, Mr. Marlowe?
Yeah, thanks, Lieutenant. That water was awful cold.
You said it. Have another cup of Coast Guard mud. Do you good.
Oh, thanks. Look, I was wondering if...
If we located the girl you told us about?
Yeah.
Yeah. She wasn't as lucky as you were. However, your boat hung up on the rocks. The boys found all that jewelry in the cabin, in this leather baggie. Well, we'll be in a couple of minutes.
Good. I'll just have time to call a young guy and tell him he can close out his books. They balance now. He's paid up in full. When I got through to Warden Riker, told him all that had happened, and gave him the message for Billy Cenero, he thanked me and said the kid was facing 11 o'clock like someone who had the weight of the world lifted off his back. A back that should have been part of a football team. A back that should be tanned from the sun at the beach. A back whose arms should be around a lovely girl. A back knelt in prayer for a better world. A back... Strapped to the electric chair.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Wally Mayer, Bill Johnstone, David Ellis, Tom Holland, Larry Dobkin, Doris Singleton, Lou Krugman, and Michael Ann Barrett. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time I found a corpse in a flower shop. A gypsy who read her own fortune in dollar signs in a death struggle 20 feet from a crowded merry-go-round. All because a man forgot one white carnation.
Grand Central Station. The very name itself creates a tingle of excitement. Grand Central Station, that busy, gigantic railroad terminal where every day hundreds of vital human dramas occur. It is these human dramas you hear every Saturday over most of these same CBS stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking. And this is CBS, where you also enjoy Junior Miss every Saturday in the daytime on the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Counterspy. Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy. Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy. Harding, Counterspy, calling Washington. United States Counterspies, especially appointed to investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad. Commencing Sunday, November 5th, Counterspy reports to the American people will be brought to you on Sundays. Consult your local newspaper for the exact time. Tonight, the case of the carbon Consul.
Come on, Horace. Must you walk so slowly?
Lydia, this African sun's the hottest I've been under during the whole world cruise. I'm not going to run in it.
Well, we'll never see the native quarter at this rate.
I didn't want to see it in the first place.
You never want to see anything except the bottom of a highball glass.
Well, what's so wonderful about this section? It's dirty, hot, and the natives aren't exactly smiling at us.
Oh, you're just imagining things. Besides, this is atmosphere.
So I smell. I feel that. Watch where you're going.
Oh, excuse me. I didn't look where I was going.
And doesn't the white lady have eyes?
What I was just...
Or perhaps the walks of my native Tobastelan are not wide enough. I should step in the streets to allow the grand lady to pass. Look, my wife apologized. How gracious to a poor, humble native that the American should demean himself so.
Well, I never...
Come on, Lydia, let's get out of here.
Yes, please. This is our land. Africa for the Africans.
Well, I never... Horace, are you going to let him get...
Quiet and keep walking. I told you the natives weren't really smiling.
But it was just an accident.
Yeah, that fellow was looking for trouble. See, he's got a crowd around him, Lydia. He's haranguing them.
Oh, he's pointing at us.
Come on, Lydia. We'll get the American consulate.
Horace, they're coming after us.
Watch out, Lydia. They're going to throw things.
Horace! Oh! My dress!
Come on, Lydia. This way. Run! Just the way it was, Mr. Burton. The whole thing started from Mrs. Walters bumping into the native.
I see.
And then the brute started shouting at me as though I'd attacked him. I was never so frightened in my life. I still haven't got my breath back. And this dress...
I'll see that restitution is made for the damage, Mrs.
The
Walters.
devil with that man. You're the American consul here in this heaven-forsaken country. Can't you see that American citizens are afforded some protection?
We do our best, Mr. Walters.
If we hadn't reached the consulate grounds, we might have been killed.
Mr. Walters, I'll enter a formal protest to the government of Tobasteland.
All right, and by gosh, you tell them that if they can't keep law and order here, we'll come over and do it for them.
I know how you feel. Mrs. Walters, I'll want you to dictate a formal statement of what happened to my secretary.
I certainly will, and I remember everything. You ready, Mr. Burton? She's one of them.
Mrs. Walters, please. Orissa, there's been another anti-American outbreak. Mr. and Mrs. Walters here were the targets of it. I want you to take down their statement of the incident.
Yes, Mr. Burton.
Make several copies. I'll want one each for the authorities here, President Dinard and Police Chief Monaca. And, of course, be sure to send a copy to the African desk of the State Department, Washington. They may want to take drastic action.
If Mr. Peters is in the Counterspy Statistical Department, will he please report to Mr. Harding immediately? If Mr. Peters is in the Counterspy Statistical Department, will he please...
Hello, Mr. Harding. I didn't think you'd gotten back from the State Department so quickly.
Everything happens quickly these days, Peter.
More trouble overseas?
Yes.
Asia?
This time, Africa. But it's all part of the same picture. Tobasteland, one of the few non-colonial countries on that continent.
Oh, yes. The papers yesterday. Anti-American riots.
Yes. Bad for us.
Is the State Department going to take any action, Chief?
Well, they may have to eventually. But first, they want to get a better picture of what's happening in that country.
So?
So, Peters, I want you to go through the personnel records of all our counterspy agents. Extract the records of all our Negro agents. Get them here as soon as possible.
Okay, Chief.
We've got to work fast. The State Department wants to find out whether this anti-American feeling is foreign-inspired before they're forced to make any more protests to the government of Tabassaland.
President Dinar, my country has asked me as consul to hand you, as head of the government of Tabassaland, this note, formally protesting the treatment of our nationals in your country.
I accept the note, Mr. Burton, with regret, and assure you that we will do all in our power to apprehend and punish the instigators of this disorder.
And now, Mr. President, may I presume to be less formal?
Yes, of course, Mr. Burton.
And unofficial?
Yes.
While awaiting your arrival, I've been talking to your state police chief, Manaka, here. He has some interesting ideas.
I'm sure he has.
I have only tried to be helpful, Mr. President.
I see, Manaka. Now, these interesting ideas, what are they?
I prefer that you hear them from the lips of Mr. Burton. He may give them more weight than a mere police official can.
Your Majesty is most unusual, Manaka. Go on, Mr. Burton.
Well, as your chief explains it, Mr. President, the main difficulty of law enforcement here is one of tools.
Weapons, you mean?
Yes, Mr. President.
I can hardly agree, Manaka. It was one man who incited this riot. Surely, if you find him, it will take no more than one weapon to arrest him.
Admitted, Mr. President, but one man is but a single grain in the sands of unrest that surround us. Had I weapons, an efficient police force, I would soon quell this anti-Americanism in our country.
The force quells nothing. Or do you agree with my chief, Mr. Burton?
Well, after all, when I came here to take up my consular post a year ago, I was kidnapped, held for 5 hours by insurgents.
Yes, that is a painful reminder, Mr. Burton.
It might well have developed into a serious international incident if it hadn't been for my prompt liberation by Chief Manaka here and his officers.
I know that, Mr. Burton, and I was grateful to you for minimizing the affair to your government.
Then why not listen to Mr. Burton's advice now?
You both urge me to request the United States government to send us arms and possibly even advisors to help us administer the internal security of Tabassaland. Is that it?
Exactly, Mr. President.
Do that, and we will be able to cope with any disorders that arise, no matter how grave they may be.
I'm afraid I must still disagree with you, gentlemen. But I am well aware that there is much discontent in the country, and that in some manner that discontent has been channeled against America, Mr. Burton.
In that case, why
importing American arms and advisors would do nothing but crystallize the unrest, put your country in the light of an invader. No, Mr. Burton, before I take any such step, I want to discover the reason for this sudden upsurge, this hatred many of my people have for all that is American. If you or your government can assist us in this, I will gladly accept your help. That, Mr. Burton, you can report to Washington.
This way, Carter.
Right behind you, Mr. Peters.
Mr. Harding, this is Agent Lincoln Carter.
How do you do, Carter?
Hello, Mr. Harding. Have a seat.
Thank you.
Will you want me to?
No, Peters. I'd rather have you set about arranging the details of Carter's transportation, if you will.
I'll get right on it, Mr. Harding.
Doesn't sound as though I'm going to be in Washington very long, Mr. Harding.
No, you won't be, Carter. Not if you're the right man for this job we have.
I hope I am, sir.
Now, let's see. According to your personnel record,
You went to Howard University, got a BA and MA there.
That's right.
Then you did postgraduate work at Columbia, earning the degree of Doctor of Philosophy, huh?
Yes, sir.
Your thesis for your doctorate was on African languages and dialects. Is that correct?
Correct, Mr. Harding.
You, speak these various dialects?
Many of them. The study of African culture and history has been sort of a hobby with me.
Oh?
Something like a Mayflower descendant tracing his antecedents.
I see. Well, tell me, do you know much about the country of Tabassoland?
If it doesn't sound too immodest, quite a bit. As one of the few Negro republics outside of Liberia, I've naturally been interested in it.
Yes, so is the State Department.
Yes, I know. I've been reading in the papers about the recent outbreaks of anti-Americanism there.
You have any opinions on that?
Well, frankly, I've been puzzled. The history of that country has always oriented it toward America. We've helped and aided her in many ways. Why this sudden outburst should occur is beyond me.
Now, come over here, Carter. Take a look at this map. Let's consider the question from the viewpoint of geography.
What do you mean?
Well, Tabassoland could be the eastern doorway to Africa. A foothold there, and any power from the east could gradually spread throughout the entire continent.
Oh, you think Russia
Now,
might...
thinking is unimportant. It's knowledge that counts. But if the State Department's suspicions are true, it means a reformulation of our policy in that area of the world.
I can understand that, sir.
And it's going to be up to you, Carter, to find out if those suspicions are true.
The job you were speaking of?
Yes. Now, you'll work undercover among the citizens of Tabassoland. I want you to find out and report where this anti-American feeling is arising from, and whether it's being provoked deliberately.
I see, sir.
Now, because of the nature of communications in the country, you'll have to transmit your reports by diplomatic pouch.
Through the consul there?
Yes, that's right. He'll be notified to allow you the use of the pouch.
Well, what about identification? Will I carry any with me?
No, except for one simple device to establish your first contact with the consul.
What will that be, sir?
This pencil. Now, wait. I'll break it. There. You take this half.
Right, sir.
I'll see that our consul in Tabassoland gets the other half. When you present the matching half, that will be your identification.
Then I take it I'm not to report to the consul immediately.
No. In fact, don't get in touch with him until you've compiled as complete a report as you can on the situation.
Yes, sir.
Frankly, Carter, if what we suspect is true, your usefulness will be very short-lived after that first report, because the other side has espionage agents as well.
I understand, Mr. Harding.
Now, I know I don't have to stress the importance of this mission to you, Carter, so good luck. And remember, take no unnecessary chances. You may be facing a crafty and dangerous enemy.
You are listening to the case of the Carbon Consul on Counterspy. This Sunday marks the premiere of The Big Show on NBC. Not just any big show, it's the big show. NBC's hour and a half of comedy, music, and drama, the best of each. The Big Show will be heard every Sunday evening over most of these stations, with Tallulah Bankhead as the mistress of ceremonies. Your stars for this Sunday's broadcast include Jimmy Durante, Fred Allen, Ethel Merman, Frankie Lane, Mindy Carson, Meredith Wilson, Danny Thomas, and a host of others. All this and Tallulah, too. No wonder it's The Big Show. Now, back to Counterspy.
Yes?
I would speak to the American consul.
Just like that. Do you think the American consul speaks to any native who walks in from the street?
He will speak with me, woman.
Indeed. Then in that case, what name shall I announce?
None.
None? You haven't even got a name?
No one much less tongue than you have. Take this to your master, woman. You will see me at once.
The stub of a pencil. Hardly an impressive introduction.
Must I beg you to take it in?
I want one each for the authorities here, President Dinard and Police Chief Monaco. And, of course, be sure to send a copy to the African desk of the State Department, Washington. They may want to take drastic action.
If Mr. Peters is in the Counterspy Statistical Department, will he please report to Mr. Harding immediately? If Mr. Peters is in the Counterspy Statistical Department, will he please...
Hello, Mr. Harding. I didn't think you'd gotten back from the State Department so quickly.
Everything happens quickly these days, Peter.
More trouble overseas?
Yes.
Asia?
This time, Africa. But it's all part of the same picture. Tobasso land, one of the few non-colonial countries on that continent.
Oh, yes. The papers yesterday. Anti-American riots.
Yeah. Bad for us.
Is the State Department going to take any action, Chief?
Well, they may have to eventually. But first, they want to get a better picture of what's happening in that country.
So?
You, of course, are free to read the report, Mr. Burton.
Thank you. I shall.
You rang, Mr. Burton?
Yes. Bring in the diplomatic pouch, please.
Yes, Mr. Burton.
Now, Mr. Carter, is there any other way I can be of assistance to your mission?
At the moment, no.
Well, suppose I have occasion to get in touch with you.
You shouldn't have, but if you do, I'm staying at a small shack, number 13 Garden Alley.
The pouch, Mr. Burton.
Oh, thank you, Rissa. Rissa, in the future, when this gentleman calls, he's to be admitted immediately.
Yes, Mr. Burton. I'll make certain he's admitted in the future.
That is, if I come anymore.
Don't tell me your first call is to be your last.
It may well be, Mr. Burton. It may well be. Hello. It is Police Chief Monaco who speaks. Oh, yes. I see. He knows much? Bad. What? You know where he is. Excellent. The address? 13 Garden Alley. It will be taken care of immediately. Goodbye. Bernarda.
Yes, Chief Monaco.
There is work for you.
More Americans arriving in our land?
Yes.
It will be simple. Each successive riot becomes easier to incite. I only hope they are as apt targets as those Walters tourists were.
This is not work for a sharp tongue, but a sharp blade.
Blade?
Yes. This American is no tourist, but a spy, and of our color.
Oh?
He must die. There will undoubtedly be a great uproar on his death. So it will be best if you take to the jungles after the job is done.
Yes, Monaco.
I will get word to you when it is safe to return.
As you say.
Now take your blade and call on the man. His address is 13 Garden Alley. Kerosene lamps. There. Only... Well, I brought only 2 feet in with me. Yet I see 2 more peeking from beneath that curtain. Very tiny feet, too. I suggest the owner of them come out before I put a bullet through that curtain. Marissa, such a pleasure and a surprise. Seems I won't need my gun after all.
Hardly.
Come a little closer to the lamp, please. The flickering kerosene light scarcely does you justice. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit?
Curiosity.
A woman has much of that. You were expecting somebody?
No.
Well, I certainly wasn't. We shall see.
Consul!
You've got the knife!
No, you don't.
Watch out!
Shut your heart out!
Shut your heart.
The lamp is falling.
Let go!
The floor. The curtain. Fire!
What the devil? Orissa.
Mr. Burton, that man who called on you today.
What about him? What are you doing here at this time of night?
I passed the place where he was staying. His shack is in flames. The whole native quarter is going up. I thought...
You thought right, girl. Come in.
I didn't know whether or not...
Call Chief Monaco. Tell him about the fire. Say I'll meet him there and explain everything. This may have grave international repercussions. Monaco.
Mr. Burton.
What happened? Orissa said there was a fire, but the whole block burned to the ground.
Our native quarters do not resist fire very well.
An obvious statement.
Fortunately, we have it under control now.
The drums, the chanting, what are they for?
To appease the fire gods. Many of my countrymen still place their faith in the ancient customs of their fathers. I myself prefer water to fight fire.
Well, at the moment, the drums are useful. I think we can talk safely under their cover.
We can, Burton. And we have nothing to fear.
The Counterspy agent is dead?
Yes. We recovered his body. Bonada's knife deep in his heart.
You have a most efficient sergeant, Monaco.
Your country, and I don't mean America,
naturally,
will pay well for this. I hope.
Extremely well.
What about the report you told me about over the telephone? Will that reach the Counterspy chief?
I shall see that it does. But it will be my version of what's happening in this country, not his agent.
Good.
And that, coupled with the death of this agent, will force President Denard to request American arms and men. And that should provide you with a revolutionary situation that you can exploit to the utmost.
And I shall, Mr. Burton. As long as you continue to make it worth my while.
I'll continue. With good fortune and a little effort, we may be able to turn this incident into a long and costly guerrilla war involving the great United States.
Mr. Burton?
Oh, Orissa, I'm glad you waited here.
The fire. Was anyone...
His body was found in the shack. The man who was here.
Oh.
Get a pencil and paper, please. I want to dictate a cablegram immediately. The address is Mr. David Harding, Counterspy Headquarters, Washington, D.C.
Mr. Harding.
Oh, you made good time, Peter. Did you get all the material?
Here it is in this envelope, Chief. The complete personnel records of all employees at our Tabassalan consular office.
Good. Now, I don't know how long I'll be gone, so you take over from me here.
Right, Chief.
If anything urgent comes up, get in touch with me through the consulate.
All right, sir. And good luck. I hope you manage to make someone pay for Carter's death.
I intend to, Peter.
So long, Chief.
Mr. Harding?
Yes, that's right. Mr. Burton?
Yes, sir. I have a car right over here.
Good.
We'll go direct to my office, unless you'd rather pay your respects to the Foreign Office of Tabassalan first.
No, Mr. Burton, your office first. I want to interview all the employees there before taking any other action.
And this, Mr. Harding, is the only employee left to interview. My personal secretary, Orissa.
How do you do, miss? You be seated.
Thank you.
I imagine you want this to be private.
If you don't mind, Mr. Burton.
Not at all, Mr. Harding. I'll be outside if you want me.
Now, Miss Orissa, let's talk about how you were so opportunely on hand for the fire that killed our counterspy agent, Mr. Carter. Mr. Burton.
Yes?
I've finished here. I wonder if you could arrange an audience for me with the president and the police chief of Tobasaland.
Right away, Mr. Harding. Will you, want me there?
Yes, Mr. Burton. I definitely want you there.
Mr. Harding, I can only express my deep regret at the death of your man. It will only add more fuel to the strain between our two countries.
Perhaps not, Mr. President.
Oh?
You're aware of what Mr. Carter's mission here was.
To investigate the rise of feeling against the United States among my countrymen.
Yes, that's right.
Had he made any reports to you before this tragedy?
One, which I read just this morning.
May we inquire as to his findings, Mr. Harding?
Of course, Chief Monaga. He reported that the hatred of the United States arose out of local circumstances, that there was no outside provocation, and recommended that the United States aid your country in dealing with this by sending weapons and advisors.
You see, Mr. President, it is as I and Mr. Burton have been saying.
I cannot believe it.
I know how you must feel, Mr. President, but when his conclusion is the same as ours, nothing remains for you but to take our advice.
I wouldn't say that, Mr. Burton.
What do you mean?
You see, the report I read was not written by my agent Carter.
What?
That's right, Chief Monaga.
Then who was it written by?
Mr. Burton, our eminent American consul.
Me?
That's right, Mr. Burton, and I've got two witnesses to that fact. All right, Orissa, come in and bring the gentleman with you.
Hello, Mr. Burton.
Carter. That's right, Mr. Burton.
Mr. Harding, Burton's got a gun.
Look out, Chief. No, you don't. Carter, see about him.
He's out cold, Mr. Harding.
You attacked him, your own consul?
Yes, Mr. President, but he was not the real American consul.
I don't understand.
You remember, Mr. President, Burton was abducted briefly when he first arrived here.
Why, yes.
And rescued by your Chief Monaga.
Mr. Harding.
The game's up, Monaga. You're assisting another foreign power, the power whom the so-called Burton was spying for.
You sent that man to kill me, Chief Monaga. Orissa recognized him as Sergeant Benata, a member of your own police force.
And when Carter killed him instead and the fire started, he decided to use that fact as a trap for you and Burton.
But how did Carter know Burton was on the other side?
Because Burton was the only one besides Orissa who knew Carter's address.
You'll never...
Stop him, Carter.
You're not getting away. Let go.
Well, you've got a nice right there, Carter. Mr. President, Monaga is a citizen of your country. I'm sure you'll know how to deal with him.
I will, Mr. Harding, but please, one more point.
Yes.
If Monaga and Burton were the instigators of the anti-Americanism, why did they keep insisting on my seeking your country's aid in suppressing that feeling?
Because they were aware, Mr. President, that once such a policy was started, we would have to keep sending more aid and more arms. It would have been another drain on America's might, and there's nothing the power he represented would like better than drain off our strength to weaken us for any major conflict that may eventually come. Well, this at least is one spot where they failed in that strategy, and we'll see that they fail again.
Tune in this Sunday, November 5th, and every Sunday thereafter for Counterspy. Please consult your newspaper for the exact time. Listen this Sunday for the exciting Case of the Mental Murderer.
The secret tip was correct. The hostile secret agents planned to destroy the sanity of a certain American. Who that man was and how we combated the scheme is the subject of our next report. Listen on Sunday to
Case of the Mental Murderer on Counterspy. Tonight's Counterspy program originated in New York, was directed by Max B. Loeb, dramatized by Palma Thompson, and featured Don McLaughlin and Mandel Kramer. Counterspy is produced by Phillips H. Lord.
Three chimes mean good times on any.
New post-war Old Dutch cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined, as new post-war Old Dutch cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Why do you suppose he doesn't answer the door, Nick?
I don't know, Patsy. Maybe if we look through this window, we can see.
Well, Nick, what's the matter? What are you staring at?
Look over there on the floor by the sofa, Patsy.
Huh? Why, there's a man lying there. He's been shot in the forehead.
Confound it. He's the one man in the world who could have told us why a young man who had everything to live for should want to take his own life.
And now, the case of the Flowery Farewell. Today's exciting adventure starring Lon Clark as Nick Carter. Brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. As our story opens, we find Nick seated at his desk in his office, intently studying the front page of the evening paper. Patsy stands behind him, reading over his shoulder.
Nick, it says he was only 35 years old.
Yes, Patsy, he was one of the richest industrialists in the world.
And he ends up by throwing himself in a lake. Oh, it just doesn't make sense, Nick. Why would a man like that take his own life?
Well, the suicide note he left in his car tells why. It's reprinted here in the paper.
Oh, is it? I didn't see it.
Yeah, right down here at the bottom of the column.
It is not the number of years a man has lived that enables him to say his life was justified. It is the richness and fullness of his experience. I say farewell to my own life with deep regret, and yet I am convinced that it is better for a man to die in his prime quickly and painlessly than to let old age destroy him by slow stages. Well...
Pretty flowery farewell, isn't it?
Oh, I'll say. Imagine anyone sitting down and...
Oh, I'll get it.
Okay.
Nick Carter speaking.
Mr. Carter, my name is Mrs. Holt. Mrs. Douglas Holt.
Yes, Mrs. Holt.
I wonder whether you can come to my home this evening. My husband and I would like to speak to you about the death of our very good friend, Miles Kincaid.
Oh, yes, the man who committed suicide.
The man who died, Mr. Carter. Whether or not he committed suicide is what we'd like you to find out.
Well, so far, Mrs. Holt, I'm afraid you haven't given me any really solid grounds for your suspicions that Kincaid didn't kill himself.
But, Mr. Carter, Miles had everything in the world to live for. He was rich, famous, and happy.
Well, according to his note, he wanted his life to end at the peak of his success.
Yes, but what about his call to me yesterday? He said he had plane reservations and was leaving for Florida very soon.
My wife checked on that, Mr. Carter. It's true.
Yes, if he were going to commit suicide today, why would he make arrangements for a trip at a future date?
Let me ask you this. You're implying that Kincaid was murdered. But do you know of anyone who would have any reason to kill him?
Well, no, I don't.
How about you, Mr. Holt?
No, I can't think of anyone.
And yet you both knew him well, didn't you?
Oh, yes. In fact, well, Miles and I had quite a crush on each other a good many years ago. That was before he introduced me to Douglas.
He and I were partners at that time. We had a little organization that we called Inventors Incorporated. We broke up after a while, but we never lost touch with each other.
And in all these years, he made no serious enemies?
Well, of course he might have, without our knowing it.
Well, it still doesn't add up to murder, does it, Nick?
No, not to me.
Then you won't investigate this matter for us, Mr. Carter?
Oh, I didn't say that, Mr. Holt.
Oh, I wish you would, Mr. Carter. I just know something's wrong somewhere. I've got an intuition about it.
Very well, Mrs. Holt. I have a lot of faith in a woman's intuition. If there has been a murder, I promise you I'll find it out before the night is over.
Did you talk to Sergeant Matheson on the phone, Nick?
Yes. And You should have heard the horse laugh he gave me when I suggested that Miles Kincaid might have been murdered.
Oh, that must mean the handwriting experts are sure about the suicide note.
They are. Matty says there's absolutely no question about it. Wasn't a forgery.
Well, that pretty well settles it then, doesn't it?
Perhaps. But at least it won't hurt to take a look at Kincaid's home.
We're almost there, Nick. It's the house at the end of this street.
All right. Matty wasn't even going to hold an autopsy.
Did you ask him to?
I did, and he finally agreed to it.
Good.
All right, hop out.
Whom do you expect to see here, Nick?
Kincaid's valet, a man named Harry Otis.
Oh.
Holt says he was probably the last man to see Kincaid alive.
Yeah, but do you think you... What was that, Nick?
Somebody moaning. Someone in pain.
It came from those bushes by the side of the porch.
Yeah, come on.
There he is, Nick, lying in the bushes.
All right, give me a hand, Patsy.
Yeah.
Pull him out.
Yeah.
Watch out for that threat.
Okay.
There, that does it.
My head.
Yeah, what happened to you?
Who are you?
Nick Carter, private investigator. Who are you?
Harry Otis. I was Mr. Kincaid's valet, sir.
Well, what happened to you?
Someone rang the doorbell a few minutes ago. I opened the door, but there was no one there, so I stepped out on the porch. That's all I remember.
He must have been slugged from behind, Nick.
Yeah, come on.
Where are we going?
Whoever slugged him may have wanted to get into the house, could still be there.
Okay, Nick. If Miles Kincaid committed suicide, Nick, what's this all about?
Your guess is as good as mine, Patsy.
The front door is open.
Don't make any noise.
No one in the living room. What, have you gone upstairs?
Wait a minute. Listen.
Nick, it's someone moving around.
Right. Behind that closed door over there. Let's drop in on him. Unexpectedly.
Right.
Oh, confound it.
Is the door locked, Nick?
Yes. Guess we'll have to announce ourselves after all. Open up! Open this door! We're climbing through the door. Not hurt, are you?
No, but it was awful close, Nick.
Oh, it's all quiet in there now. Afraid he's giving us the slip. That gunfire was probably intended to cover his getaway.
What are we going to do?
Only one thing to do. Shoot the lock off. Stand back.
Yeah.
There.
Oh, Nick, he must have gone out that open window.
Yeah, no use going after him in the dark.
Oh, shucks. Oh, will you look at this room? It must have been Kincaid's study.
Oh, it's a mess now. Our friend tore it apart. Every drawer, every
What
file.
could he have been after?
I don't know. But there is one thing I do know.
What's that, Nick?
As of now, I'm definitely interested in how Miles Kincaid really died.
Why, certainly, Mr. Carter. As Miles Kincaid's lawyer, I'm happy to help you clear up any questions you have regarding his death.
Well, first, Mr. Randolph, who stood to benefit by his death?
Well, all of his wealth is to be divided among various foundations and charitable institutions.
What? He left no private bequest whatsoever?
Only a comparatively small one to Melvin Dudley.
Melvin Dudley? That's the publisher, isn't it?
Yes. Miles had arranged with Dudley to publish his memoirs, and he left a few $1,000s to cover the cost.
Then Kincaid was writing his memoirs at the time of his death.
He practically finished them, though that fact wasn't commonly known.
I see. But what about all his property holdings? He must have had an enormous estate.
Not anymore. He'd sold everything in the past year, converted it all into cash. There's just one piece of land that he held on to.
Oh, where's that?
Over in the poorer section of town, on Montrose Avenue. That's to be sold at auction now that he's dead.
But I don't understand, Randolph. Why on earth would he have disposed of all his possessions at the age of 35?
You'd almost think he knew he was going to die.
He did, Miss Bowen.
What?
He and his personal physician and I were the only ones who were in on his secret.
What secret?
Mr. Carter, in 6 weeks, Miles Kincaid would have been dead of heart trouble.
Why are we going back to the office, Nick?
I want to call Mary and check on the autopsy.
Oh. Nick, you promised Hope that before the night is over, you'd at least know whether or not Kincaid was murdered. Do you think you will?
I don't know. All we found out so far is that he had a better reason than we thought for doing away with himself.
Yeah, but that still doesn't explain the mysterious visitor at his house tonight. And also, that's our phone, Nick.
Oh, yeah, here, I got the key.
Good. Hurry, Nick, before they hang up.
Okay. Nick Carter speaking.
Nick, this is Matty.
Oh, yeah, Matty. I was just going to call you. What'd you find out?
Kincaid was drowned, all right. His lungs are full of water.
What? Well, that settles that.
No, it doesn't, Nick.
What do you mean?
His lungs are full of water, right enough, but the water was full of chlorine.
Chlorine?
Yeah.
But there's no chlorine in lake water.
You're right, Nick. But there's plenty of it in the city water system.
And Miles Kincaid was drowned before he was thrown into the lake.
Right.
And that means murder.
Well, Nick knows at last that the wealthy young industrialist did not die by his own hand. But why Miles Kincaid left a suicide note, or why anyone would want to kill a man who was doomed to die from heart trouble within 6 weeks, are questions that are still unanswered. We'll continue this baffling adventure in just a moment. And now, back to The Case of the Flowery Farewell. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. As we pick up our story, a half an hour has passed. Nick and Patsy have joined Matty at the Kincaid home and, guided by Kincaid's valet, Harry Otis, have just entered the murdered man's bedroom.
I see the bed's been made, Otis. Did you do that today?
No, sir. No one's been in here all day.
Well, in that case, Kincaid didn't sleep here last night, Nick.
Apparently not, Matty.
But his dressing gown's on the bed, and there's one of his ties on the floor behind that chair.
Yeah. Was Kincaid fully dressed when your men found him, Matty?
Well, sure. He had on a brown business suit, a blue shirt, and a green tie.
A green tie?
Yeah.
Oh, no. You must be mistaken, Sergeant.
Now, don't tell me. He had on a blue shirt and a green tie.
But, Sergeant, Mr. Kincaid would never have worn a combination like that. He was very particular about his clothes.
Now, listen,
Hey,
Otis.
Matty, wait a minute. This all adds up.
Huh?
Otis, take a look around. Does this room seem just about the same to you as always?
Why, no, sir, it doesn't. The bed's been pushed back farther than usual, and the chairs are all against the wall.
Hey, I'm beginning to catch on, Nick.
Otis, where were you when your employer retired last night?
I had the evening off, sir. I drew his bath water for him, then I went out.
Uh-huh.
When I got back, I assumed he was asleep.
You drew his bath, huh?
Yes, sir.
Well, Matty, at least we know how he died.
But
Huh?
you think he was killed here, Nick?
I do. He was probably getting undressed when the murderer found him.
And they had a fight?
Yeah, that's why the furniture's out of place.
Yeah, that would also account for the bruises on Kincaid's face. We figured they was from being hit against the rocks in the lake.
Yeah. Well, he was probably knocked unconscious in this room. Then the murderer took him into the bathroom and held his head underwater until he was dead.
Oh, how horrible.
Then he dressed him again. Must have been in such a hurry he didn't see the tie Kincaid had taken off. So he grabbed one out of the closet without even noticing the color.
And then he carried him out, shoved him in his own car, and drove to the lake.
But what about the suicide note?
I've got a little theory about that, too.
What sort of theory?
I'd rather not say until I've had a chance to confirm it.
But how are you going to do that, Nick?
By dropping in on a publisher named Melvin Dudley and asking him a few questions.
I guess there's no one home.
Yeah, there must be, Patsy. I saw a light at the side of the house.
Well, let's go around the side porch and take a look in the room where the light is.
Okay, Nick.
No use wasting time.
No. Here, Nick. We can look in through this French window.
Oh, look at all those papers scattered all over the floor.
Hey, looks like a cyclone's been through here.
Hey, Matty.
What?
Look over there beside the sofa.
Beside what?
Sofa.
Holy smoke. Nick, there's a man lying there.
Smash the glass with your revolver. We gotta get in there.
I'll say we have. All right, stand back.
Can you reach the latch?
Yeah, I got it. Holy smoke. Look at this guy, Nick.
Yeah. Shot through the head.
That's Melvin Dudley, Nick. I've seen his picture in the paper.
Well, you'll see it again tomorrow, Patsy, all over the front page.
Hey, Matty.
Yeah, Nick.
These papers on the floor.
Huh?
Ever seen any just like them?
What? Yeah, sure. They're the same kind of paper, the same handwriting as the suicide note.
That's what I figured. And look, here's a typewritten letter among them.
Huh?
To Melvin Dudley from Miles Kincaid.
What's it say, Nick?
I'm enclosing the manuscript of my memoirs. Everything is here except the foreword, which I'm working on now. Well, there's the answer to your suicide note, Matty.
What do you mean?
It was written by Miles Kincaid, but it wasn't intended as a suicide note.
And what was it, Nick?
A page from the foreword to his memoirs. The murderer stole it last night from Kincaid's house and planted it in Kincaid's car as a suicide note.
Oh, no wonder it sounded so flowery.
We're up against the smart operator, Nick.
Plenty smart, Matty. But he's made one big mistake.
Huh?
When he killed Melvin Dudley, he should have taken those memoirs with him.
Well, morning, Dick.
Oh, hello, Matty. I've spent a very dull night reading Kincaid's memoirs.
Oh, yeah? Find anything interesting in them?
Yeah, but the most interesting part isn't there.
Is that... I don't get you.
Matty, unless I'm all wrong, these memoirs should hold the key to Kincaid's murder.
How do you mean?
Well, apparently, when Kincaid learned he was going to die, he decided to leave behind him a document that would expose somebody.
Uh-huh.
Somebody he hated.
And you think this somebody got wind of it and knocked Kincaid off so as to get hold of the document?
I do. But he didn't get hold of it because Kincaid had already sent it to Dudley.
Uh-huh.
The murderer realized that after he went back and searched Kincaid's study.
So he went to Dudley's house to get it and ended by killing Dudley.
Right.
But look, Nick, why didn't the murderer take the memoirs while he was there?
He did.
He what?
At least he took that part of them which incriminated him. There's one whole section missing from the manuscript.
Oh. Got any idea what was in that section?
Yes, Mary, I have.
Good boy.
When Douglas Holt and his wife put me on this case, Holt told me that he and Kincaid were once partners in an outfit called Inventors Incorporated.
Inventors Incorporated?
Yeah. But there's no mention of any such organization anywhere in the memoirs.
Hey, Nick. Then maybe the...
I'm back, Nick. Oh, hello, Sergeant.
Oh, hi, Patsy.
Yeah, what did you find at the newspaper morgue, Patsy? You got any dope on Kincaid's background?
Plenty, Nick. And about that company called Inventors Incorporated.
Yeah?
There's something funny about that.
Funny? In what way?
Why, there was a third partner.
Third partner?
Uh-huh.
Who was he?
A man named Peter Jarrett.
Peter Jarrett.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. No mention of him in the memoirs either.
Hey, Nick, are you thinking this Jarrett guy might be our man?
I don't know about that, Matty. But I am thinking that it's strange that Holt and his wife didn't tell me about this Peter Jarrett. I wonder why.
I know I should have mentioned Peter Jarrett to you, Mr. Carter, but frankly, I was sticking to an agreement that Miles Kincaid and I made long ago.
What sort of agreement, Mr. Holt?
To cover up for Jarrett in spite of the raw deal he gave us.
Oh, he gave you a raw deal?
He certainly did. Jarrett wrecked Inventors Incorporated by walking out on us one day, taking with him what little capital we had.
And you never saw him again?
No, never. But I'm confident he's still alive.
Nick, Peter Jarrett must be our man.
Well, he certainly had a motive for killing Kincaid. If Kincaid was planning to expose him in the memoirs he was writing.
You say Miles was writing his memoirs, Mr. Carter?
Yes, he was. They were practically complete when he died.
Well, then it all adds up, doesn't it? Only a man like Jarrett who wanted to get hold of those memoirs before they were published would have had a motive for killing a man who was going to die anyway.
Yeah, but the question is, how can we get our hands on Jarrett?
Well, I can tell you where his wife lives. She ought to know where he's hiding out, if anybody does.
Oh, good. We'll go see her. I have an idea that when we find Peter Jarrett, we'll have this case sewed up.
Yeah? What do you want?
Are you Mrs. Jarrett?
What's it to you?
I'm Nick Carter, private investigator.
A dick, huh? You get out of here.
Now, just a moment, Mrs. Jarrett.
I said, get out. Mrs. Jarrett, don't do that.
Put that gun away, please.
You come one step closer and I'll start shooting. So help me.
I don't think you're going to shoot anyone with that gun. I'll take it.
Why, you...
And the next time you want to fire a gun, Mrs. Jarrett, remember to lift the safety catch.
Nice going, Nick. Pretty darn smart, ain't you?
Now, perhaps you better talk to us.
I ain't talking to no cops.
Why not?
Because I'm sick of you guys. You've been hounding me for 10 years, ever since Pete disappeared.
You wouldn't know where your husband is, would you?
Are you crazy? I wouldn't be living like this if I knew. Him with all that dough.
When did you see him last?
I ain't seen him since the day he went to work and didn't come home.
And where was your husband working the day he disappeared?
He was working over at that house on Montrose Avenue.
Montrose Avenue? Why, that's the one piece of property that Miles Kincaid held on to after he sold everything else.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Mrs. Jarrett. I'm very grateful to you.
What? I didn't do nothing for you.
Oh, yes, you did. You just gave me the last piece of a very complicated jigsaw puzzle.
Oh, Nick, what a horrible, musty old place.
It should be musty. After all, nobody's been down in the cellar for over 10 years. Not since Miles Kincaid and Douglas Holt closed up the business they called Inventors Incorporated.
But what do you expect to find here, Nick?
The key to 3 murders, I hope.
3? But only 2 men were killed.
Patsy, if my hunch is right... Wait a minute.
What do you see, Nick?
Look where my flashlight's pointing. Notice anything about that slab of concrete over there?
Why, yes. It's a different color from the rest of the cellar floor.
Right. Because it was laid at a different time. Let's see. It's about 3 feet wide and 6 feet long, isn't it?
Nick, you think that's a grave?
I do. I think a man has been buried under that slab of concrete for 10 long years.
Patsy stares at the circle of light from Nick's flashlight. Who is buried in the musty cellar on Montrose Avenue, and what bearing his death has on the murders of Miles Kincaid and Melvin Dudley, we'll find out in just a moment. And now for the conclusion of The Case of the Flowery Farewell. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. Almost an hour has passed since Nick and Patsy discovered what Nick believes to be a grave in the cellar of the abandoned house on Montrose Avenue. They left the cellar for a time, but have now returned to it and are waiting impatiently.
Not a sign of him yet, Nick.
He'll be here, all right. Can't afford not to come.
I still don't understand why you're so sure he's the murderer.
You will before long.
Yeah, but...
Hold it. Here he comes.
You down there, Carter?
Yes, we're here. Come on down.
What's this all about, anyway?
Familiar territory to you, isn't it?
It's been a long time since I was here. This is where Miles Kincaid and I had our laboratory.
You, Miles Kincaid, and Peter Jarrett. Don't forget Jarrett, Mr. Holt.
That's right. Oh, by the way, have you got a line on his whereabouts yet?
I've done better than that. I've found him.
What? Well, where is he?
Right where you and Miles Kincaid buried him 10 years ago.
What are you talking about, Carter?
I'm talking about murder. You and Kincaid killed Jarrett and buried him down here.
That's ridiculous.
Probably did it so that you could steal an invention of his. And you spread the word that he'd run off with your funds.
You must be out of your mind.
No, but I imagine you were nearly out of your mind when Melvin Dudley happened to mention to you that Kincaid was writing his memoirs.
Why should that worry me?
Because you guessed that he was planning to expose your part in the murder. Something he couldn't have done during his lifetime without incriminating himself.
What?
When the police dig up Jarrett's body...
They'll never dig it up, because you won't be alive to tell them about it. Don't reach for your gun, Carter. I've got you both covered.
Holt, you made a bad mistake when you admitted that you knew Kincaid was a dying man. That was a tip-off on you, especially since you neglected to tell me that fact when you hired me.
Well, I slipped up once, but I won't slip this time. I'll take you first, Carter.
No, Holt. I'll take you first.
What the...
Drop your gun, Holt. I got fight behind
I'll
me.
kill you, you...
Oh, my hand! Oh, nice shooting, Nick. You cut that gun right out of his hand.
And you made a nice dramatic entrance, Matty.
Well, you set the stage for it, Nick, when you put me behind that packing box.
Oh, I thought you'd never come out of there, Sergeant.
Yeah, well, I'd have been out sooner, Patsy, only my pants got caught in a nail.
Oh, Sergeant.
Yeah, and my new suit, too. Okay, Holt, let's get moving. No use hanging around this damp cellar when we got a nice dry cell waiting for you down at headquarters.
Then Jarrett's body was buried in the cellar, Nick.
Yes, Patsy. And the case is closed.
Not quite, Miss Carter. Not until you've told me how Holt found out that Kincaid was dying of heart trouble.
Well, according to the statement Holt gave Matty down at headquarters, Kincaid told him.
He did?
Mm-hmm. When Holt went to inquire about the memoirs, Kincaid gloated that he'd be dead in 6 weeks, and that everybody would know that Holt was a murderer.
But why on earth did Kincaid want to expose Holt?
Patsy, don't you remember what Mrs. Holt told us? That she used to go with Kincaid? Well, Kincaid never forgave Holt for taking her away from him.
Oh, I get it. He couldn't get even with Holt until after he himself was dead.
That's right.
Yeah, but I can't understand why Holt brought you in on this case.
He didn't. His wife did.
What? You mean it was her idea to hire you?
Sure. She knew nothing about the murder of Peter Jarrett, and she had no idea that Holt had killed Kincaid. She just didn't believe that Kincaid had killed himself.
Mm-hmm. And when she wanted to call you, her husband had to agree with her so she wouldn't get suspicious of him.
That's it.
Oh, brother. When you walked into that house and took the case, it must have been life's darkest moment for Douglas Holt.
The darkest so far, Patsy. But the state is planning an even darker moment for him in the very near future.
Can you tell us something about the adventure new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser is going to bring us next week, Nick?
Next week, Mike, we're going to meet a man who was honest and upright for 5 years in order to build up to a fraud worth $500,000.
Only his plan broke down because he put his fraud in an envelope.
A fraud in an envelope? Well, that sounds exciting. What do you call this adventure?
I call it The Case of the King's Apology. Friends, this is Nick Carter again. And I'd like to take this opportunity on behalf of the Cudahy Packing Company to salute the 49th Annual Convention of the National Association of Retail Grocers, which begins today in Atlantic City. The independent retail grocer is your good neighbor, bringing you fine foods from all parts of the nation and of the world. So let's all doff our hats to this very important businessman, the independent retail grocer.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time by the Cudahy Packing Company. It is produced and directed by Jock McGregor and is copyrighted by Street & Smith Publications, Incorporated. Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy. Ed Latimer plays Matty. Today's script was written by Lou Schofield and Ken Pettis. Original music is played by Henry Silverne. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. This is Michael Fitzmaurice saying, when minutes count, use new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. New post-war Old Dutch Cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined, as new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Why do you suppose he doesn't answer the door, Nick?
I don't know, Patsy. Maybe if we look through this window, we can see.
Well, Nick, what's the matter? What are you staring at?
Look over there on the floor by the sofa, Patsy.
Huh? Why, there's a man lying there. He's been shot in the forehead.
Confound it. He's the one man in the world who could have told us why a young man who had everything to live for should want to take his own life.
And now, the case of the Flowery Farewell. Today's exciting adventure starring Lon Clark as Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. As our story opens, we find Nick seated at his desk in his office, intently studying the front page of the evening paper. Patsy stands behind him, reading over his shoulder.
Nick, it says he was only 35 years old.
Yes, Patsy, he was one of the richest industrialists in the world.
And he ends up by throwing himself in a lake. Oh, it just doesn't make sense, Nick. Why would a man like that take his own life?
Well, the suicide note he left in his car tells why. It's reprinted here in the paper.
Oh, is it? I didn't see it.
Yeah, right down here at the bottom of the column.
It is not the number of years a man has lived that enables him to say his life was justified. It is the richness and fullness of his experience. I say farewell to my own life with deep regret, and yet I am convinced that it is better for a man to die in his prime quickly and painlessly than to let old age destroy him by slow stages. Well...
Pretty flowery farewell, isn't it?
Well, I'll say. Imagine anyone sitting down and...
Oh, I'll get it.
Okay.
Nick Carter speaking.
Mr. Carter, my name is Mrs. Holt. Mrs. Douglas Holt.
Yes, Mrs. Holt.
I wonder whether you can come to my home this evening. My husband and I would like to speak to you about the death of our very good friend, Miles Kincaid.
Oh, yes, the man who committed suicide.
The man who died, Mr. Carter. Whether or not he committed suicide is what we'd like you to find out.
Well, so far, Mrs. Holt, I'm afraid you haven't given me any really solid grounds for your suspicions that Kincaid didn't kill himself.
But, Mr. Carter, Miles had everything in the world to live for. He was rich, famous, and happy.
Well, according to his note, he wanted his life to end at the peak of his success.
Yes, but what about his call to me yesterday? He said he had plane reservations and was leaving for Florida very soon.
My wife checked on that, Mr. Carter. It's true.
Because if he were going to commit suicide today, why would he make arrangements for a trip at a future date?
Let me ask you this. You're implying that Kincaid was murdered. But do you know of anyone who'd have any reason to kill him?
Well, no, I don't.
How about you, Mr. Holt?
No, I can't think of anyone.
And yet you both knew him well, didn't you?
Oh, yes. In fact, well, Miles and I had quite a crush on each other a good many years ago. That was before he introduced me to Douglas.
He and I were partners at that time. We had a little organization that we called Inventors Incorporated. We broke up after a while, but we never lost touch with each other.
And in all these years, he made no serious enemies?
Well, of course, he might have, without our knowing it.
Well, it still doesn't add up to murder, does it, Nick?
No, not to me.
Then you won't investigate this matter for us, Mr. Carter?
Oh, I didn't say that, Mr. Holt.
Oh, I wish you would, Mr. Carter. I just know something's wrong somewhere. I've got an intuition about it.
Very well, Mrs. Holt. I have a lot of faith in a woman's intuition. If there has been a murder, I promise you I'll find it out before the night is over.
Did you talk to Sergeant Matheson on the phone, Nick?
Yes, and you should have heard the horse laugh he gave me when I suggested that Miles Kincaid might have been murdered.
Oh, that must mean the handwriting experts are sure about the suicide note.
They are. Mattie says there's absolutely no question about it. Wasn't a forgery.
Well, that pretty well settles it then, doesn't it?
Perhaps. But at least it won't hurt to take a look at Kincaid's home.
We're almost there, Nick. It's the house at the end of this street.
All right. Mattie wasn't even going to hold an autopsy.
Did you ask him to?
I did, and he finally agreed to it.
Good.
All right, hop out.
Whom do you expect to see here, Nick?
Kincaid's valet, a man named Harry Otis.
Oh.
Holt says he was probably the last man to see Kincaid alive.
Yeah, but do you think What was that, Nick?
Somebody moaning. Someone in pain.
It came from those bushes by the side of the porch.
Yeah, come on.
There he is, Nick, lying in the bushes.
All right, give me a hand, Patsy.
Yeah.
Pull him out.
Yeah.
Watch out for that branch.
Okay.
There, that does it.
My head.
Yeah, what happened to you?
Who are you?
Nick Carter, private investigator. Who are you?
Harry Otis. I was Mr. Kincaid's valet, sir.
Well, what happened to you?
Someone rang the doorbell a few minutes ago. I opened the door, but there was no one there, so I stepped out on the porch. That's all I remember.
He must have been slugged from behind, Nick.
Yeah, come on.
Where are we going?
Whoever slugged him may have wanted to get into the house, could still be there.
Okay, Nick. If Miles Kincaid committed suicide, Nick, what's this all about?
Your guess is as good as mine, Patsy.
The front door is open.
Don't make any noise.
No one in the living room. What, have you gone upstairs?
Wait a minute. Listen.
Nick, it's someone moving around.
Right. Behind that closed door over there. Let's drop in on him. Unexpectedly.
Right.
Oh, confound it.
Is the door locked, Nick?
Yes. Guess we'll have to announce ourselves after all. Open up! Open this door! Stop crawling through the door. Not hurt, are you?
No, but it was awful close, Nick.
Oh, it's all quiet in there now. Afraid he's giving us the slip. That gunfire was probably intended to cover his getaway.
What are we going to do?
Only one thing to do. Shoot the lock off. Stand back.
Yeah.
There.
Oh, Nick, he must have gone out that open window.
Yeah, no use going after him in the dark.
Oh, shucks. Oh, will you look at this room? It must have been Kincaid's study.
Oh, it's a mess now. Our friend tore it apart. Every drawer, every
What
file.
could he have been after?
I don't know. But there is one thing I do know.
What's that, Nick?
As of now, I'm definitely interested in how Miles Kincaid really died.
Why, certainly, Mr. Carter. As Miles Kincaid's lawyer, I'm happy to help you clear up any questions you have regarding his death.
Well, first, Mr. Randolph, who stood to benefit by his death?
Well, all of his wealth is to be divided among various foundations and charitable institutions.
What? He left no private bequest whatsoever?
Only a comparatively small one to Melvin Dudley.
Melvin Dudley. That's the publisher, isn't it?
Yes. Miles had arranged with Dudley to publish his memoirs, and he left a few $1,000s to cover the cost.
Then Kincaid was writing his memoirs at the time of his death.
He practically finished them, though that fact wasn't commonly known.
I see. But what about all his property holdings? He must have had an enormous estate.
Not anymore. He'd sold everything in the past year, converted it all into cash. There's just one piece of land that he held on to.
Oh, where's that?
Over in the poorer section of town, on Montrose Avenue. That's to be sold at auction now that he's dead.
But I don't understand, Randolph. Why on earth would he have disposed of all his possessions at the age of 35?
You'd almost think he knew he was going to die.
He did, Miss Bowen.
What?
He and his personal physician and I were the only ones who were in on his secret.
What secret?
Mr. Carter, in 6 weeks, Miles Kincaid would have been dead of heart trouble.
Why are we going back to the office, Nick?
I want to call Mary and check on the autopsy.
Oh. Nick, you promised Hope that before the night is over, you'd at least know whether or not Kincaid was murdered. Do you think you will?
I don't know. All we found out so far is that he had a better reason than we thought for doing away with himself.
Yeah, but that still doesn't explain the mysterious visitor at his house tonight. And also, that's our phone, Nick.
Oh, yeah, here, I got the key.
Good. Hurry, Nick, before they hang up.
Okay. Nick Carter speaking.
Nick, this is Matty.
Oh, yeah, Matty, I was just going to call you. What'd you find out?
Kincaid was drowned, all right. His lungs are full of water.
What? Well, that settles that.
No, it doesn't, Nick.
What do you mean?
His lungs are full of water, right enough, but the water was full of chlorine.
Chlorine?
Yeah.
But there's no chlorine in lake water.
You're right, Nick. But there's plenty of it in the city water system.
And Miles Kincaid was drowned before he was thrown into the lake.
Right.
And that means murder.
Well, Nick knows at last that the wealthy young industrialist did not die by his own hand. But why Miles Kincaid left a suicide note, or why anyone would want to kill a man who was doomed to die from heart trouble within 6 weeks, are questions that are still unanswered. We'll continue this baffling adventure in just a moment. And now, back to The Case of the Flowery Farewell. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. As we pick up our story, a half an hour has passed. Nick and Patsy have joined Matty at the Kincaid home and, guided by Kincaid's valet, Harry Otis, have just entered the murdered man's bedroom.
I see the bed's been made, Otis. Did you do that today?
No, sir. No one's been in here all day.
Well, in that case, Kincaid didn't sleep here last night, Nick.
Apparently not, Matty.
But his dressing gown's on the bed, and there's one of his ties on the floor behind that chair.
Yeah. Was Kincaid fully dressed when your men found him, Matty?
Well, sure. He had on a brown business suit, a blue shirt, and a green tie.
A green tie?
Yeah.
Oh, no. You must be mistaken, Sergeant.
Now, don't tell me. He had on a blue shirt and a green tie.
But, Sergeant, Mr. Kincaid would never have worn a combination like that. He was very particular about his clothes.
Now, listen, Otis.
Hey, Matty, wait a minute. This all adds up.
Huh?
Otis, take a look around. Does this room seem just about the same to you as always?
Why, no, sir, it doesn't. The bed's been pushed back farther than usual, and the chairs are all against the wall.
Hey, I'm beginning to catch on, Nick.
Otis, where were you when your employer retired last night?
I had the evening off, sir. I drew his bath water for him, then I went out.
Uh-huh.
When I got back, I assumed he was asleep.
You drew his bath, huh?
Yes, sir.
Well, Matty, at least we know how he died.
But
Huh?
you think he was killed here, Nick?
I do. He was probably getting undressed when the murderer found him.
And they had a fight?
Yeah, that's why the furniture is out of place.
Yeah, that would also account for the bruises on Kincaid's face. We figured they was from being hit against the rocks in the lake.
Yeah. Well, he was probably knocked unconscious in this room. Then the murderer took him into the bathroom and held his head underwater until he was dead.
Oh, how horrible.
Then he dressed him again. Must have been in such a hurry he didn't see the tie Kincaid had taken off. So he grabbed one out of the closet without even noticing the color.
And then he carried him out, shoved him in his own car, and drove to the lake.
But what about the suicide note?
I've got a little theory about that, too.
What sort of theory?
I'd rather not say until I've had a chance to confirm it.
But how are you going to do that, Nick?
By dropping in on a publisher named Melvin Dudley and asking him a few questions.
I guess there's no one home.
Yeah, there must be, Patsy. I saw a light at the side of the house.
Well, let's go around the side porch and take a look in the room where the light is.
Okay, Nick.
Oh, you're just wasting time.
No. Here, Nick. We can look in through this French window.
Oh, Look at all those papers scattered all over the floor.
Hey, looks like a cyclone's been through here.
Hey, Matty.
What?
Look over there beside the sofa.
Beside what?
Sofa.
Holy smoke. Nick, there's a man lying there.
Smash the glass with your revolver. We gotta get in there.
I'll say we have. All right, stand back.
You reach the latch?
Yeah, I got it. Holy smoke. Look at this guy, Nick.
Yeah. Shot through the head.
That's Melvin Dudley, Nick. I've seen his picture in the paper.
Well, you'll see it again tomorrow, Patsy, all over the front page.
Hey, Matty.
Yeah, Nick.
Those papers on the floor. Huh? Ever seen any just like them?
What? Yeah, sure. They're the same kind of paper, the same handwriting as the suicide note.
That's what I figured. And look, here's a typewritten letter among them.
Huh?
To Melvin Dudley from Miles Kincaid.
What's it say, Nick?
I'm enclosing the manuscript of my memoirs. Everything is here except the foreword, which I'm working on now. Well, there's the answer to your suicide note, Matty.
What do you mean?
It was written by Miles Kincaid, but it wasn't intended as a suicide note.
Then what was it, Nick?
A page from the foreword to his memoirs. The murderer stole it last night from Kincaid's house and planted it in Kincaid's car as a suicide note.
Oh, no wonder it sounded so flowery.
We're up against the smart operator, Nick.
Plenty smart, Matty. But he's made one big mistake.
Huh?
When he killed Melvin Dudley, he should have taken those memoirs with him.
Well, morning, Nick.
Oh, hello, Matty. I've spent a very dull night reading Kincaid's memoirs.
Oh, yeah? Find anything interesting in them?
Yeah, but the most interesting part isn't there.
Is that... I don't get you.
Matty, unless I'm all wrong, these memoirs should hold the key to Kincaid's murder.
How do you mean?
Well, apparently, when Kincaid learned he was going to die, he decided to leave behind him a document that would expose somebody.
Uh-huh.
Somebody he hated.
And you think this somebody got wind of it and knocked Kincaid off so as to get hold of the document?
I do. But he didn't get hold of it because Kincaid had already sent it to Dudley.
Uh-huh.
The murderer realized that after he went back and searched Kincaid's study.
So he went to Dudley's house to get it and ended by killing Dudley.
Right.
But look, Nick, why didn't the murderer take the memoirs while he was there?
He did.
He what?
At least he took that part of them which incriminated him. There's one whole section missing from the manuscript.
Oh. Got any idea what was in that section?
Yes, Mary, I have.
Good boy.
When Douglas Holt and his wife put me on this case, Holt told me that he and Kincaid were once partners in an outfit called Inventors Incorporated.
Inventors Incorporated?
Yeah. But there's no mention of any such organization anywhere in the memoirs.
Hey, Nick. Then maybe the...
I'm back, Nick. Oh, hello, Sergeant.
Oh, hi, Patsy.
Yeah, what did you find at the newspaper morgue, Patsy? You got any dope on Kincaid's background?
Plenty, Nick. And about that company called Inventors Incorporated.
Yeah?
There's something funny about that.
Funny? In what way?
Why, there was a third partner.
Third partner?
Uh-huh.
Who was he?
A man named Peter Jarrett.
Peter Jarrett.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. No mention of him in the memoirs either.
Hey, Nick, are you thinking this Jarrett guy might be our man?
I don't know about that, Matty. But I am thinking that it's strange that Holt and his wife didn't tell me about this Peter Jarrett. I wonder why.
I know I should have mentioned Peter Jarrett to you, Mr. Carter, but frankly, I was sticking to an agreement that Miles Kincaid and I made long ago.
What sort of agreement, Mr. Holt?
To cover up for Jarrett in spite of the raw deal he gave us.
Oh, he gave you a raw deal?
He certainly did. Jarrett wrecked Inventors Incorporated by walking out on us one day, taking with him what little capital we had.
And you never saw him again?
No, never. But I'm confident he's still alive.
Nick, Peter Jarrett must be our man.
Well, he certainly had a motive for killing Kincaid. If Kincaid was planning to expose him in the memoirs he was writing.
You say Miles was writing his memoirs, Mr. Carter?
Yes, he was. They were practically complete when he died.
Well, then it all adds up, doesn't it? Only a man like Jarrett who wanted to get hold of those memoirs before they were published would have had a motive for killing a man who was going to die anyway.
Yeah, but the question is, how can we get our hands on Jarrett?
Well, I can tell you where his wife lives. She ought to know where he's hiding out, if anybody does.
Oh, good. We'll go see her. I have an idea that when we find Peter Jarrett, we'll have this case sewed up.
Yeah? What do you want?
Are you Mrs. Jarrett?
What's it to you?
I'm Nick Carter, private investigator.
A Dick, huh?
You get out of here.
Not this moment, Mrs.
I
Jarrett.
said, get out.
Mrs. Jarrett, don't do that.
Put that gun away, please.
You come one step closer and I'll start shooting. So help me.
I don't think you're going to shoot anyone with that
Get away
gun.
from me.
I'll take it.
Why, you...
And the next time you want to fire a gun, Mrs. Jarrett, remember to lift the safety catch.
Nice going, Nick.
Pretty darn smart, ain't you?
Now, perhaps you better talk to us.
I ain't talking to no cops.
Why not?
Because I'm sick of you guys. You've been hounding me for 10 years, ever since Pete disappeared.
You wouldn't know where your husband is, would you?
Are you crazy? I wouldn't be living like this if I knew. Him with all that dough.
When did you see him last?
I ain't seen him since the day he went to work and didn't come home.
And where was your husband working the day he disappeared?
He was working over at that house on Montrose Avenue.
Montrose Avenue? Why, that's the one piece of property that Miles Kincaid held on to after he sold everything else.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Mrs. Jarrett. I'm very grateful to you.
What? I didn't do nothing for you.
Oh, yes, you did. You just gave me the last piece of a very complicated jigsaw puzzle.
Oh, Nick, what a horrible, musty old place.
It should be musty. After all, nobody's been down in the cellar for over 10 years. Not since Miles Kincaid and Douglas Holt closed up the business they called Inventors Incorporated.
Well, what do you expect to find here, Nick?
The key to 3 murders, I hope.
3? But only 2 men were killed.
Patsy, if my hunch is right... Wait a minute.
What do you see, Nick?
Look where my flashlight's pointing. Notice anything about that slab of concrete over there?
Why, yes. It's a different color from the rest of the cellar floor.
Right. Because it was laid at a different time. Let's see. It's about 3 feet wide and 6 feet long, isn't it?
Nick, you think that's a grave?
I do. I think a man has been buried under that slab of concrete for 10 long years.
Patsy stares at the circle of light from Nick's flashlight. Who is buried in the musty cellar on Montrose Avenue, and what bearing his death has on the murders of Miles Kincaid and Melvin Dudley, we'll find out in just a moment. And now for the conclusion of The Case of the Flowery Farewell. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. Almost an hour has passed since Nick and Patsy discovered what Nick believes to be a grave in the cellar of the abandoned house on Montrose Avenue. They left the cellar for a time, but have now returned to it and are waiting impatiently.
Not a sign of him yet, Nick.
He'll be here, all right. Can't afford not to come.
I still don't understand why you're so sure he's the murderer.
You will before long.
Yeah, but...
Ah, hold it. Here he comes.
Mm-hmm.
You down there, Carter?
Yes, we're here. Come on down.
What's this all about, anyway?
Familiar territory to you, isn't it?
It's been a long time since I was here. This is where Miles Kincaid and I had our laboratory.
You, Miles Kincaid, and Peter Jarrett. Don't forget Jarrett, Mr. Holt.
That's right. Oh, by the way, have you got a line on his whereabouts yet?
I've done better than that. I've found it.
What? Well, where is he?
Right where you and Miles Kincaid buried him 10 years ago.
What are you talking about, Carter?
I'm talking about murder. You and Kincaid killed Jarrett and buried him down here.
That's ridiculous.
Probably did it so that you could steal an invention of his. And you spread the word that he'd run off with your funds.
You must be out of your mind.
No, but I imagine you were nearly out of your mind when Melvin Dudley happened to mention to you that Kincaid was writing his memoirs.
Why should that worry me?
Because you guessed that he was planning to expose your part in the murder. Something he couldn't have done during his lifetime without incriminating himself.
What?
When the police dig up Jarrett's body...
They'll never dig it up, because you won't be alive to tell them about it. Don't reach for your gun, Carter. I've got you both covered.
Holt, you made a bad mistake when you admitted that you knew Kincaid was a dying man. That was a tip-off on you, especially since you neglected to tell me that fact when you hired me.
Well, I slipped up once, but I won't slip this time. I'll take you first, Carter.
No, Holt. I'll take you first.
What the...
Drop your gun, Holt. I got fight behind
I'll
me.
kill you, you...
Oh, my hand! Oh, nice shooting, Nick. You cut that gun right out of his hand. And you made a nice dramatic entrance, Matty. Well, you set the stage for it, Nick, when you put me behind that packing box.
Oh, I thought you'd never come out of there, Sergeant.
Yeah, well, I'd have been out sooner, Patsy, only my pants got caught in a nail.
Oh, Sergeant.
Yeah, and my new suit, too. Okay, Holt, let's get moving. No use hanging around this damp cellar when we got a nice dry cell waiting for you down at headquarters.
Then Jarrett's body was buried in the cellar, Nick.
Yes, Patsy. And the case is closed.
Not quite, Miss Carter. Not until you've told me how Holt found out that Kincaid was dying of heart trouble.
Well, according to the statement Holt gave Mattie down at headquarters, Kincaid told him.
He did?
Mm-hmm. When Holt went to inquire about the memoirs, Kincaid gloated that he'd be dead in 6 weeks, and that everybody would know that Holt was a murderer.
But why on earth did Kincaid want to expose Holt?
Patsy, don't you remember what Mrs. Holt told us? That she used to go with Kincaid? Well, Kincaid never forgave Holt for taking her away from him.
Oh, I get it. He couldn't get even with Holt until after he himself was dead.
That's right.
Yeah, but I can't understand why Holt brought you in on this case.
He didn't. His wife did.
What? You mean it was her idea to hire you?
Sure. She knew nothing about the murder of Peter Jarrett, and she had no idea that Holt had killed Kincaid. She just didn't believe that Kincaid had killed himself.
Mm-hmm. And when she wanted to call you, her husband had to agree with her so she wouldn't get suspicious of him.
That's it.
Oh, brother. When you walked into that house and took the case, it must have been life's darkest moment for Douglas Holt.
The darkest so far, Patsy. But the state is planning an even darker moment for him in the very near future.
Can you tell us something about the adventure new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser is going to bring us next week, Nick?
Next week, Mike, we're going to meet a man who was honest and upright for 5 years in order to build up to a fraud worth $500,000.
Only his plan broke down because he put his fraud in an envelope.
A fraud in an envelope? Well, that sounds exciting. What do you call this adventure?
I call it The Case of the King's Apology. Friends, this is Nick Carter again. And I'd like to take this opportunity on behalf of the Cudahy Packing Company to salute the 49th Annual Convention of the National Association of Retail Grocers, which begins today in Atlantic City. The independent retail grocer is your good neighbor, bringing you fine foods from all parts of the nation and of the world. So let's all doff our hats to this very important businessman, the independent retail grocer.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time by the Cudahy Packing Company. It is produced and directed by Jock McGregor and is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy. Ed Latimer plays Mattie. Today's script was written by Lou Schofield and Ken Pettis. Original music is played by Henry Silverne. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. This is Michael Fitzmaurice saying, when minutes count, use new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
And now, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents, transcribed, Frank Lovejoy in...
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Sometimes the best stories a reporter gets are the ones he can't print. The off-the-record conversations with people in high places. I knew Robbie wouldn't be talking for publication when I got his wire saying he was checking in at a small residential hotel on the north side for a few days. Robbie was a guy I'd gone to school with. He was also Maynard Robertson, Far East specialist for one of the big foundations. I knew he'd talk plenty and that I couldn't print a word of it. The lobby of the hotel was small and gray with a desk clerk to match. He smiled when I approached him, but there was something in his manner that strongly suggested Horatius at the bridge.
Yes, sir. And what may we do for you?
A friend of mine's supposed to be registered here. Maynard Robertson?
Mm-hmm. I see.
Can you give me his room number? I'd like to go up and see him.
Mm-hmm. I imagine you would. Just supposing Mr. Robertson is registered here. You're a friend of his, you say?
Yes, I'm a friend of his. Is he here or isn't he?
I don't imagine you'd have any way of proving you're a friend of his.
Well, look, call his room and tell him that Randy Stone is here.
Now, we won't be hasty, will we? Randy Stone. Now, where have I heard that name before?
I'm a reporter for the Star.
I thought so. A reporter. Well, Mr. Stone, we have no Maynard Robertson registered here, and good day to you, sir.
Oh, now, wait. Just hold on a minute. Robbie's really a friend of mine. He asked me to come and see him.
Oh, Robbie, is it now?
He sent me this telegram.
Mm-hmm. It's signed Robbie. Of course, it scarcely says Maynard Robertson.
It scarcely would. Now, look. You've done a good job. You've screened me. I've got no concealed weapons, not even a typewriter.
Mr. Stone, as you may or may not know, Maynard Robertson is just as sought after as he can be, particularly by gentlemen of the press, now that he's just returned from Korea and everything. I can assure you he has nothing to say for publication.
Well, just call his room and tell him my name.
Can you look me straight in the eye and swear you're a close friend of Mr. Robertson's?
I can look you straight in the eye and swear.
All right, we'll see. Mr. Robertson, please. Hello. I'm ever so sorry to bother you. This is the desk. There's a gentleman here, a Mr. Randy Stone. All right, sir. One moment. He wishes to speak to you, Mr. Stone.
Thank you. Hi, Robbie.
Randy, you old son of a gun. Get the heck up here.
Right away, Robbie.
I hope you understand, Mr. Stone. I was simply following Mr. Robertson's own orders to me.
That's okay.
Room 412. The elevator's to your right. It's self-service. Just punch the 4 button.
I've been wanting to punch something. I'll settle for the 4 button.
Hey, can I help a ride?
Oh, sure. You can even drive if you want to.
All right. Face the front of the elevator. Name your floor, please.
4. Just punch the 4 button.
Ever get stuck in one of these?
No, but it sounds like fun.
I did once. Believe me, it depends entirely on who gets stuck with you.
Yeah, that was my point.
I'm going to 4, too.
It's a small world. She didn't fit the modest surroundings of Robbie's hideaway hotel any more than he did. She was tall and tan, the kind of tan you get at spots like Waikiki. Her blonde hair was crisp and natural, and so was the mink tossed over one arm. And the brown eyes she directed at me were either soft and warm, or she was nearsighted. Unfortunately, the elevator powered its way straight to the 4th floor without mechanical failure.
I'm looking for 412. I suppose it's down this way.
Well, that's where I'm going.
Oh, do you know Uncle Maynard?
I know the guy in 412.
Is he expecting you?
He was.
Oh, well, look, would you do me a big favor? He isn't expecting me. He hasn't any idea I'm anywhere near Chicago. I'm really just between trains. I called Mother, and she said Uncle Maynard was stopping here, and...
And you'd like to surprise him, and you'd like me to wait while you do?
Yes. Do you mind?
No. Go ahead, I'll wait.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thanks. I won't be long. If I know Uncle Maynard, he'll fall right in his face when he sees me.
If I know Uncle Maynard, he hasn't got a niece. Go ahead, I'll wait. That was for sure. This doll was nobody's niece. Also for sure was that Robbie could have busted my neck if I'd horned in on that deal. I found an uncomfortable chair back by the elevator, sat at attention, and smoked 3 cigarettes while Miss Tan and Terrific was making Robbie say uncle. I began to wish I'd brought a good book, or maybe a good set of books. Just when I decided to come back a day or two later, she came beaming down the hall.
I'll bet you thought I'd never come back.
I had time to think a lot of things.
I'm really a lot more grateful than I can say. And Uncle Maynard said the most wonderful things about you, Mr. Stone. He seems very fond of you.
Yeah, I got a lot of charm when you get to know me.
Yes, I'm sure you have. Well, goodbye, Mr. Stone. I guess I'll have to run the elevator without my co-pilot this trip.
Just punch the 1 button. I should have such a niece.
Now, look, kid, I've said all... Oh, Randy. Man, it's good to see you. Come in, fella.
Some surprise, huh? Seeing your niece.
Some shock. And she's not my niece.
Really? Oh, you could have fooled me.
You know her, don't you?
No, and I probably won't. She saw you first. Let's forget about the doll. Tell me to sit down, buy me a drink, and... What's the matter with you?
You don't know her?
No, I don't know her. We never shared anything except the same elevator.
Ooh, you'll kill me.
I doubt it.
Maybe I'd better tell you to sit down. Sit down.
Thanks, I will. Now, how about that drink?
Now, here. Take the bottle. Either drink it or hit me with it.
I'll let you know what I decide later on.
Randy, she's not my niece. She's also not what you think.
Okay. An old family friend.
She's Kit Gaynor.
What? The dame reporter?
The same. She's fearless, lethal, covers the world, and most recently covered me.
No reporter looks like that.
7,000 miles I travel from Korea to Chicago with my lips sealed. I talk to no one. I hide out in offbeat hotels. I do everything but wear a disguise so I can get to New York and give my secret report to the Foundation directors. Brother, when Kit's story hits the press...
You talk to this dame for publication? I will kill you.
Randy, did you see her? Really look at her? Sure I talked. I'd have slipped out the window onto the street, too, if she'd asked me to.
Uncle Maynard. Oh, fine.
Well, I guess it's too late to give you an exclusive for the Star, isn't it?
I left after a while. I planted myself at the Press Club bar and thought dark thoughts about Kit Gaynor. Sure, I'd heard of her. She was one of those first women. First to fly in a bomber, first in the jet, first to slip unnoticed onto a troop ship at the Canal Locks and go to the South Pacific. And most of all, she was the first dame reporter to make a real chump out of me. I had a drink to each of her blue ribbons.
How did you find Uncle Maynard?
Oh, on the ropes. How did you get in here? We got a rule about women.
I'm a newspaper man. I hold press club cards all over the world, even in Chicago.
I wish you were a newspaper man. I'd flatten you.
I don't blame you. But when I got the scoop Robbie was in town, I knew it was my last chance to catch him before he hit New York. I really ought to buy that hotel clerk a drink. If he hadn't given you that G2 routine, you couldn't have led me to Robbie.
Where were you hiding? In the clerk's carnation?
You're really teed off, aren't you?
There's every chance I'll live.
Well, that's all I was trying to do, Stone. After all, the girls got to eat and drink. Speaking of drink, I've earned one. That was a good story I filed on Robbie.
Yeah, remind me to read it.
You know something, Stone? You're sort of cute.
It's the soft light in here. It does things for me. She began having the drink she said she'd earned. Swallowed them down like there was so much fruit juice. And in between swallows, she talked. Gave me the stories behind the stories I'd read under her byline for the past 8 years or so. Kit Gaynor was a lady trailblazer who got her kicks getting signatures on short snorters, talking GI, and hopping jets for anywhere. I matched drinks with her for a while.
The camera was no bigger than a cigarette case, so I was the only one who came up with the pictures and the story. Tito was furious at first, but... Stone, are you listening?
Oh, yeah. Oh, sure. Tito was furious, and then before that, Churchill confided to you that he had nothing to offer but blood, sweat, and tears.
Toil and tears. I had it a week before he gave it to Commons. Stone, are you sure you feel okay?
I'm fine. I think maybe... I just put my head down for a minute or so.
I thought you'd like my rum, vodka, and slow gin blockbuster. One night in Seoul, Colonel Bransford had a few belts of it and began to act just like you are. Pretty soon he passed out.
Oh.
Whammo. Just like that.
When I came to, I was cozily settled in my own apartment. I had on my pajamas and a robe Aunt Tilly had sent several Christmases ago, which I'd never worn. There was a steaming cup of coffee at my side, and someone was making homey sounds in the kitchen.
So, baby, plug the coffee down. You look like the underside of a fish.
You'll turn my head with talk like that. And if it turns, it'll roll off and break.
Oh, drink the coffee. Pretty good, huh?
Yeah, that's not bad.
There's a steak coming up.
Look, Kit, I don't want to press, but there are a few things that aren't exactly crystal clear in my mind. Like, what am I doing in my pajamas, and how did I get in them?
The taxi driver was a perfect doll.
Oh, he was?
Your landlady was a little touchy, though.
How did she get into the act?
Well, we could have made a quieter entrance than we did. And I don't think she fell for my story either.
What story?
That I was your niece, and you had a touch of ptomaine.
Oh, well, you ought to write. You mentioned something about a steak.
Right away, Stone. You know, you really should feel pretty good. You've slept for hours.
What have you been doing?
Oh, I managed to keep busy. For one, it isn't easy to come by a steak at this hour. I had to go practically to Cicero.
Uh-huh. Oh, that looks good. I don't think I'll be able to stand it if you can cook, too.
Remind me to tell you how talented I am sometime.
Oh, hey, this is good.
Of course it's good. Oh, that reminds me. While I was out, or perhaps I should say while you were out.
Big joke.
I bought a copy of the Star and read your column. It was good. Really good.
I'd curtsy, but I'm sitting down. Column? Holy Toledo.
Did I say something wrong?
You said something right. I've been acting like I had the night off.
I'll just clear up these dishes.
Chicago Star night desk.
Randy Farley. What are you doing there this time of night?
I love my work.
Oh, swell. Look, Farley, I've been hung up.
So your niece told me.
Oh, she did. Well,
We could have used you, boy. That is, we could have used a reporter.
Yeah. Well, I'll be down shortly.
No rush on our account. The worst of it's over.
The worst of what?
Oh, little items like $1 million fire at the stockyards, a gang killing in Cicero, and count 'em, 12,437 eyewitness reports of a flying saucer.
All that happened tonight?
What did she do? Plow you under?
Why? Kid, come back here.
Your niece take up powder, chump?
Yeah. I'll be right down.
We return in just a moment to Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Tonight, the big holiday starts. Busy bus stations, crowded trains, cars lined bumper to bumper as the city empties into the country. It's the 4th of July, and a big weekend ahead. And out to the weekend fun, to picnics and parties, will go Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. Yes, friendly, satisfying Pabst Blue Ribbon, to make good food taste better. There's one item to put right on top of your grocery list for your 4th of July picnic. And to complete that list, listen to this.
Here's a list of foods to choose for picnics, parties, barbecues.
Campbell's Pork and Beans, Armour's Treat,
Borden's Cheese,
Ritz Crackers with Frankfurters, and of course, Pabst Blue Ribbon.
You'll find that food tastes better by far if you serve it with foaming PBR. What'll you have? Pabst Blue Ribbon.
What'll you have?
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
What'll you have? Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
Smoother flavor. Finer beer that millions favor. Taste that smoother flavor.
Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
Yes, be prepared for this big 4th of July weekend. Get ready for your parties, picnics, and good times with plenty of Pabst Blue Ribbon, the smoother, more refreshing beer. Order a money-saving case of 24, or pick up several convenient carry-home cartons of bottles or cans. How about it? What'll you have? Act 2 of Night Beat will continue after a 10-second pause for station identification.
WNBC, AM and FM, New York.
And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
I didn't understand Kit Gaynor's departure any more than I'd understood her arrival. By the time I got to the office, I was all set to write the whole episode off as experience. Experience I didn't need. A couple of hours after Farley and I had exchanged pleasantries on the phone, I spread out the final morning editions on my desk. The stockyards fire, the gang killing, the flying saucers bit got quite a play in all the Chicago dailies. The Star's coverage looked okay. But I'd picked a great night to sit on the sidelines.
Well, my, if it isn't our night-blooming Jasmine.
Hi, Farley.
Old too little, too late himself.
Looks like you did okay without me. You got good coverage on all the stories.
Most of the boys are pretty loyal. You didn't happen to buzz by any of those saucers last night, did you? Or weren't you flying that low?
Oh, knock it off, Farley. I don't miss many times.
You want to know my real beef with you, boy? It's on page 1 of the News Telegraph. Right there. Read it.
Far East Specialist, tabs next, red move. Maynard Robinson reveals Foundation report on new communist threat.
I thought this Robertson was such a buddy of yours.
Well, he is.
So he gives his exclusive stuff to this Kit Gaynor. What kind of a buddy is that?
What are you trying to get me to say? That she's a better reporter than I am?
She's a devil of a good reporter, I'll say that for her. She got the only eyewitness story on the Cicero gang killing.
Eyewitness?
Also page 1, the News Telegraph.
She was supposed to be buying a steak.
Huh?
Skip it. It's a local joke.
Well, I'm calling it a day. But for my this Kit Gaynor's a real newspaper man, even if she is a woman.
No. Nuts. Hello.
Is this Mr. Randy Stone?
Yeah?
New York calling. One moment, please. Ready with Chicago, New York. Your party is on the line.
Stone?
Yeah.
It's Kit. Are you teed off at me again?
I can just barely remember you.
Oh, I miss you, too. How's your ptomaine?
It comes and goes. Look, I'm glad you're in New York. Makes me feel more secure. Only didn't you get there a little quick?
Darndest thing, Stone. When I got back to my hotel, I ran into an old friend in the lobby. It's sort of a long story, but he just happened to be a jet pilot, and it seemed like a good idea at the time.
Oh, that's good. You stay there. You'll like it.
I'm going over to Europe. The Air Force says they'll fly me.
You just keep putting miles between us. I'll be the best friend you've got.
I'll come back someday and hold you to that.
Kit, please, do me no favors. I've got a job, just barely. Now, you go out and reconquer the world, only leave Chicago to me, huh?
You're a funny guy, Stone. And I miss you. I really do.
Goodbye, Kit. I'll be reading you.
Don't forget me, Stone.
I had a fat chance of forgetting her. Night and day, at home, at the office, at the press club, every move I made, she covered. One particular overseas operator and I became old friends.
London, England, calling Mr. Randy Stone.
Yeah?
Elizabeth and Philip are a couple of dogs, and they're so in love. Oh, Stone, I miss you.
Paris, France, calling Mr. Randy Stone.
Paris?
Nobody else in Paris dreams of Chicago. I'm staying on the left bank. Picasso's really divine. Do you ever think about me, Stone?
Rome, Italy, calling Mr. Randy Stone.
Oh, this gal gets around.
I warn you, Stone, if you're fiddling while I'm away, I'll really burn.
Berlin calling. Geneva, Switzerland calling. Vienna calling Mr. Randy Stone.
I think I'm in love with you, Stone.
In between times, I kept track of her with headlines like this. Ridgway's in shape for shape, a Kit Gaynor exclusive. Tito talks exclusively to Kit Gaynor. Hope plugs for peace, a Kit Gaynor exclusive. No, I didn't forget her. And after a while, I didn't even try. At first, I was amused, then amazed. And finally, I began to think it was a good idea for her to show up in Chicago again. And she began to think so, too.
I'm coming home, Stone.
Hi, Kit.
Oh, I didn't really think you'd be here. Honest to Pete, I didn't.
I didn't think I'd be either.
And roses. Oh, Stone, baby, you brought me roses.
Yeah. I didn't think I'd do that either.
Did you miss me?
I don't know. Look, don't plan on anything. I just happened by an old flower lady. She needed dough. And besides...
Stone, I'm trembling like a schoolgirl.
Well, I don't have to work tonight. I told Farley that my niece was in town. And, Don't look at me like that. I'll probably ask you.
Go on, Stone. Please ask me.
Well, that look of yours, is it really that soft and warm? Or are you nearsighted?
And, of course, the first thing Tito did was to give my cigarette case a going over to be sure it wasn't another camera.
Yeah, that get-up of yours, that dress, that from Paris?
The only one I could afford. I dropped most of my tape making transatlantic calls.
Yeah, you did, didn't you?
I got a money-back guarantee on the dress. The designer said, if it does not drive your lover mad, I will, how you say, refund your money. Well, I can't tell, Stone. Do I get my money back?
I'll let you know.
Maybe I could work a trade deal with him. This creation for some house dresses and a going-away suit. Or should we just dance or something?
Let's just sit here and talk about your trip.
The trip was wonderful, and it's over. I'm glad it's over.
Oh, you'll be off again soon. Put dough on it.
I doubt it. It's sort of like the itch, Stone. When I get it, I've got to get up and move. But I think I'm cured this time. I bucketed all over the world because there wasn't anything or anyone to keep me at home.
Maybe we better dance or something.
I'm going to be around, Stone. And you're going to know it.
But she was around, and I knew it. After a week or so, I didn't figure her too well. Or maybe it was me I didn't figure too well. Kit was giving me the home cooking treatment, and every time I started feeling cozy about the pipe and slippers routine, a small, still voice within me told me to take to the hills. I kept my own counsel about it, though. Outwardly, no one knew anything was up.
Hey, lover boy. What's with the new suit?
Oh! Well, I've had it a while. I just haven't worn it to the office yet.
Well, la-di-da. A nice, sincere, dark blue suit.
Well, I got an appointment. A guy is coming through town. He's loaded, a very well-tailored gent, and I figured I ought to look sort of shined up myself.
Uh-huh. What's in that box?
Oh, nothing.
You're going to take the box to the guy, huh?
Yeah, that's it. Hey, oh, come on, take it easy.
Ah, the fella. He likes red roses, does he?
Give me the flowers.
Well-tailored gent. You've been wearing white shirts every day for a week. You got 2 haircuts this week. Every day shoe shine. Also every day roses.
I'm doing my work, aren't I?
Oh, sure. And if it gets any cozier, I'm switching you to the home section.
I carried the roses out in the open so everyone could see to Kit's hotel. She was my well-tailored friend. We were supposed to have lunch together. I started to stride past the desk clerk, but he shoved a note at me through the roses. It was Kit's handwriting.
Couldn't reach you by phone. Leaving Flight 23, 1 p.m. Hurry, darling.
Excuse me, please. Let me through, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me, please. Oh, Robbie, I'll see you later. I'm trying to catch up with someone.
You're too late for Flight 23.
Too late?
Yeah, out there, just clearing the runway.
Oh. Yeah, I see.
That's funny.
Is it?
I mean the roses. She said you'd be carrying roses, but I didn't believe her.
What are you doing here anyway? Last I heard, you went to New York to face the foundation director.
Yeah, I faced them. They liked Kit's story so well, they almost gave me a citation.
Oh, swell. Where's she off to this time?
Korea.
Korea? Robbie,
I didn't have a thing to do with it. The Army arranged it. I just ran into Kit here at the airport. She said the whole thing came up in a hurry.
Yeah, things do with her.
She's a wonderful girl, isn't she?
Yeah, I guess that's what she is. Well, I better head back to town. Can I give you a lift?
No, thanks. I'm waiting for a flight out.
To Korea?
I'll end up there after a while. But don't worry. I can't give you any trouble, I'm sorry to say.
Oh?
Kit left a message for you. I believe her exact words were... I love you, Stone, but I got the itch again. She said you'd understand.
Yeah, I understand. Well, thanks, Robbie. Oh, here. You win the roses. I made straight for the press club and loaded up for a long summer and a cold winter. And this time, although I didn't wake up at home in my robe and pajamas, I sure had me a touch of ptomaine. Of course, I'm getting better all the time. What the heck, I wasn't cut out for sitting and rocking. I never even think about Kit much, except once in a while when the telephone rings and an overseas operator announces one of the world's capitals. And then I know I got a jet by the rudder all over again. But that's strictly off the record. You can't print a word of it. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's transcribed story was written by Kathleen Height with music by Frank Worth. The part of Kit was played by Joan Banks. Others featured were Jay Novello, Marvin Miller, and Joe Gilbert. Listen next week at this time, and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Tomorrow, join us for comedy with Bob and Ray on NBC.
Of Camel Cigarettes present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. What's America's most popular cigarette? Camel. Buy billions of cigarettes per year. Two of the important reasons why Camel is so popular are flavor and mildness. Camel's choice tobaccos are properly aged and skillfully blended to give you a smoke that's rich in flavor. And mildness? Here's conclusive proof. In a coast-to-coast test, hundreds of men and women smoked only Camels for 30 days. Leading throat specialists made careful weekly examinations of the throats of those smokers and reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels. Here's a suggestion. Make your own Camel 30-day test. Smoke only Camels for the next 30 days. You'll enjoy Camel's rich, full flavor, and your throat will tell you how mild Camels are.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test, and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
Here transcribed is Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency, we deal in crime, but we're closed now. It's Christmas time. Hello there, this is Diamond. Every year about this time, my business takes a big nosedive. People usually pack up their troubles and start unpacking colored lights and Christmas tree ornaments. So tonight I'm going to tell you my favorite Christmas story, one I always like to tell. A Christmas Carol by Mr. Charles Dickens. Now, I'd better explain something first. This version isn't exactly the way you've always heard it. Because of the particular type of characters I usually get mixed up with, this story is written to fit their talents and characteristics. Different from the Dickens original, certainly, but we feel that this story could easily happen today, anywhere. Like right here in New York on a little side street just off the Bowery. So now I'd like to introduce our characters. Mr. Ebenezer Scrooge will be played by my good friend and guiding hand of the 5th Precinct Homicide Division.
Lieutenant Walter Levinson.
Walter.
Otis.
The character of Jacob Marley will be played by one of Lieutenant Levinson's most trusted henchmen.
Otis, that's you.
Huh? Oh, Sergeant Otis Loveloon.
Loveloon. Oh.
Walter.
Oh, sorry, Alan.
Tiny Tim will be played by our corner newsboy.
Hi, I'm Johnny Rollins.
Tiny Tim's mother will be played by my red-headed gal friend,
Helen Asher.
The rest of the characters will be played by members of the 5th Precinct Police Station.
Officer O'Reilly.
Officer Leskowitz.
Sergeant Miller.
The music will be furnished by the 5th Precinct Police Band, directed by Patrolman Worth.
Hi.
And now, our version of the Christmas classic, Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol. Once upon a time, there was a nasty old guy named Ebenezer Scrooge. He was nasty, all right. He didn't like anything, except maybe all the dough he could get his hands on. Scrooge had a little business that he started with his partner, Jacob Marley. The outfit was known as Scrooge and Marley Loan Company. But one day, poor old Marley just up and keeled over. So the boys along the big street gave him a nice funeral, and old man Scrooge took over the business. Well, Marley had been dead for 7 years, and Scrooge lived alone in his little room over the office, and for a hobby, he hated everybody. He had a young guy working for him named Bob Cratchit. Bob had a wife and 4 kids and made just enough to make ends meet. Scrooge used to ride him all the time. When he got so cold the polar bears complained, Cratchit would turn on the little heater, and Scrooge would say,
Cratchit, what do you think you're doing?
Turning on the heat, that's what I'm doing. My fingers look like popsicles.
I don't care if they come in 6 delicious flavors. Every time you turn on that heater, it costs me money. Business is not good, so get back to your work. And turn off the heat.
Oh, now look, Mr. Scrooge, I'm freezing. This pen ain't guaranteed to ride under ice.
I'm telling you once more, get back to your work.
Okay, but I don't know why you worry about business. Why not just put up a sign and turn the joint into a skating rink? Merry Christmas, Mr. Scrooge.
Oh, swell. Merry Christmas. Ah, humbug.
Humbug?
Yes, humbug. My old man didn't like Christmas, and that's what he used to say. Humbug.
Okay, humbug. It's still Christmas, and I don't see where you get off not liking it. This is supposed to be the time everybody gets with it. Everything stops. It ain't much good, and you put your arm around the next guy and you tell him Merry Christmas.
I'm going to put my arm around you with a hammer on the end of it if you don't lay off this goodwill stuff.
Look, what's with you? What have you got against Christmas?
You showed me a way to make $100 every Christmas, and I'll fall in love with it. You want me to be merry?
Well, sure.
Then go get some of those joyous clients of mine to pay off their loans. Merry Christmas. Humbug!
Okay, then, humbug. But it's still cold in here. Have some icicles, but give them back after the holidays. They're my fingers.
Late that evening, Scrooge went upstairs to his room, the room where Jacob Marley used to stay. It was dark in the little hall, and when Scrooge reached for the door, he looked up at the big brass knocker and saw...
Holy cow. Could have sworn that was old Jake's face in the knocker. They must be working too hard.
So, in he went. A little shaky after seeing Jake Marley's face, but he just passed it off his nerves. He closed the door and locked it, then got a fire going and started to relax. But every tile around the fireplace started looking like Jake Marley's face.
Oh, now come on, there's old boy. You got to get hold of yourself. This is ridiculous. I haven't touched a drop in weeks.
He got up and walked around the room a few times, then went back and sat down again. He stretched, rested his head on the back of the chair. From somewhere a bell started sounding. And Scrooge sat straight up in his chair. He heard something else, too, something from downstairs.
What the... Oh, now, what is that? What's going on here? Who's that? Come on, who's out there?
And all of a sudden, it came right out through the wall.
All right. Sit still,
Jake Marley. Oh, no. I gotta stop eating lobster. Ooh, it couldn't be. What's with you? Who are you?
Jake Marley. Who else?
You're dead.
The deadest. But nevertheless, Jake Marley.
His ghost.
Oh, you are very sharp today, Scrooge, old boy.
I don't believe it.
You got eyes, ain't you?
Yeah, and I got a bad stomach, too. That's who you are. Nothing but a bad case of indigestion.
You don't think I'm a ghost, huh? Okay. Maybe a good scare will change your mind.
Stay away from me. All right. I believe you.
You sold on the idea?
Yeah. But why did you come to see me?
Regulations. Every man's supposed to live his life and help his buddies. If he don't do it while he's alive, then he gotta do it after he kicks off.
Oh, cut it out! Why come to me?
Because you're gonna end up just like me, unless we do something in a hurry. Now, I haven't got much time, so you better listen.
Oh, I don't want to be like you. I'll listen.
Okay. You are gonna have 3 visitors. You are gonna be haunted by 3 spirits.
Oh, no.
It is the only way you can keep from being like me. When you hear the bell strike 1, the first one will be here. Well, I gotta be going. You won't see me again, but you remember what I told you. So long, Scrooge, old boy. Your goosebumps can relax now.
Cut it out!
After the ghost took off, Scrooge just refused to believe it.
Nuts. It's ridiculous. Humbug.
Then he climbed into the sack and was soon snoring up a storm. When Scrooge awoke, it was still dark, and the bell from the church on 53rd Street was striking 12. He lay awake listening and thinking to himself.
Just a dream. Ghosts.
Finally, he dropped off again and slept for about an hour. Then the bell struck 1.
1 o'clock. I don't see no ghost. I knew it was something I ate.
All of a sudden, a big light flashed in the room, and the first of the spirits stood before him.
Oh, Jake was right. Are you the first spirit that Jake said had come to haunt me?
Yeah, you know it.
Well, who are you?
Me? I'm the ghost of Christmas past.
Yeah? How long past?
Your past. Come on. We're gonna take a little ride.
Well, where are we going?
Just relax. I'm running this tour.
Well, let me get my pants.
You got 'em.
Oh, they're on me.
With that, the ghost of Christmas past grabbed Scrooge by the hand, and they both flew out of the window. Scrooge nearly lost his upper plate, but before he could yell for help, he was standing in front of a dirty, ramshackle old tenement building.
You know where you are?
Sure I know where I am. This is where I was brought up. Even the garbage cans are the same.
You had a pretty tough time when you were a kid, didn't you?
The toughest? I wasn't very big. The rest of the kids in the neighborhood were. I had more black eyes than a crow.
You want to go in?
What for?
To see your folks.
My folks died a long, long time ago.
They're there now. Come on.
But the ghost took old Scrooge into the building and showed him a Christmas, years past, when he was a child with his family. Sure, it was tough living in 2 little rooms like that, but Scrooge remembered how wonderful it really was.
What
What's the matter, Scrooge?
Huh? Oh, I've got something in my eye.
You were pretty lonely when your folks... When they,
Yeah. You know, there was a young kid that came around earlier this evening and sang some carols. Gee, I wish...
Yeah? What do you wish?
Oh, nothing.
Come on. I want to show you another Christmas.
The spirit showed him another Christmas and still another. And you know, no matter how tough Scrooge remembered his childhood had been, it always seemed that Christmas was wonderful. And then before he knew it, Scrooge was back in his little room and the spirit was gone. Scrooge was pretty beat. He climbed into bed and dropped into a heavy sleep.
What's that? It's 2:00. Hey, that light in the other room. I got burglars.
Hey, Scrooge, come on in.
Who's that? What are you doing in the other room?
Come on in and take a look. It's pretty nifty.
Hey, what is this? What have you done to the room? Looks like Macy's window. Where'd you get all the holly and the mistletoe? And how did you get in here?
Do you like it?
Oh, for Pete's sake, a Christmas tree. Who are you?
The ghost of Christmas present. Now, don't tell me you don't like the way I fix things up. I work pretty hard.
Oh, second ghost. Okay, take me wherever you want to go, but believe me, next time I try the train.
Let's go. Now what do you see?
I see bright-colored lights, people having a lot of fun, kids on sleighs.
See that building over there? The one with the big reef on the front door?
Yeah, that's where Bob Cratchit lives. He works for me. Hey, look, there's Bob now.
They're going into the house. Up all those stairs to the 5th floor. He's got his little boy on his back.
Tiny Tim.
Yeah. He got polio last summer. Pretty sick little boy.
I know. Bob said he'd need a lot of care if he was ever going to walk again.
Come on. Let's take a peek.
Hi.
Hello, honey. You and Tim have a good time?
The best. Didn't we, Tim?
Yeah, Dad. We watched all the kids in the block on their sled. Mom, will I ever be able to ride a sled?
Of course, Tim. Won't he, dear?
Well, sure thing, Roughneck. Next Christmas, you'll be out there doing belly whoppers with the rest of them.
Dad, what's the matter? Your eyes are all wet.
Nothing, Tim. I just got some snow in them.
You want some chicken, Tim?
No turkey?
No, but lots of cranberries.
Okay. Can I sit next to you, Dad?
You just bet.
Bob, will you say grace, dear?
Can I say something first, Mom?
Of course, Tim. What would you like to say?
God bless us, everyone.
What's the matter, Scrooge, old boy? Got some snow in your eyes, too?
Tell me something.
Sure, if I can.
What about Tiny Tim?
Well, can't say for sure. If his old man makes enough money next year to get the white doctor, little Tim will get along just fine. But times are tough, aren't they, Scrooge?
Yeah.
Now the spirit of Christmas present took Scrooge to many places and showed him a lot of happiness and a lot of misery. And finally back to his little room, and the spirit was gone.
Oh, I don't know whether I can take much more of this.
Then a new ghost drifted in. This was the worst yet. He was really done up for haunting. He was all dressed in black with one arm sticking out and pointing right at poor old Scrooge. This was the last one of the spirits. Scrooge's knees sounded like castanets on a reducing machine.
Okay. Okay, you don't have to tell me. You're the ghost of a Christmas that hasn't come yet. You I'm really scared of.
The ghost took off with Scrooge right after him. The city disappeared, and Scrooge found himself on the outskirts of town, standing in the graveyard. The night was howling like it was mad, and as Scrooge looked down, he saw...
Hey, what's this? What's this stone?
The black spirit stood still and pointed, so Scrooge leaned down, pulled away the bushes, and saw it was a tombstone.
There's a name here. Ebenezer Scrooge. Oh, no. No. Look at this. Believe me, I don't want this. I know I've done wrong, but I'm not kidding. I really know what Christmas means. It doesn't mean just today or tomorrow. It's every day of your life. I swear I'll do better. Only take me away from this. Let me try. Let me try to make Christmas right for me and for everybody else. Please, please, don't let this happen. Give me another chance. Well, don't just stand there. Put your arm back in. You'll catch cold. Well, say something.
Suddenly, Scrooge dropped to his knees and reached out for the spirit. But something happened. The spirit started to shrink. Then it collapsed. And when Scrooge looked up...
What the... My bedpost. My own bedpost. I'm home. Oh, thank goodness. I lived the past, the present, and the future, and now I'm home. Hallelujah! Spirit, wherever you are, believe me, from now on, things are going to be different. Oh, yeah. And thanks.
Paper, get your morning paper.
Hey, boy!
Yeah?
What day is this?
It's Christmas. What's with you?
Christmas! Oh, boy, I haven't missed it. The spooks did it all in one night. Boy!
Oh, it's you, Mr. Scrooge.
How many papers you got?
I don't know.
Well, here's $5. $5. Throw them away and then go have yourself a Merry Christmas.
Gee, thanks, Mr. Scrooge. And Merry Christmas to you.
Oh, boy, say that again.
Thanks.
No, the other.
Oh, you mean Merry Christmas?
Yeah, that's it. Merry Christmas.
Okay, I'm coming. What's the matter with you? Can't you see the store's closed? Look, mister, the store's... Ebenezer Scrooge.
Merry Christmas, Barney.
You've been drinking?
Not a drop. Well, what's the matter? Aren't you going to wish me a Merry Christmas?
Oh, sure. Sure. Come on in. The wife's upstairs with her mother, but I got a bottle in the back.
Look, Barney, I know your grocery store is closed, but you could still sell me a turkey, couldn't you?
What do you want a turkey for? You've been eating at the automat every Christmas for the last 7 years.
It's not for me.
Well, then who's the bird for?
Bobby Cratchit. You know, the young guy that works for me.
Oh, yeah? How much you going to charge him?
Yeah, here's $20, huh? Here's the address. And listen, don't tell Cratchit who sent the thing, okay?
Yeah, okay.
Merry Christmas, Marty.
Yeah. Merry Christmas.
Well, old Scrooge went back to his rooms and took an old blue suit out of the mothballs. He shook it out, put a few creases in it, and went out on the street. The old boy was really with it. Everybody he passed, he greeted them with...
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
He went to church and gave a large donation, and Father McCarthy nearly forgot his sermon. Yes, for the first time in his life, Scrooge was having a Merry Christmas and arrived early at his office. If he could just catch Cratchit coming in late, and he did. Bob was a good 21 minutes late.
Cratchit!
Oh, no.
You're 21 minutes late.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Mr. Scrooge. I had a big evening.
Oh, you did, huh? You know what I told you if I caught you fancy putting it in here late again.
Okay, so I'm canned.
You think you got it coming?
Well, I'm too tired to argue. Jobs are tough enough, and I hate to lose this one, but I'm just too tired.
A raise would help, huh?
Well, that's the silliest question of the year.
Then you got it. It's in the envelope.
What?
Uh-huh. Maybe after we see how the funds are, we might be able to do something about Tiny Tim.
Well, yeah. I don't get it. A raise? You want to do something about Tim? I don't get it.
Sure you do, Bob. Haven't you heard? It's Christmas. Now go on home. Take the day off. Take the week off. Come back when you feel like it. Merry Christmas.
Mr. Scrooge?
Yeah?
Merry Christmas. And Scrooge really did it. He was as good as his word, better even. He made it the merriest Christmas ever. And later things got better, and he took care of Tiny Tim. And sure enough, Tim was out on his sled the next Christmas doing belly whoppers with the best of them. Every Christmas thereafter, all along the big street, it was said, if anyone knew how to make Christmas merry, old Ebenezer Scrooge was that one.
And I hope that can really be said about all of us. Just like Tiny Tim said.
God bless us. Everyone.
That's it, Tim. God bless us. Everyone.
Oh, Rick, that was a wonderful story. Not quite the way Dickens wrote it, but it meant the same thing.
Well, thanks, Helen, dear. I thought you were good as Tiny Tim's mother, too. Didn't you, Walt?
I sure did. And that's no humbug.
What in the world was that?
That's Sergeant Otis. He's still playing Marley. Otis!
Yeah, Ebenezer?
Oh, cut it out, Otis. The play's over. Go out and call officers Riley, Lund, and Miller, all of them. Tell them to leave the punch bowl and come over here. We're going to sing.
Oh, boy, I'll lead off. Jingle bells, jingle bells.
No, Otis. Rick will lead. We can join in later.
Oh, Lieutenant.
Go on, Rick.
Otis, stop breathing down my neck.
Well, I'm just waiting to come in.
Otis.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Snow falling down from heaven, making a mantle of white. Sleigh bells are ringing, wonderful Christmas night.
Jingle bells, jingle bells.
No, not yet, Otis.
Voices that sing Hosanna, bathed in a heavenly light. Everyone happy, wonderful Christmas night. Otis, peace on earth, goodwill toward men. Otis, stop crying. Life on earth begins again. Joy in the hearts of children, there in the trees candlelight, all making merry, wonderful Christmas night.
Now, Lieutenant?
No, Otis.
Oh, let him sing, Walt. Come on, everybody.
Oh, boy. Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Right here is where all the men and women who make the camels you smoke would like to wish each and every one of you the happiest of holiday seasons.
And right now might also be a good time to remind you that there's still plenty of time to add Camels to your Christmas shopping list. Camels by the carton are so easy to give. Camels come in a beautifully decorated holiday package, so handsomely designed that you don't even have to wrap it. Just write your personal greetings on the card that's on the top of every special Camel Christmas carton.
And Camels are such a pleasure to receive. It's the cigarette enjoyed most in America, the cigarette that leads all other brands in popularity by billions of cigarettes per year.
So you can't go wrong by giving mild, flavorful Camels.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Smoke Camels and see.
Here's Dick Powell with another special message.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, every week the makers of Camels send thousands of packs of Camels to service hospitals. That's to help show hospitalized men and women of the armed forces that those at home haven't forgotten them. This week's free camels go to Veterans Hospitals, Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, and Amarillo, Texas. Nellis Air Force Hospital, Las Vegas, Nevada. U.S. Naval Hospital, Naval Medical Center, Guam, Marianas Islands. Now, until next week, enjoy camels. I always do.
Dick Powell can now be seen starring in the Universal International film You Never Can Tell. Tonight's transcribed adventure of Richard Diamond was written by Blake Edwards with music by Frank Worth. Our director was Nat Wolfe. Virginia Gregg played the part of Helen Asher, and Alan Reed was Lieutenant Levinson. Others in the cast were Barney Phillips, Arthur Q. Bryan, Jack Crucian, Joel Samuels, and Jeffrey Silver.
Are there pipe smokers on your Christmas list? There's still time to make them a present of pipeful after pipeful of the National Joy Smoke, Prince Albert. The Prince Albert 1-pound tin comes in a special Christmas box ready to give. There's a space right on it for your personal greeting. Give Prince Albert.
The bite is out and the pleasure's in when you smoke Prince Albert. It's specially treated not to bite your tongue. The bite is out and the pleasure's in.
Listen next week for another exciting adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell. This is Your FBI. The official broadcast from the files of the FBI follows immediately. Stay tuned. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the American Broadcasting Company.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Sam Spade, Detective Agency. Good evening.
That sounds funny in dialect. Good evening to you, and happy 4th of July, Bernadine Hemp.
Oh, Mr. Spade. What was the caper?
Don't you mean caper?
No, the caper. The high point of the caper. The climax, the crescendo, the pinafore.
Now, that's better. For a minute, I was afraid you were learning English.
Oh, no. I'm studying Spanish. Soy infeliz que inicia...
Yeah. Mucho interesting.
Gracias. Shall I go home now?
No, mal suerte. There's a little matter of murder in 2 languages, neither of which is Spanish, so stay where you are. I'll be right down to dictate my report on the Rushlight diamond caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. Listen, men, to this holiday tip on good grooming. To help spark up your whole appearance, first be sure that your hair is well groomed. Be sure it's groomed with popular Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally, the way you like it, the way she likes it. Wild Root Cream Oil also relieves annoying dryness, removes loose, ugly dandruff. So look your best all the time by sprucing up right with Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
Date, July 4, 1948, to Mrs. May Rushlight, 21A, Granite Court. From Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, the Rushlight Diamond. Dear Mrs. Rushlight, it was the kind of nice, relaxing assignment that comes my way just often enough to remind me that gumshoeing can be respectable. There was an air of quiet elegance about 21A, Granite Court, and about the butler who answered the door. He took in my rented gray topper and doeskin gloves, nodded approvingly at my wing collar, watered silk ascot, pearl gray waistcoat, morning coat, pinstripe trousers, and my spats with the mother of pearl buttons, and asked me if I were a florist. I set him to rights, and he led me up a flight of stairs to the early A.M. annex of your morning room.
Mr. Samuel Spade.
You're just on time, Mr. Spade. Mrs. Rushlight will be pleased. I'm Nancy Ward, Mrs. Rushlight's social secretary, and if you don't think that's tough to say, try it.
Mrs. Rushlight's social... what's tough about that?
You'll do. Definitely you'll do.
Shall we dance?
I will dance at her wedding. But don't get me wrong, I'm not secretly in love with Ralph Rushlight, and the bride is lovely. Just hate to see all that money going down the drain.
Is there anything else you think I should know?
You know what your job is. You're supposed to guard the wedding presents. That's simple because it's nothing but a lot of cheap silver. And stay away from the champagne. It's non-vintage. The food will be foul. The guests are the most dismal aggregation ever assembled.
Sounds like a lovely party.
I arranged the whole thing. I told you she's a lovely bride.
What'd she ever do to you?
I'd rather not say. I don't want to sound bitter. This way, Mr. Spade. The old hat. Mrs. Rushlight will see you now.
Thank you, Florence Nightingale.
Nancy? Oh.
This is it, darling.
Mr. Spade, come over here, young man, so I can get a better look at you.
How's this?
It's good. Turn around. Yes, you'll do. That'll be all, Nancy.
Couldn't I be finishing up these place cards while you talk?
Take them with you. Do them outside.
Very well.
Nosy girl.
But nice. Nice nose.
Oh, you too, eh? Well, I agree. That's why I'm marrying off my nephew to that wretched girl, Lotta Van Eyck. Have you ever seen Bugs Bunny, Mr. Spade?
You don't mean the...
They protrude.
The ears?
No, the teeth. Oh. As my late husband used to say of her mother, she could eat a tomato through a tennis racket.
Oh.
There's only one thing that'll prevent this wedding from being an utter disaster. She doesn't understand much English.
What's the matter with your nephew?
A great deal, but it doesn't show. Suffice it to say, he has criminal tendencies and the mentality of a snail.
Mrs. Rushlight, I don't like to seem forward, but why are you telling me all this?
Oh, you're supposed to mingle with the guests. You'll need some conversation. Now, as to your assignment. The bride, being what she is, the wedding presents are hardly worth guarding, except for one. Ironically enough, it's from me.
What is it, a machine gun?
Oh, that's good. Oh, excuse me, I must write that down.
And tear it up immediately.
Oh, dear. No, Mr. Spade. But it's bad luck, the Rushlight diamond. You've heard of it?
Something about it in the American Weekly a while back, wasn't there?
Yes. It's not as large as the Hope diamond, but there's not a flaw in it. My late husband, Roy Rushlight, bought it for his first wife. She sank with the SS General Slocum in Hellgate, the East River, 1904, over 1,000 lives lost. Luckily, she was wearing a paste copy at the time. I was only a young girl when I married Mr. Rushlight, and, fool that I was, I signed anything his lawyers asked me to sign. After his death, I discovered that the diamond was to be mine, only until the marriage of my husband's male heir, at which time it must go to his bride.
Well, that's too bad. You say, though, that the Rushlight diamond is bad luck.
Oh, there's that, of course. I wonder if it's too much to hope. Well, I must go and help dress the bride. Go along downstairs, Miss Spade. Take this jewel case with you. Put it on the table with the other presents, and guard it well.
So I took the old velvet-covered case you held out to me and checked the contents. It was an old-fashioned lavalier with a clear stone pendant only slightly smaller than an 8-ball. Didn't look like a diamond, but smooth-cut diamonds hardly ever do. It didn't look like bad luck either, but a mirror broke in the hall as I passed it, then I fell all the way down the stairs, and as I entered the ballroom, I knocked over a punch bowl. Nothing really terrible happened until just before dark when the guests began to arrive. In theory, a detective guarding wedding presents is supposed to make himself indistinguishable from the other guests. In practice, it never works out that way. He has to spend most of his time within sight of the booty, so he is very easily spotted.
I don't believe it. He's too good looking.
Oh, but he must be. He's not anybody we know.
Well, ask him. It's Leap here. Oh, here comes Colonel Bixby. He'll know.
Well. Beauty gathered round the booty, eh? And much more beauty than booty, though.
Say, when are they going to hang the diamond on that drip?
No, there's no way to talk about the blushing bride.
Is that it in the crummy old case there?
That case is heirloom, young lady. The stone that reposes in it is worth a king's ransom. Now take your grubby hands elsewhere. Get on with you. Go on.
Well, just because he's trying to give the bride away, thinks he can order everyone around.
Mr. Spade, allow me to congratulate you, sir. These affairs, one all too often sees the detective on guard duty at the punch bowl.
I was forewarned.
Oh, yes, very bad champagne. Flat. I'll be glad when these ill-starred nuptials are consummated. And by the way, Bixby's my name, Colonel Lysander Bixby.
Colonel?
It is my melancholy and thankless duty to give the bride away to the hapless groom, Ralph Rushlight. However, it's much better to give than to receive. You tell that to May Rushlight, eh? Yes. You're quite a trinket.
Mustn't touch grubby hands, remember?
Oh, sense of humor as well as sense of duty, huh? Candidly, if I knew a place to fence it, I'd be the... Oh, Miss Ward. How lovely you look. Poor Ralph.
Mrs. Rushlight asked me to warn you to get ready. The bride will be down any moment.
Oh, good grief. Well, I suppose I must steel myself. Where did I leave my glass?
Keep your eye on that old goat, Mr. Spade. I don't trust him.
Who is he?
He's the only one here who knows why this wedding's happening. It's the bride's foster father.
You mean he's got something on the family?
You'll never know how much until you kiss the bride.
Look, Nancy, it's none of my business, but I...
Oh, starting. I'll have to go in now.
Now, wait.
What?
How does it go? Speak now or forever hold your peace?
No, I can't do that. Thank you for understanding.
I didn't witness the ceremony, but judging from the mood of those who had, it was just as well I didn't. They shuffled back into the ballroom looking as if they'd witnessed an execution, and nobody seemed to be in a hurry to join the receiving line. After a few half-hearted handshakes, the groom left the bride standing alone, looking kind of bewildered, and came over to take inventory of the presents.
Look at that junk. I'm Ralph Rushlight. Who are you?
Spade. I was hired to guard this junk, as you call it. Sorry I'm wasting my time.
A Rushlight dime. It's bad luck. Look at what it did to me. Look at it. Did you ever say anything?
Give it to yourself.
Why should I?
Because I'm liable to slap you clear across this room.
Haven't I been punished enough?
Go on, scram. Keep your hooks off that necklace.
That's mine.
I heard it's your wife's.
Come along,
you heard
Come
wrong.
along over here. Oh, Mr. Spade, you haven't met the bride yet, have you?
No.
Thank you.
I wish you a lot of luck, Mrs. Rushlight. You're going to need it.
Thank you.
Well, I suppose now as well as any time, Colonel.
Oh, very well, my dear. Quiet, please. Quiet, everyone. Mrs. Rushlight, the elder Mrs. Rushlight, that is, has something to say to you.
Mr. Spade.
Yes?
The necklace, will you please hand it to me?
With pleasure. I'm tired of looking at it.
Oh, you're not done yet. Stay close by my side. Dear friends, at this solemn moment, I want, first of all, to welcome this dear little girl into the Rushlight family.
Thank you.
Yes. And now, dear Lotta, I will place around your neck the gem which was my heritage when I became a Rushlight and which is now yours.
Thank you.
Well, what's wrong? Lotta, come back here. Lotta!
I'll go out to the carport and hit her off.
Oh, you leave her alone. I'll take care of her.
Whose wife is she, anyhow?
Lotta, come back here. Lotta, bring it back.
I was almost ashamed of joining the chase, but I had to because I'd been hired to guard the Rushlight diamond, and for my money, the best way to do that was to help her get away. Somebody got to her before I did. A strip of wedding gown satin marked the spot. The body lay crumpled under a hedge, but it wasn't the bride's body. It was the groom. He'd been stabbed to death with a pair of garden shears, which made sense. But what didn't make sense was that the necklace she'd been wearing was still clutched in his hand.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. And no wonder. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms the hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, and removes loose dandruff. What's more, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil is the only leading hair tonic that contains soothing lanolin. So ask for Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. By the way, Smart girls use wild root cream oil, too. And mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now, back to the Rushlight Diamond Caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
Number 21A Granite Court was teeming with motives and suspects. But the police were primarily interested in locating Lotta, the missing bride and widow of Ralph Rushlight. So was I. She looked like less work than the rest of you because if she had killed him, it was self-defense, if she knew enough English. By 10 in the a.m., when I checked in at my office, she was still successfully eluding the police dragnet. That was because nobody, including me, had thought of looking in my office. Wow. Good morning.
Thank you.
Is that all the English you know?
Thank you, no. I want my necklace.
The police have it.
You go with me and tell them who I am.
Okay, but first I have to know who you are. Where you came from, what your connection with Colonel Bixby is.
I am in Macassar being born.
In Macassar?
Dutch colony.
Uh-huh.
My father there 7 years ago dying is. When I 13 years old have arrived.
I see.
Colonel Bixby in San Francisco, the financial representative from my father was. I am adopted to him, not for the father, but so he takes care of my monies, which coming of age am I a rich Dutch woman.
Uh-huh. But legally, he's your foster father.
Yeah. Also legally, I'm the wife of Rushlight. I want my necklace.
You married him for the necklace?
Yeah.
Why did he marry you?
For one half of necklace and resale. But all everything to take he wishes.
You and Ralph were going to divvy the take from the Rushlight diamond, you thought.
Yeah.
And what was the colonel going to get?
Money from Mrs. Rushlight.
Oh, no, wait, that doesn't make sense. Mrs. Rushlight stood to lose a small fortune by that marriage. Why should she pay the colonel to promote it?
You the detective are.
You said that.
Where my necklace are. That I say.
Yeah, well, look, I'm not as sure as I was. Wait just a minute. I'll check on it.
Homicide, Lieutenant Dundee.
Spade, Dundee.
Oh, yes, Sam.
What's new on the Rushlight caper?
Oh, you know I can't talk about the case, Sam.
Oh? I got a line on that girl.
Oh? Where is she?
You know I can't talk about that, Dundee.
Oh, you can't you? Well, let's see if this doesn't change your mind. The necklace we found on Rushlight's body was a phony, a fake copy.
Uh-huh. Does that make her guiltier than she was before?
Well, now she's got a motive. Throws all our previous theories into a cocked hat. Now, where's the girl?
She's in my office, Lieutenant dear. Come and get her.
Thank you.
Oh, it's you, Sam. Back again?
Yeah, do you mind?
Well, that depends on who you came to see.
You, sweetheart.
Oh.
But first, I'd like to talk to Mrs. Rushlight.
But she can't see anyone. She's in a state of nervous collapse over Ralph's death.
Oh, that's too bad. You seem to be holding up pretty well.
Well, I'm relieved. He's better off dead than married to that.
Yeah. Rushlight Diamond's still unlucky, you know.
What do you mean by that?
I was just trying it on for size.
Uh-huh. How does it fit?
Yeah, but you and Mrs. Rushlight are about the same size. Her nerves getting any better?
You're the doctor. If you want to see her, go ahead. She's up there.
Thank you. Mrs. Rushlight.
Go away, I live.
I'm sorry to break in on you like this, but I haven't got much time.
How dare you? Nancy! Where is that girl? Mr. Spade, please, leave me alone with my grief.
Funny thing. Yesterday, Nancy was carrying a torch for Ralph, and you were holding the torch to him. Today, it's different.
Oh, good heavens. You don't think I'm grief-stricken over Ralph.
Good. That's one less mystery.
Mr. Spade, what do you want?
Your nephew's killer.
Oh, does it matter?
It does to me. Somebody getting knocked off right under my nose is bad for private detectives everywhere.
Oh. For a moment, I thought that... Say, wouldn't you rather make some more money?
I refuse to marry Lotta.
Oh, no, nothing like that. It's the necklace, Mr. Spade, the genuine.
What is?
I don't know. All I know is the other one isn't.
Who told you that?
Well, the police know. It's in the papers, isn't it?
Not yet.
Well, how else would I learn?
The murderer's the only one who could have told you, unless you're the murderer.
I see. Very well, Mr. Spade. I'll tell you what I know. I'm not as wealthy as you might think. In fact, I have for 4 years lived from pillar to post, from hand to mouth, ragtag and bobtail, struggling to make ends meet.
Yeah, what you mean is you're eking out a meager existence, keeping your head above water, one jump ahead of the sheriff, stalked by the grim specter of poverty. Is that right?
Oh, how well you put it. In fact, Mr. Spade, I'm something of a crook. I've borrowed large sums of money from Colonel Bixby, putting up as collateral something that was not mine to forfeit.
Don't tell me. Let me guess. It was the Rushlight diamond?
Well, you seem to know everything.
All but one thing. Why did you think you could palm off a paste copy on an operator like Bixby?
He sent you here. I won't tell you another single thing.
Well, then I'll tell you a few things. The only way the Rushlight diamond could be transferred legally into the hands of Colonel Bixby was by tricking Ralph into marriage with Lot, since Ralph's wife automatically became the legal owner. With Ralph dead, Bixby would be in line to inherit the diamond from her.
Inherit?
California state law. Foster parent may inherit from a foster child in absence of any direct heir.
Well, then he planned. He'd kill her, too. Mr. Spade, we must stop him.
She's safe for the time being. I had her thrown into the pokey. They can hold her 48 hours for questioning, but they can hold you longer. They can even hold you as an accessory before the fact.
Why? I didn't know he was going to kill anyone.
Lotta was just going to hand over $1 million diamond to Bixby out of the kindness of her heart?
Oh, no. Lotta wanted to become an American citizen. Marriage is the quickest way. For her, Ralph was the only way.
Okay, I'll buy that. Now, tell me honestly, Mrs. Rushlight, what happened to the genuine stone?
I honestly didn't know. I wasn't sure. But now there can be only one answer.
Nancy with the laughing face?
She went with me when I went to the bank vault to get the Rushlight diamond to present to Lotta after the ceremony. She looked after all my jewels, including the paste copy that I habitually wore.
Homicide, Lieutenant Dundee.
Spade again, Dundee. I think I got the Rushlight caper all wrapped up. I'm heading for your office now, so wait for me. And whatever you do, don't let that Lotta dame out of your sight. Thank you. Goodbye.
Wait a minute, Sam. Wait a minute.
Yeah?
The Lotta dame. She's already gone.
Escape?
Bailed out. Custody of her foster father. Wait a minute. I got the name here, sir.
Bixby. He's a colonel, and no wonder you're only a lieutenant.
Mr. Spade, can't you stay for tea?
Not thirsty. Nancy? Nancy, where are you?
Oh, here I am, Sam. I was waiting for you.
You got the keys to that car out in front?
Why, yes. You want to borrow it?
Yes, with you in it.
Why, Sam, wait till I put my face on.
Let it go. It's as good as lost anyway. Come on.
What is this place? Where are you taking me?
Never mind. Just hang on. I'll fly you up to the second floor.
Sam, that was a shot that sounded like Lotta.
You stay here. Don't come in until I call you.
Please, what are you
Get back in there.
Drop it. No.
Drop it or I'll crack your elbow. That's better. Now sit down. I want to look this over. Looks real cute. Powder burns, gun beside the chair, and what's this? Well, a note in Dutch.
It's a suicide note. She killed herself.
I can almost believe that. You've handled this very well, considering the bad breaks you've had. Only one thing wrong.
Do I scent a bargain?
I don't have to bargain. I've got the diamond. All you've got is 2 murders rapping on your thick noggin.
Don't be absurd. I know who has the real necklace.
Then you better talk to her directly. You can come in now.
Sam, was that... Oh, that poor, homely little dame. What did she ever do?
Stop, you're breaking my heart. She committed suicide.
You know better than that.
She committed suicide. If the colonel's price is right.
Oh, I see.
I'll put it to you directly. It's not easy to fence. It'll have to be cut. That'll decrease the value considerably. Say, $10,000. No questions asked.
Pardon me. That suicide shot. It's ringing in my ears. I can't hear you.
20,000. 50. All right, 100,000.
Sam, don't be a fool. Take it.
I'll give you a real break, Colonel. That's the cops coming after you.
Anything, Spade. What do you want me to do?
I want you to try and get out of here.
What are you going to do?
There's the door. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Colonel.
All right, men, remember, he's desperate. Bixby, we're giving you a chance. Come down or we're coming up after you.
Come on. Get up, Colonel.
Here he comes. Careful, there may be a trick.
Watch it, Dundee. Here he comes. And that, Mrs. Rushlight, is the crop. For a man that went down fighting, Colonel Bixby didn't need much persuading once they got him under the lights down at headquarters. He confessed to everything, and the murders weren't the worst of it, the way I figure. The worst of it was the cruel way he victimized the poor little ugly duckling, Lotta Van Eyck. It's tough enough to be whipped before you start. Period. End of report.
My goodness, that was Louis Trist Day. I mean, I'm beginning to see why Effie gets so repressed sometimes.
Effie, depressed? That little doll told you that?
Only between she and I and the lamppost. She's so sensitive, you know. Not like I, of course. I invariably cry at weddings.
You don't say, Bernadine. You attend weddings often?
With high frequency, Mr. Spade.
You mean frequently?
No. The last time it was FM. You know, frequency moderation.
Oh, yes. Moderation in all things, I always say. You mean you attend radio weddings?
Oh, yeah. I've been married 6 times. My next date is television.
You've been married 6 times?
Well, to each his own, Mr. Spade.
You mean 6 men have...
Oh, no. I only marry my husband. Repetition is the spice of variety, I always say.
Is that legal?
If it's not after 6 weddings, what isn't?
To each his own, you say.
Well, we don't presume to make a career out of it. As soon as we get the mangler and the deep freeze, we're going on our honeymoon.
Well, congratulations, and type this up when you have the time. Mrs. Bernadine Hemp.
Every day, more and more men are turning to Wild Root Cream Oil for truly handsome hair. And that's not surprising, for what other leading hair tonic gives you these big advantages? It grooms the hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, removes loose dandruff. What's more, Wild Root Cream Oil is non-alcoholic and contains soothing lanolin. No wonder Wild Root Cream Oil is the favorite with so many millions of smart, particular men. Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
I'm sorry it took so long, but I kept relaxing into Spanish.
Yes, I know how.
And Effie's typewriter doesn't have any upside-down question marks.
Upside down. Take a memo. Call typewriter man.
I already have. Oh, I almost forgot. You received a telegramic commutation.
A telegramic what?
A wire.
Oh, a wire. Well, open it and read it. In English, por favor.
It says, Dear Sam.
Figures.
In the haste of my departure, I neglected to warn you about Well, when I do that one another favor, she'll have silver threads.
Who?
That ball of fire whom I'm taking the place of in order to be double-crossed of by.
Effie? Is she still in far-off Canab?
And good rubbish, if you'll pardon the expression.
Now, Bernadine, let me see that. I neglected to warn you about Bernadine. I'm sending details, airmail special, but in the meantime, whatever you do, don't go to any radio broadcasts with her, and if she comes to work in a wedding gown, take the day off. Love, Effie.
And I had 2 tickets for honeymoon payoff, and now she went and spoiled everything.
Oh, now there, Bernadine, you just have to marry your husband again, that's all. I wouldn't have had the time anyway.
I know. It's just the principle. Good night, Mr. Spade.
Good night. Buenas noches. Hasta la vista. Effie, why did you ever leave me?
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd, with musical direction by Lud Gluskin. Gil Dowd directed tonight's broadcast in William Spear's absence. Join us again next Sunday for another adventure with Sam Spade, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick Joy reminding you to
get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see, it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie. Keep on all the gals away. Hiya, Baldy. Get Wild Root right away.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.